tell me you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
Money. I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. Yeah, you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
But...
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Colt, Robert. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Christopher Colt, new to the debate space, Enemy Charlie, Martae, Ruelas, and Andrew Wilson, of course. The topic of the evening, or the question more so, is it immoral to take land by force? On the affirmative side, Christopher Colt, if you'd like to give your opening statement, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say thanks to Sarah and the Raging Tomato for hosting the debate, my co-debater Charlie for agreeing to participate, and Andrew and Martae for agreeing to lend their time and voice to, I think, what will be hopefully an important discussion that people find useful. So I think let's begin with what I would call the self-evident. What is theft? Well, it is the unauthorized taking of another person's property with the intent to permanently deprive the owner. Now, I would argue that the only logical basis for our confusion over whether such conquest as the destruction and displacement of indigenous tribes here in North America was not theft is largely because European settlers had very little understanding of the Native American way of life. In their view, possessions required an exchange of money, goods, or services, resulting in a legal document defining both their ownership and the parameters of it. However, we have philosophers such as John Locke who argued that our labor, our lives invested in cultivating and building upon that land establishes a legitimate claim to it. Force does not confer legitimacy. It only confers power, and might makes right is not a moral philosophy, but rather a confession of barbarity. History stands as a stark testament to this truth. Just as the United States acquisition of Native American lands was clearly and profoundly immoral, according to academic sources, so too is any land gained through violence and coercion. Now, this was not only well established in the post-World War era, but also is a core precept of most religious faiths. My opponents, one a self-described Orthodox Christian, the other more of a Christian nationalist adjacent, might appeal to a different authority. So let's turn to the spiritual lens, to the very faith they claim guides them, and discover how profoundly their stated position contradicts its core truths. First, consider the image of God, the Imago Dei. The Orthodox Christian faith teaches us that every single human being, regardless of their nationality, ethnicity, or land, is created in the divine image, possessing inherent sacred dignity. When land is taken by force, it necessitates the dehumanization, violent subjugation, and dispossession of people made in God's own likeness. How can one, as an Orthodox Christian, justify such a profound violation of the sacred image of God in another human being for the sake of acquiring territory? Is land truly more valuable than a soul marked with God's image? We should also address the very concept of ownership. My opponents speak of conquest, of seizing land, as if humans possess ultimate dominion. Yet Their own holy traditions are unequivocal. God is the sole and ultimate owner of all creation. We are not owners, but humble stewards entrusted by God to manage his creation responsibly with love and justice and with consideration for all. This forceful acquisition, not the ultimate act of pride and arrogant usurpation of God's sovereignty, attempting to steal not merely from fellow humans, but from God himself. And if these general prohibitions are not enough, our faith gives us a chillingly precise parable, the story of Naboth's vineyard in 1 Kings chapter 21, where King Ahab, a mighty ruler, coveted the small plot of land belonging to Naboth. Through deceit and violence, Ahab seized the vineyard. What was the divine response? The prophet Elijah delivered God's judgment, leading to the utter destruction of Ahab's royal line. The church fathers teach us that Ahab's sin was tantamount to theft from God himself. So I ask my opponents directly, was King Ahab's conquest of Naboth's land moral? If you say it was immoral, then you concede my entire argument. If you dare to say it was moral, then you stand in direct opposition to Holy Scripture and the clear judgment of God. Finally, let us consider the Orthodox Church's consistent stance on war and aggression. It does not possess a just war theory in the Western sense that might somehow rationalize conquest. While defensive war to protect the innocent might be a regrettable necessity in a fallen world, aggressive war for territorial gain is profoundly condemned. Killing, even in self-defense, requires spiritual repentance. How then can an act of aggression carried out for greed and material gain be considered anything less than a grievous sin requiring no repentance? Indeed, when the church is manipulated to justify state aggression, their own hierarchs have called it a profound betrayal of Orthodox tradition and even apostasy. Now, my opponent's position is not rooted in Orthodox Christianity. It is a secular, cynical ideology of might makes right. Thinly veiled by selective interpretation, it requires him to contradict core doctrines of human dignity, divine ownership, explicit commandments, and the consistent mind of the church. It is, in essence, a profound betrayal of the gospel itself. To take land by force is immoral, it is unjust, it is illegal, and for an Orthodox Christian, it is a spiritual rebellion against God. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Charlie, to you. You're muted. You're muted. Sorry.
You got to
There
unmute,
we
Chuck.
go. Sorry. Hi, I'm Enemy Charlie. I stream primarily on Twitch. My specialty is fantasy literature, not politics, history, or philosophy, but I comment anyway. And thank you for having me, Sarah. I'm very excited to be here. And thank you, Christopher Colt. So before I dive into the meat of my argument, I would like to quickly address and clarify my frame of reference on land rights and morality. Because we'll be discussing colonization, it is important to clarify that land ownership is not a universal concept. The indigenous peoples of the Americas did not have the same legal structures as European settlers. Borders as they exist today are a modern construct. So when we talk about who has the right to specific tracts of land and why, my conception of land rights can be summed up by Article 26 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Indigenous peoples have the rights to lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired. If you live there and work the land and there is no one in living memory that used to live there and was deposed, you have the right to the land. A lack of legal ownership under a European legal structure is not a valid reason for the seizure of indigenous lands. And now on to morality. While I believe that morality is subjective, human beings across most cultures and time periods generally agree that murder and theft are wrong in most contexts. This is across Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, etc. Humans are social creatures and we need each other. Murdering and stealing from each other are not conducive to building a lasting, thriving society. I will reference the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Operating under the force doctrine inevitably leads to being subject to it yourself. In The Wretch of the Earth, Francophone scholar Frantz Fanon wrote, "The exploited man sees that his liberation implies the use of all means and that of force first and foremost. When in 1956, after the capitulation of Monsieur Guy Mollet to the settlers in Algeria, the Front de Libération Nationale, in a famous leaflet, stated that colonialism only loosens its hold when the knife is at its throat. No Algerian really found these terms too violent. The leaflet only expressed what every Algerian felt at heart. Colonialism is not a thinking machine, nor a body endowed with reasoning facilities. It is violence in its natural state, and it will only yield when confronted with greater violence." The Algerian Liberation War ended in 1962 with approximately 500,000 Algerians and 30,000 French dead. And here I will concede, though violent decolonization efforts are rarely successful through sheer force alone, the price of the force doctrine, paid in human lives and resources, is too costly for any nation to follow for long. The more violent a regime, the faster it falls. Many European nations have wisely retracted their claims to foreign lands for this very reason.
Thank you, Charlie. And Martae, to you.
So my opponent, Enemy Charlie, had brought up the golden rule, which assumes that everybody wants to be treated the same at the end of the day, which is a crazy notion, actually, if you really think about this. So I'm going to go into my little short thing. I'll be quick. So the situation with land conquest could be thought of as a morality issue on the international scale. So who gets to enforce morality on the international level? It's usually the country or a coalition of countries with the biggest sticks or the most money. So while my other opponent, Christopher Colt, can say might makes right, we've never asserted that. Only might only makes. So what you can do is, if you feel that one of these big countries is morally slighting your people, nothing really. It sucks, but this is simply the reality of the world. Justice does not exist if there isn't an effective way to enforce it. We can point fingers all day that we want and say that there's something morally wrong, but at the end of the day, there's little else or nothing to do about it. To Andrew.
Oh, thank you, Martae. And Andrew, to you, please.
Well, thank you. I also would like to thank my opponents for the brutal slaughter which is about to happen this evening. This is my hats off salute to you. I even combed my hair this evening because I wanted to show respect. I didn't wear my black shirt even though this is going to be a funeral. I'd like to point out, firstly, that this debate is absurd on its face. While I'll grant there can be cases where using force to remove people from their land by force can be immoral, in and of itself, using force to occupy or take land cannot be immoral. My opponents can't possibly believe this either, or they will need to explain things like taxes, specifically property tax, which is an assessed and forced payment of an asset to an entity on a thing you own, which if you don't pay your property taxes, your property becomes a default. And it's taken by force, Christopher Colt. It's taken by force if you default. Or let's take a look at the American Revolution, in which we annexed by violence a rather large amount of land, which was owned by the Crown of England. In fact, my examples of force doctrine being used to occupy or conquer land for, quote, good are vast, and my opponents would probably agree with every single one of them. So what are we really even talking about here? Imagine trying to navigate the redresses which would be necessary here if we actually took our opponents at face value. It's mind-boggling how much land has changed hands in a very short historic period of time, let alone long historic periods of time. If we attempted to redress it all, it would be not only a monumental task, but it could actually lead to some pretty absurd and hilarious outcomes. Like, let's take the Native American example. Say we have Tribe A and Tribe B. Tribe A has a document from the government of promised land, which the government then stole from them. Then Tribe A pursues redress for this and is awarded for occupied land in its full amount. Then Tribe B sues now Tribe Land A and gets awarded even more money because Tribe A stole all that land from Tribe B 500 years before that land was stolen from Tribe A by the United States government. Do I think that that would be hilarious? Yes. Do I think that that actually would be what would have to happen if my opponents were consistent in their logic after I show them the hundreds of examples of natives stealing land from each other? Yes. Imagine if we did this, by the way, for every perceived injustice of land changing hands. It's absurd and also hilarious. In short, I'm not even really sure what my opponent's position is here. But in asking, is it immoral to take land by force, the answer is, well, sometimes. Sometimes it is. And sometimes it isn't. Right? But we wouldn't be appealing to the idea that just doing that in and of itself was always immoral, because that would be preposterous. It would monolithically put up a thing which you guys don't even believe. How do I know you don't believe it? Well, because Chuck over here already told us. She conceded that force doctrine was moral, using Nigeria as an example of revolution, which is also hilarious. Force doctrine, so that you understand what it actually is.
Algeria.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever it was. Okay, the point is, and by the way, I didn't interrupt you once, Chuck. That wasn't very nice, Chuck. But anyway, the idea here is of what force doctrine is pretty simple. Force doctrine is just saying that all rights come from men. not making a might makes right argument. Rather, force doctrine is giving you a descriptor for how the world works. Now, you can argue with force doctrine if you want to with that descriptor, but you'd have to replace it with a more accurate descriptor, and nobody to date has been able to do so because it's an accurate descriptor. Otherwise, I would not have come up with it. You say, do unto others as you would have done unto you. Well, here's the thing that's interesting about that. By whose metric? The secularist metric or by the Christian metric? Which metric should we use and utilize, since that's part of Christian ethics and not a secular ethic? Why should we adhere to your version of what that means? You say morality is subjective, and then at the same time you say that there's some type of universal here which you're appealing to, right? All morality is subjective, but universally it's always wrong to take land. That's a contradiction in and of itself. That's A and not A. When you say land ownership is not universal, well, I agree. I agree that this is a social construction. So we have to start with what ownership actually is. I would make the claim that ownership is, one, a declaration that a thing belongs to you, and then that would have to be backed by some kind of force for you to keep said thing. For instance, let's say for a second you were walking through a desert and you were thirsty, and you came across a dead body with a full canteen. If you took that canteen and drank from it, would you be stealing? Or would you have a deference of ownership where you would feel like this was a justified transfer of property because the person who was there no longer needed the canteen? And then if somebody tried to take the canteen from you, would you say, no, it's mine? I think you would, right? So I think just by the establishment of what we would consider ownership to be, I think you're going to end up having to concede to our position. When you say taking land by force is immoral, I really do want you to contend with the tax doctrine. I think that you're probably a pretty pro-taxes guy, if you're a Democrat anyway. And I would love to know how that's not theft by the same metric that you gave us for what theft is. Also, you said orthodox war theory, aggressive war is condemned. No, it's not. No. We have saints who conducted an aggressive war like Saint Helga, who literally unleashed pigeons that were on fire to burn down an entire city and killed everybody inside it. She's a saint. You have no idea what you're talking about, because Christianity and Christian ethics are pluralistic, right? You cannot make the universals. They're going to be case-by-case specific for a reason. You say, and I'll just end with this, when you're talking about Native Americans, I wouldn't want to say Indians and offend anybody's delicate sensibilities. What you're alluding to is the myth of the noble savage. I'm going to tell you the truth about what was really going on with Native Americans. They were sacrificing each other on top of temples, cutting each other's hearts out. They were raping children. They were killing and murdering each other in mass all the time, nonstop. And if you came across a culture like that, what would you do? Is the first question I'll ask. What would we just leave them alone? Yeah, right. Yeah, right, like that's ever happened. But I'd be happy to hear about the myth of the noble savage. And we can go tribe by tribe if you want, and you can explain how noble they really were when we get into their actual history. So, in short, I just want to summarize with this. You don't understand force doctrine. You don't understand orthodox theology. I don't even think you understand the prism of the history that we're talking about. And on top of all of this, just to kind of tie it all together, by your own definition of what theft is, taxation would be theft, and I want you to say it. And with that, that's the end of my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. I appreciate it very much. As a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through our open dialogue for the debate. Then we will move into closing statements. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. After that, of course, as always, our favorite part, we will move into open panel dumpster fire, where you're allowed to come on as the public and ask questions and prompt and all of those fun things. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, I'd like to begin with just a query so we can get some semantics taken care of.
In fairness, you did query several things, and I think Charlie was about to respond.
I haven't made a query yet. I made an opening statement.
You made several in your opening statement.
If I have a query, did you answer to any of them?
You didn't give it an opportunity to
That's
answer.
right. So
You
that's
wanna
what I'm doing right
re-ask the
now.
query?
I'm not even trying to engage in that. Right now, I just want to get some semantics done. So the thing is I want to agree to some terms with you guys. So we're not talking past each other. Don't you agree that that's very important in a debate, that we get our semantics taken care of, so we're not talking past each other? We know exactly what the other side means by the words that they're saying. Can we do that real quick?
Are you setting the standard?
Like
no, I'm
definitions
going
for-
to ask you for what your standard is, and you can definitely ask me for what mine is. I just want to make sure that our semantics are in order.
All right, let's go. I just want to make sure that Charlie gets a chance to make the
Of
point.
course.
I'm
she can
okay
too.
with discussing semantics, but I don't want it to get too nitpicky, nitty gritty, because I'd rather actually discuss the conversation at hand rather than, like, freak ourselves out over definitions.
Okay, well, I'm not looking necessarily at just definitions. I just want to make sure that we understand what we mean. You agree with me that words can have different meanings for different people, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then I want to make sure that when I use the word theft or when I use the word conquest, we're talking about the same thing. Otherwise, we're going to be talking past each other in this debate. So, Chris, what is theft from your view?
The repossession of a piece of property in order to retain it unnecessarily, meaning that you could have obtained that piece of property a different way in most cases, except you've decided that you're going to circumvent that, short circuit it, and take somebody else's property instead.
Repossession of a piece of property? When you could have gained it in...
When you could have gained it a different way.
When you could have gained it a different way. Okay. And then when we're discussing force doctrine, will you accept our definition of what force doctrine is, which is that it's a descriptor which explains that rights come from men? Do you agree that that's our view?
I agree that that is your view, yeah.
Okay, so you agree that that's our view. So you're not going to later say that you guys are saying might makes right and things like this, because that's not what we're saying, right?
Yeah, I'm sure we can clarify that further at some point.
Gotcha. Okay, so force doctrine, you agree with our view. And then the last thing that I want to ask you is conquest. What do you consider conquest to be?
I think that's going to vary depending on the period of history that you're looking at.
What do you consider it to be?
I would consider it to be an invasion of a sovereign space for the purpose of taking up ownership of that space.
Invasion of a sovereign space to take up ownership. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. I just wanted to make sure that we're not speaking past each other. If you guys want any of the semantics to be clarified by us, now's a great time to do that before we move into whatever your queries are.
So, I'm sorry, force doctrine is specifically laws are made by men?
No, that rights come from men.
Rights come from men.
Yeah.
The gender, not us as a species.
No, the sex, not the gender.
Okay.
I'm sorry, do you agree with me that gender and sex have two distinct meanings?
I think that is not relevant to the conversation at hand.
You asked it, so why did you bring it
That's
up if it's
fine.
not relevant?
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Okay, so you would agree
Just
with me.
wanted to clarify that we were talking about the
so
species.
when I say men, I'm talking about sex. I'm not talking about those who identify as men. I'm talking about the sex specific of men.
That wasn't the question.
Yes, it was the question.
Asking if you were
said the
talking
gender.
about species, us as a species.
Are men and women a different species?
No, it's
I
like
think I think she just utilized the word gender, but in terms of your position, Andrew, I think she meant the same thing that you would say in terms of.
The reason I'm really
many
clear,
archaic
I'm very
legal
clear about
documents
this for a reason.
We'll use men as a stand-in for our species, as the human species. They will say men.
That's true, or mankind, or things like this.
Sure,
yeah, I agree.
That is what I was asking.
Yeah,
that
sure.
Is all that I was asking.
I'm willing to grant on the era specific, what you're talking about, that could be the case when they're also referencing women when they say mankind. I can even agree to that. But the reason I'm not willing to grant something like gender, or you saying, do you mean the gender of men, is because that has a loaded meaning. So I'm going to semantically distinguish between the two and say my meaning of man has nothing to do with gender, but it has to do with sex. That's all.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'm ready for the queries. What do you guys got?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Well, first, I would like to say that I was not invoking the myth of the noble savage. I am quite aware that some indigenous tribes of the Americas were, in fact, quite brutal. And this, in fact, kind of ties into the point that I made, that when you employ the force doctrine, you will always be subject to it yourself at some point. The sacking of...
We agree, but we agree.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I agree with you 100% that all people are subject to force doctrine, that is a descriptor for how the world works, including me, including you, including Martae, including Sarah, including everybody.
Can I make sure we get one element of this correct? You say that is how the world works. In your mind, is that how the world works indifferent to any kind of human autonomy or ability to make our own decisions? In other words, are we able to evolve beyond that reality, or is it your assessment
What
that
you're
we
talking,
are just, that is just a fact of nature?
I'll answer your
and
question. What you're talking about is the idea of what is socially constructed versus what is material reality. When I ask you, sir, what is a right, what is it?
It's going to depend very much on the definition.
Yes, I'm asking for your definition. What's
so
a
what
right?
is a right to me?
Yeah.
My rights begin where yours end.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me what a right is. It tells me the application you would use for what a right is. What is a right?
It does. A right is basically applied evenly across all people, or it is not an equal right.
That doesn't tell me what a right is. What is a right?
A right is something that you have a right to.
Wait, I'm sorry.
As a human being,
you're
as
using the word,
value.
dude. You're using the word to describe the word. If I asked you what a man is, and you said a man is somebody who's a man, would that
Why
give
are
me
we getting
any?
bogged down with semantics? I don't see how this is relevant.
Okay,
to the
do you understand that?
I
hang
thought
on,
we were
hang
talking
on.
about
I'm sorry.
taking land by
I'm
force.
sorry. Did he bring up rights? If he brings up rights,
probably.
I have every business. It's my business to ask him what he means by a right. And if he says what I mean by a right is anything I consider to be a right,
Andrew,
then that's important for the debate.
Why do you have a right to?
Don't ask me a question, answer it. What is a right?
I can ask a question.
You can after you answer mine. What is a right? What is a
I
right?
think it would be helpful in terms of the debate, because we are talking about taking property per se. It is valuable to
Which you
have
think
the
you have a right
definition
to. You think you have a
with-
right
I
to
think it's-
property. That's why I want to know what a right is. What is a right? What is it, dude?
You are owed it on the basis of your humanity.
You're owed what?
Proper treatment of some kind.
What does that mean, though? Do you see what I mean? Like, that doesn't tell us what it
God,
is.
it's society dependent, dude. It's things that we are guaranteed.
You're
And
okay.
it could be
I
you-
understand you may have a right to exist. You may have a right
have
to
a
have
right
an
to not answer
abortion.
your
You may have a
stupid
right to all sorts of things. That doesn't tell me what a right is, though. What is
Okay,
a
but
right
why don't
itself?
you tell us, Andrew? Why don't
Why
you
do I
tell
need to
us?
tell you what your fucking definition of a thing is, Chuck?
Because you're complaining. You're
Let me
complaining
ask,
right now.
I need to know. Okay, listen,
Chuck.
Chuck, listen,
I'm trying to
Chuck,
work with you right now.
Chuck.
Why don't you tell us what
I'm trying to work with
Charlie
Chuck. I'm
and
trying to work with
gentlemen,
you,
hold on
Chuck.
just a second. Christopher and Charlie, would you be agreeable that you think a right is a social construct of some sort?
Yeah.
What is
Okay,
it?
let's start there.
What the fuck is it?
Would
When
like
you
to
say
pull
right, what
up
does
the
that mean?
Oxford Dictionary.
I'm gonna guess it means a different.
You
thing
can't. I
than
don't
what
care
you
what
think.
you look up. You could take your time and look up what you think a right is. Just tell us what a right is, so at least we're on the same page.
I mean, I told you. It's something that you are owed on the basis of your humanity.
That doesn't tell us
Okay.
what a right is.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just.
Well, because it is a social construct. So
Yeah.
it is. It's a very influx thing. It depends on where the fuck you are.
So you have a right to not be stolen from, but it's very influx and subjective, and we're not really sure about it. Is that
So
right?
it's conditional, made up.
So it's conditional. We just made
I
it
mean,
up.
it can depend on the country that you're in, but it is.
So
a social construct, yes.
so then theft itself is a social construct.
I mean, everything's a social construct.
Yeah, wait. No. I'm sorry. Is a tree a social construct?
The word tree is. Or
Is a tree
are
a social
relation
construct,
to,
not the word tree?
A tree.
Yeah. Is a tree a social construct?
Why the fuck are we talking about trees?
Because you just said everything is a social construct. Is that an accurate statement, or did you just make that up?
No,
too?
I see you do this. I watch some of your debates, and you do this all the time. You don't actually address the fucking discussion. You bog people down on semantics.
What
It's
I
like
do
Ishkalop or
here's
some
what I,
bullshit.
here's what I do.
Can we
What I do
talk
is go
about the
after the
subject at
pillar.
fucking hand?
Yeah,
Can we
I'm going
talk
after the
about
pillar of your
subject at
view.
hand? Which is no, you're not. You are arguing semantics.
I'll tell you what.
because You don't want to make an actual argument.
I'll tell you what.
What is your argument?
I'll tell you what. Go ahead. Go ahead and tell me the thing that you want to get to, and I'll show you how the pillar of what we're talking about is semantically based. Go ahead. Whatever it is.
Pillar of the argument, like what we're in.
I guarantee it. You're concerned. You're upset. You think that white people stole all the Indians' land. That's your big contention, right? But you have no concept of what fucking theft is. So why shouldn't I go after the pillar of that? Why shouldn't I go after the pillar of that if you have no concept of what a right or theft even is? Why should I listen to a fucking word you have to say, Chuck? Can you explain it to me, Chuck? Use really small words.
Do you not know what the definition?
I don't know
of
what your
theft is?
definition of the word theft is because you just said it's a social construct.
Are you a moron?
Oh, geez, Chuck, you really got me with that.
Dictionary, like I don't understand. Dude.
You
Why
just
are
said
asking
that
about
theft
basic
is a
word
social.
definitions,
You-
dude.
Chuck,
This is
you-
not debating, man. This is not
So,
debating. This
so
is
Chuck,
everybody.
so Chuck, what you just said,
For just a moment, allow
Chuck,
me
what you
to
just-
I'm not
check
interested in this.
Okay.
And
I'm
going to
not
ask kindly
interested in
for
this.
everybody
then run,
to
Chuck.
stop for
Then
just
run
a
away.
second,
Rage quit,
please.
Chuck.
I'm
If
not
you don't
gonna rage
mind,
quit, buddy.
if you
I'm
don't
not mad.
mind, if you don't mind, thank you. Okay, I do find it very vital in order to get to a foundation. If we disagree on what a word means, then we're not going to be able to have the topic or the argument at hand anyways. So I do find it
So
very
here, look,
vital
I'll
to
just
get
make this
to
super
that
clear,
definition.
crystal clear. I'll give you my
Andrew.
position. I'll give you my position so that you can attack my position. My position is this. You just got done saying to me, Andrew, theft is a social construction. Everything's a social construct. Rights are social constructs. Theft is social constructs. All of that is socially constructed and societally dependent. So how could you make a claim that even if white people came here and put every Indian to the sword because they thought it was really fucking fun, they took their kids up and they chopped their fucking heads off for fun. They made them into little Indian shishka fucking bob. They were like, they shishka bobbed up all the Indian kids. How could you even say that's immoral, Chuck? If it's just culturally dependent and just up to the culture, what the fuck is actually immoral about it, Charles? What?
Because we have to live together.
Oh, because we have to live. We don't have to live together, Charles. Chuck, do we have to live together?
Kill each other. We could all die.
We don't have to even kill
But
each
that would
other.
be stupid.
We don't. No, not only
For
do
our
we not have to
species
kill each other,
survive, for our species to survive and to function,
our
yes,
species
we
can
must do
survive fine
basic
without
nice
living with
things
each other.
to
Yeah. Why does
No
our
standards,
species?
conditions,
Yeah.
conditional, all the way through. No standard, no base, no grounding, nothing. This is crazy.
Yeah, you
The
just said.
question that I have, given what you've just said, which was addressed in my opening statement, and I'd like to get to it because I think this is actually vital to the point, is your argument that because the European settlers found it necessary to eliminate the Native Americans in order to claim their land because they felt threatened by certain tribes, that at that point in time it was not immoral?
No, of course not. So I have a universal concept of morality. But the problem here is like we're starting off the query with an internal critique. I think it's fine for you to internally critique what we think as well. But as we start the query for the internal critique, I don't understand this view where you claim, you and Chuck, that these are social constructions, rights are completely fictitious and made up, and theft is completely fictitious and made up, and yet somehow we're supposed to apply this standard to what happened with the natives. Tell me why the fuck we should do that if it's all just made up, dude.
What do you mean made up?
Because it's how
You made it up out of your what? Okay, so this is
No, I
why.
mean, history
This is okay.
happened.
Hang on. You see how
We
you
have
said?
a social contract.
Hang on.
We-
Do
we
you see why you just
have
said? Hang on.
concepts
Let
that
me
we all
let me
agree
answer his
upon
question,
and
Chuck.
act by.
Let me answer his question. So he asked a question. It's a good query. What do you mean by made up? You see how you're asking for semantics? That's smart, right? What I mean by made up is that from your view, rights completely fictitious. They come out of your mind. You make them up out of thin air. They're a product purely of the mind. They exist nowhere in material reality. So, like, let me ask you this. Can you touch a right? Can you taste it? Can you smell it? Can you see it? Where is it? Show me a right. Show me one. Can either of you do that?
It is a concept that we have come up
It is
with
a
and
concept.
we all agree upon. That we all agree upon.
Do we all agree upon them? Like, do you agree upon the concept that I have a right to own a RPG?
God, I don't think that we have that right.
Well, yeah, I know. So we don't agree on the concepts then, I guess, do we? It's almost like we have like a semantic argument here that we need to get through because like we totally like don't agree on what rights are.
Listen to me. Listen. I believe that we have social contracts that we adhere to because we want to survive as a species. And we understand that the survival of our species is good. It is good for us to be alive. And
I understand. I can grant that.
Harmony with each other. Correct. Like I don't like bad things to happen. I think, right? We all agree. We like.
Okay. If it is the case then that you believe in social contracts, what's wrong with having a social contract of might makes right?
Because it is not conducive to the survival of our species.
How is it not conducive to the survival of our species? It seems like it would be just fine to live under an empire. It seems like it would be just fine to live under these things. It seems like we would survive just fine. Why wouldn't we survive under empires? We've survived traditionally under empires. What are you talking about? Tell me why is it that
Charlie's making?
Hang on. Let me finish the query. Let me finish the question. Why is it that if you had a social contract, then you believe in social contracts, we had a social contract for might makes right, that would somehow be bad? You love social contracts. Why would that be bad?
I'm sorry, restate that.
Why would it be bad to have a social contract of might makes right?
How would that be the same as being good to each other and ensuring the survival?
Why would that mean bad?
Right.
Yeah, when you say good is also the product of the mind, right?
Of course, yes, but we are talking about.
So then, what's the issue here?
Theft of land, which requires the displacement or the death of its original occupants.
Oh.
So when we discuss the colonization of America, we are talking about 1500s. We have about 5 to 10 million. Sometimes they will estimate 55 million.
Who mostly died of disease.
Mostly died of disease, yes, that the Europeans brought, which wasn't intentional,
so
but was indeed a product.
Yeah, so what? That's like everything. Yeah. But let me ask you this, Chuck. If it is the case, lady and gentlemen, if it is the case that the Europeans came in here and they wanted to make a shish kebab out of all the little Indian children, what violates the social contract here that you're talking about? What social contract did the Europeans have with the Indians?
Because when you make shish kebabs of people's children, they will do that to yours, which has happened historically.
Did they do it to us, or did we just conquer all their shit and take it all?
No, they did definitely kill and scalp women and children. They did.
Oh, so then they weren't there.
Actually, I have some examples.
So we were defending ourselves?
So during the no, these were retaliatory.
Sure, many people thought they were defending.
Oh, so you can retaliate. I didn't know that. You could retaliate?
I think in self-defense, yes. I believe in self-defense, certainly.
So if you have
the Jamestown massacre,
great. This is great.
If you created
the Powhatan tribes killed approximately 400 settlers, including women and children. The Hutchinson massacre of 1643 in New York, Anne Hutchinson and her children were tortured and scalped before they were killed. That was a Christian woman living alone with her children. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680 in New Mexico. Wow, that's something. 400 Spanish settlers killed, including women.
Well, I mean, they killed a woman and her children. You don't think that that's savage?
I mean, you should read about what we did to the Native Americans.
Does that mean that you can kill innocent people?
What I'm saying is that if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. When you, as a man, here, listen.
I see. That sounds an awful lot like might makes right, lady. Sounds an awful lot like might makes right.
You like semantics and you like
with the application of the force doctrine. I am disagreeing with the application of the force doctrine.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
All you're doing is proving the application of the force doctrine. All you're doing is proving it.
Martae, did you want to jump in?
I was going to let Colt say something. What were you going to say, sir?
Yeah, no, I'm curious because Andrew previously wanted to know what a right is. I would like to know what Andrew's definition of right
it's an entitlement absent duty is what I would consider a right to be.
No, I mean, what would you consider? You keep using the phrase "might makes right."
No.
You
You
you're
use
saying
the
you're
phrase.
not defending that, but I want to know what.
No,
you
I'm not
think the
defending it. I'm
right
showing you
is there.
via an internal critique why when you said the words "might make right,"
I never said
that makes. You did in your opening statement.
No.
That's what you said in your opening
I said
statement.
actually, if you listened to my opening statement more closely, you would understand that I was saying that that's not the argument you're making. Do you want me to reread that part again?
Yes.
Let me find it. Hold on just a second.
Find the first time you mentioned it, though, not the second.
Hold on. I
See,
gotta do this.
see,
You guys
the thing,
keep talking, but
I do this
you have
awesome
something you wanna
thing
say while
where
I'm
I
looking.
take notes the entire time you guys are talking, so I make sure I don't mischaracterize what you're saying.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you take accurate notes.
That's true, but we're going to find out in a second when you pull it up, and we're going to find out that I am accurate and that you said my opponents believe in might makes right. You'll see for yourself, and then I'll be vindicated, and you're going to have to say that you're sorry. Are you gonna say you're sorry after you read it out?
The point that was made in the opening statement is that you're veiling that. You're saying that's not what you're saying, but it is actually at the root of everything that you're about.
No, I'm giving
Because
you a
what
descriptor.
you're saying is if I have a bigger gun than you, or bigger muscles than you, or a better army than you, that if I take your stuff, as we look at it in the past, we can't make an argument that that was wrong because I was simply using the ability that I had to take what I felt that I
tell me
needed
why
in the
it's
moment.
wrong.
That's what we're here to discuss.
Yeah, tell me why. That's what I'm asking you. Why is it wrong, bro?
Let's start there.
Survival of our species.
How is it not conducive to the survival of our species?
So the question that I want to know.
It doesn't end
Exactly.
well.
First of all, it is indeed conducive to the survival of our species to kill and murder. Tell me descriptively how we ended up with less people via the murder of the Native Americans. Can you explain that to me? How did we end up with less? It seems to me, from the historic standard, how many people were alive then versus now?
You're getting far afield. I want to stick to the point that we're talking
I don't
about.
think so. Her
not-
claim is
it's not
it's
beneficial.
conducive. How was it not beneficial? Seems like it was totally beneficial. What was unbeneficial about it?
The death of the millions, the
Yeah.
destruction of cultures,
And
languages.
what was
I
not
think it's
beneficial
horrible.
about that? You ended up having an entire land seized, which was rich in resource, led to a massive population boom, led to the strongest military on earth, led to even global peace. You could make the argument it led to global peace. So tell me, lady, how is it not conducive to humans? Even if it is the case, I grant this entire thing, that we went and we just shish kebabbed up the Indians because it was the funniest, funny thing we could ever think of doing. Tell me how that wasn't conducive to humans flourishing, because it seems like we flourished fine. Explain it.
Using what? We could get into that if you want.
This conversation with you. I also think that we could argue that it led to the invention of the nuclear bomb in some capacity, which could be the death of us all, frankly. So I'm not sure if us developing weapons capable of wiping all of us out. I think that that's actually kind of worse.
Wait, you mean a nuclear armistice where every country now has the ability to obliterate each other and none of them do because if they did, there would be nuclear retaliation, which has led to the most global stability we've ever fucking seen. How is that? Again, I'm not even making the claim here all countries having nukes is good. I'm not even making the claim having nukes is good. I'm only making the counterclaim to you that this is somehow not conducive to human flourishing. Prove it. Prove it.
Nuclear weapons? I mean,
Yeah,
I would
prove
say
it.
that there is a pretty significant conflict in.
Do we bomb? Okay, should we have not nuked the Japanese?
No, we should not.
No.
The war was almost
That's horrible.
Can you look up what the estimates would have been of the deaths had we not nuked the Japanese?
Actually, we could have conceded on the whole emperor being a divine individual thing, and the Japanese would have taken our deals. So that's kind of up in the air. People
Wait
are
a
not
second. Wait
really
a second.
certain
I'm
on
sorry.
that.
You said earlier, and I got the note here, retaliatory fighting is fine because it's self-defense. Did the Japanese attack us at Pearl Harbor?
I think that at that point we had retaliated in a proportionate manner. Thus far.
So what you really mean
There's
is you should only be
proportionality.
able to respond in a proportional manner.
Yes, Andrew. So if you piss me off,
Mm-hmm.
it would be insane if I were to show up to your house and torch it. Right? That would be crazy. That would be a lot. right? Just because you annoy me. Like if I
Yeah,
burned
but
your
why
house
would
down,
that be a
that'd
lot?
crazy.
Why would that be a lot, though?
Because it is not equal to the insult that you dealt me.
So if it is the case then that I'm fighting with a man who is weaker than myself, but he punches me first, I should only use an equal amount of force to stop that threat?
Yes.
So if
When
it is the case...
when my younger siblings have hit me before,
Mhm.
I have not. I'm 10 years older than my younger sister and 6 years older than my baby brother. There was a point in time where I was larger than my little brother.
Okay.
When they kicked me or punched me, I didn't use all of my power to break their fucking noses, even though I
see.
could've.
So if
Because
somebody
I
breaks...
understand that if someone is physically weaker than me, it is not appropriate to use all
So
of
then,
my
by
power
this
to
logic,
decimate
if
them.
somebody broke into your house and made the stated
Mhm.
declaration that they're only there to take your stuff but won't hurt you, you should not be able to retaliate with physical violence, correct?
I mean, they're on your property, so
Wait a
it's kind of a
second.
threat
Oh,
in
wait
itself.
a second. It has to be proportional, though, remember? So if a person shows up to your house and says, I'm just here to take all your stuff, but I'm not going to hurt you, the only proportional thing you could do back would be to take their stuff, right?
No, it's not about doing the exact same thing.
Oh, it's not. So
in,
what does proportional mean then?
like within the same range.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean? If a person's walking out with my TV and I blast his ass, is that permitted?
I mean, depends on the state you're in. But personally, for
No,
me,
I'm asking
how I
you.
would handle that.
Yeah.
I would probably shoot him in the leg or something. I don't know.
Oh, so you think so? You would shoot him in the femoral artery?
No, not the thigh. The leg.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Is the thigh part of the leg?
Well, hang on. What is the greatest deterrent to somebody coming onto your property and robbing you?
A massive
drone?
shotgun?
No.
Yes.
It is a well-lit property.
No.
Well-locked
Racking
door.
around.
Nope.
No, it is actually
your stuff.
statistically, yeah, that is true.
Actually,
Go
no.
look that up. You can look it up.
Not only
Ask
can-
any law enforcement source, they will tell you the greatest deterrent against
Bro, I
crime
taught.
is to
Listen,
make sure the
I've
criminals
taught
feel
CPL
pain when they
classes.
walk on your-
I've taught CPL classes my whole life.
I was a journalist. I've talked to
Yeah,
a million
what's
police officers.
Let me tell you
about
what the
this.
biggest
I've covered
deterrent.
multiple break-ins.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna
Well,
tell
then
you
let
what
me
they
ask you a
told me.
question. How come Black Lives Matter didn't riot in the fucking countryside, even though there was massive populations in the countryside? How come they didn't do it in conservative states? Why?
You know who did riot?
Who?
For the most part?
Who?
Anarchists.
Okay, why didn't they riot where there was red states with real
Because
loose
most
gun
of them
laws?
Are angry kids who live in urban areas.
Tell me.
And ride the bus everywhere.
It's
So-
due to the
Countryside.
where the
Why did it not
populations
happen in country
where the
areas?
populations
We're
are that are being
maneuvering
targeted by
the
police. So the majority of Black Americans do not live in the rural countryside.
Except in Mississippi?
I'm not familiar with Mississippi.
You're not familiar with the largest population
I
of
am
black
from
people, which is
California.
Mississippi?
I am from California, and the rural countryside towns that had mostly white and Latino people living in them.
I'm sorry,
That's
was
the
BLM
urban.
a
It
national
was
movement?
primarily Sacramento.
That yeah, BLM was
I'm
a
talking
national
about where
movement.
the fuck I lived, buddy.
That's
What
great.
I'm saying is,
And does California? Hang on,
people do
this is
not
great.
feel persecuted by
Does
police. They
California
do not
have
riot.
highly restrictive gun laws?
They do actually, yes.
How come then, in the great state of, for instance, of Arkansas, did you not see a bunch of BLM people
Actually,
move
California
in?
has the most gun deaths in the country.
Yes, that's because there's a massive minority population there who kills each other with guns, mostly handguns.
Yes, so we have guns.
No, it has nothing to do with the guns. It's not the guns, lady. It's not the guns. Hey, hang on. Help me out.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking
Hang on,
about.
help me out here. Can you just help me out here?
Why the fuck are we talking about
All right.
BLM?
Because you brought it up.
Dumbass hypotheticals, and we're not talking.
Oh, it's a dumbass hypothetical.
Oh, you're part of
Can we all agree to back up and reset for a second? Andrew, would you agree to a question?
Yeah, I'll take any questions you have, but you got to actually let me answer them like I've been willing to do for you.
Can you define property?
Yeah, so I actually think I did this in my opening, but I'll do it again. So I would consider property to be a declaration of possession plus the force to back up the possession.
So if you saw a piece of property that you wanted, you could take it by force, and that would be okay?
That
Because
doesn't logic. That doesn't
That's
logically follow.
That is what you outlined there.
No, it's not.
You
What
didn't
I outlined-
outline an exchange.
No,
of
okay, listen.
money.
I'll explain. I'll
You
show
said
you.
it's things that you have that you can.
Hang
back
on.
up
I'll
with.
prove it. I'll prove my point for you so that you understand exactly what I mean. The headphones that are on your ears, do you own them?
Yeah.
Yes.
What gives you ownership of them?
I have a receipt.
So you have a declaration that you own them.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if somebody tried to steal them, would you be willing to apply force or the force of the state in order to stop them from taking those headphones from you, which you've made the declaration you own?
I think so.
Depends.
Okay, well then,
But-
you and I have now decided that what ownership means is declaration plus force. Anything else?
Let's get us back to our original question.
Which is?
Did the Native Americans own the land they were on?
This is a great question because according to your debate partner, the Native Americans had no ideals of land ownership. So how is it that if you have a social...
let me correct
hang
my
on,
quote
can I-
there. Let me.
Okay,
I
yeah,
said
go
that,
ahead. Go ahead and correct it, but read the whole thing.
Land ownership quotes is not a universal concept. I
Can
go
you
on to
read
say
it?
indigenous
Can you read it
peoples-
again?
Sure. Because we'll be discussing colonization, it is important to clarify that land ownership is not a universal concept. The indigenous peoples of the Americas do
Oh.
not have the same structures as European settlers. So when we talk about who has the right to specific tracts of land and why, my conception of land rights can be summed up by Article 26 of the United Nations Declaration on the
by
Rights of Indigenous
Europeans?
People.
So you're going to appeal to
Indigenous
Europeans?
peoples have the right to lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used and acquired, and that is typically.
So
how
you're going
Indigenous
to appeal
peoples did
to
it.
what Europeans decide land ownership is, even though the natives themselves had no concept of what land ownership was by your own
Well,
metric.
they do now.
Oh, but they do now. So
We
oh,
forced
they
them
do
to use
now.
the European framework.
But
dude.
wait,
what
didn't
do you
we-
mean? We killed them, most
But-
of them, and now they are forced to operate under a European framework. That is
Okay,
what
so-
we have now.
so-
This
so
is
then-
what we have.
So
What am
I just
supposed
want
to
to
do?
hang on. I'm willing to grant all of your arguments to show you how absurd they are. You want to appeal to a United Nations European standard for what land ownership means, right?
Sure, I'm telling you that.
So
is
you would take the
indigenous-
sovereignty
indigenous.
away from the original natives who were there, who did not agree that that's what land ownership meant, right?
What are you referencing?
Did original natives, by your own opening statement, right, did they understand the concept of land ownership or not?
Yeah, obviously they had territories that were, yes, indeed fought over.
Oh, wait.
It's the
Well,
same,
okay, hang
it's
on.
the same principle. The issue here isn't.
It's the same principle?
Yes.
Then how come you're not appealing to
Tribes
like the
stealing-
Apache
tribes
version of land
stealing-
ownership, but you're appealing to the UN European version of
Well,
land
because we
ownership?
killed most of them. Like, I don't know what you mean.
So they don't. So because there's so few of them, they can't figure out what land ownership means.
No, it's because we're working in a different context now.
It's because you're appealing to European ideals of ownership, not to Native American ideals of ownership, and
Yeah.
you haven't even
That
justified.
would actually.
But here's
most
what's-
likely
You haven't even
follow-
justified
that-
why
that
we
would
should
actually
appeal to
follow
those.
What the indigenous idea of land ownership?
Okay,
is.
but then
If you
tell
work
me
the
how.
land,
Tell
it's
me
yours.
how. Tell me how it follows.
Essentially, if you work the land, it's yours.
Says who? Which Native American said this? So I can look up his quotes.
It was actually
Which
John
Native
Locke.
American?
Oh, so John Locke is an
John
Indian.
Locke.
John Locke, famous European philosopher John Locke. Wow,
Buddy,
man, you
buddy.
really got me with that one.
Buddy, we could go over every single tribe and how they defined land ownership. but
Well,
there
if I'm
are so
buddy,
many
you're
tribes.
madame, and
What I mean-
madame, let's
what I
go over
mean-
each one.
What I mean, do you think that like ancient man had no concept? Like, do you think that like it wasn't until like the fucking Renaissance that we understood like that if you live in a place,
Yes,
you're
finally, we're there.
You're meant to
Yes,
live there.
we're finally there. So how did ancient man identify ownership of a thing, do you think?
By working it, by living on it.
And what would happen if somebody came around who they didn't want to take their shit? What do you think ancient man did to them?
They would fight and kill each
Oh,
other.
they'd
My
fucking
point
kill
is-
him! Yes, they would
Listen,
fucking
I
kill
need you
him!
to- I need you
Yes!
to listen to me with
Holy
your ears.
shit!
I need
This
you
is
to listen to me
amazing.
with your ears and thoughts. My
I'm
argument
listening
is not
very
that the Force
closely.
doctrine does not exist.
Mm.
My point was that it is not good, and we should.
Oh,
not
it's not. It
And
doesn't.
in addition, when you apply the Force doctrine, you will be retaliated against. I would also like to point out.
So
that
more
I think-
force doctrine.
Not good.
Yeah, and it's
We're
a
still
never-ending
waiting for that,
cycle, and
so-
it's bad. That That was my opening point. Did you not
Okay,
listen to
hang
me?
on. So I want to make sure we got it right, and I want to make sure that you remember when I asked your debate partner, sir, will you concede that our view of force doctrine is what? What is it, sir?
Archaic.
What is it?
Your view of force doctrine is that men are stronger, and so they must be the ones to allow.
I didn't say any of that. I just
equality.
said that men are the grantors of rights, right?
And who made them that way?
Men.
Right. Nature made them that way, right? Why? Why are men stronger?
You mean fundamentally?
Why did nature make men stronger?
Well, I mean, who knows?
Was it to conquer women?
Again,
Is that the purpose of our big muscle?
Why? I don't understand why you're asking me the purpose of the thing, which descriptively you agree is true.
No, I'm asking you biologically, evolutionarily.
How the fuck would I know?
Men,
I'm sorry. Am I
You
responsible
could- you
for
could
fucking
speculate.
evolution?
Just
Am I responsible for evolution?
you can talk about evolution. In fact,
Did I use the
You
machinations
might
of
have
Andrew
stumbled on
Wilson's
the
great
truth,
psyche
Andrew.
to figure out evolution?
Why
You
are
might
men
be
like
darn
that?
close to figuring something out here.
Yeah. So
Why are men bigger? Why, in general, in nature,
from an evolutionary
are male
view?
animals
Okay,
larger
I'll
and
explain.
stronger?
I'll explain the best I can from an evolutionary view. From an evolutionary view, we're looking at survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest is going to be, if it is the case that you have a species which is engaging with its environment and this and that, and it doesn't make it, right? It is sourced out, right? It's gone. You agree with that? That's what survival of the fittest is?
Why didn't women develop strength then?
Because they have the ability to rear children, which gives them a different physiological makeup, right?
Maybe.
Not
But
maybe.
there is nothing in nature that says females can't be bigger and stronger. Female hyenas
Yes,
are bigger
there
and
is.
stronger than male ones.
Yes, there is. There's lots of things inside of nature which determine that Homo sapien males are going to be bigger and stronger than females who have the reproductive organs. And here's
why
why.
do the
Here's
reproductive organs matter?
I'll
I mean,
explain.
there are women
You have
in
to
this
have.
world who can kick your ass.
Bro, I'm going to explain.
one at a
I'm going to explain. So here's the thing. If we're looking at the physiology between men and women, you agree with me that women can give childbirth and men can't.
Biologically, yeah.
Yeah. Does that require things like a uterus? Does that require ovaries? Does that require menstruation cycles? Does that require all sorts of things with which physiologically are going to create a distinct makeup?
Yeah, again, you're describing things as they are. I'm asking you
bro,
why
I'm
they are
asking
designed
you.
that way.
Hang on. I just want to make sure we agree on this. Do you agree with me that that's going to require distinct physiology, physical characteristics which are different from that of males who cannot do those tasks?
Yeah, but
so if that's a requirement of that, then it would follow that if it was natural selection and we were following evolution, which is a gradual change over a species over hundreds of millions of years, that men and women who are the same species developed separately based on skill sets, one for the purposes of rearing children and one for the purposes of protecting those who rear children. Yeah?
Protecting. Interesting. Interesting. That's why they're bigger, right? Not to subjugate, to protect.
Yeah, but here's the problem with this, right? Can you protect people by subjugating them?
Yeah. I mean,
yes.
you can protect your people. No, before you do before you do the gotcha, let me give you the other side of that. All right. Are you
Okay,
ready?
give me the other side. I can't wait to hear it. Yeah, sure.
So the other side of that is that you might be able to protect your people by subjugating other people. That doesn't necessarily
Can you protect your
make
people
it
by
a
subjugating
moral
your own
imperative.
people?
In other words, if
We're not talking about morality.
Let me finish. If I were
Okay,
an
I'll
early
let you
European
finish.
settler and I came to the United States,
This has nothing to do with what we're talking
hold
about.
on.
Let's stick with what we're
Did they
talking
have
about.
other options? Did they have places they could go
Oh my
to?
God, this is such a gish gallop. This means nothing. Answer my fucking question.
literally
Can
talking about
people
getting to his point.
protect
Guys,
no, I want an
shut the
answer to
fuck
my
up. He's
question.
getting
You shut
to
the
his
fuck up,
point.
lady.
Let
I want to
him-
know.
let him say
I
his
want to
point.
know
He's
the
literally
answer.
making a point right now.
Answer the fucking
Stop
question
trying to
first.
control the platform.
Answer
Let
the
him
question
make his
first.
point. Let him make his
fair if
point.
everybody's going to
Listen,
yell over each other.
I want to know the answer to my question, and then he can make his point. Is it the case, sir, or not, that you can subjugate a group of people and protect them through subjugation? Is that true or not?
Hang on. The
Answer the
question here
fucking
is-
question and
I'm
then ask
getting to
yours.
that.
He's answering the question.
If you
I
could
can't
maybe
say.
shut the
All right,
hell up
I'm
for
going to
a
go
second
get a drink
and let
while
me
you
finish.
never answer this question.
Go get a drink.
So you're running away.
He's not
By
running
getting a
away.
drink?
He can
Go
rewatch it
drink,
later
you're
and
running
learn.
away.
That's running away, getting a drink?
Hey,
All right.
Andrew's not
So
here
if you
to
go
learn
to the
anyway. Let's
bathroom, that's
educate-
running away?
Maybe if he
All
leaves, we
right.
can take a
Run
moment to
away from
educate the
the
audience.
conversation. I'm
Just
actively
going
discussing.
ask
Chuck.
everyone kindly. I love the entertainment factor, but it's getting to the point where I can't understand what the fuck any of you are saying. If we could just take a step back, calm down a little bit, we'll get through the questions one at a time. If we could be mindful of each other and respectful. Thank you.
Just answer the question and then ask your question. And I'll do the same for you.
Answering the question.
Yeah, okay. Can you answer it then? Can you subjugate a group of people and protect them at the same time through subjugation?
What is,
yes
what
or no?
is the prompt for this debate?
The prompt right now is whether or not it's immoral to take land by force.
So if I take land by force because I think that
You still haven't answered my question. You
if
just
I
evaded.
subjugate other people because in my mind,
Oh my God, this guy. You can't.
That
You're
is-
incapable of
Hold on,
answering
hold on,
questions.
Andrew.
Can you let
Hold
him
on,
answer,
Andrew.
please?
What? Okay, then I'll tell you
Hold
what.
on,
I'm going to
hold on.
not say a word, but I'm just going to come
Thank
right
you.
back to this. I'm not going to let you evade, and I'm going to make you answer this fucking question. So you might as well just answer it now. Can you subjugate people and protect them through subjugation or not?
the prompt is whether that would
Not
be
answering the
immoral.
fucking question,
Hold on.
dude.
The prompt
Crazy,
that we're
bro.
debating, and you said you were going to be quiet and let me finish. So let's see how you do. The debate that we are having is whether such an action is moral or immoral. So yes, I would concede the point that you can absolutely protect your people through subjugation. The question then becomes, is that moral? If you had another alternative where you could go elsewhere and not kill, maim, destroy, and steal, wouldn't that be the more moral?
You haven't, well, hang on. You haven't actually shown us yet how subjugation requires theft, stealing, and any of this.
You define subjugation then. How would you go about it?
Well, now, it's your claim. I don't need to define your fucking
You
claim,
asked
dude.
the question. Can
Yeah, I
you,
asked you the question. I don't define your answer for you, dude.
you then you're
well, it's
saying that the
useful to
answer I
answer the
gave
question
doesn't
to know what you mean
satisfy
by
the question you
No,
asked.
I'm saying I'm just asking for the answer. Demonstrate for me that subjugation requires theft or any immorality at all.
Well,
Demonstrate it.
You need to define subjugation.
No, by your definition.
You need to define it. You have
Why would I need to define your
because
fucking
otherwise
view, dude?
I don't know what the hell you're asking.
You don't know what I'm asking
What
when I
is
ask you about
subjugation
your
to you?
view?
If subjugation is to come in and just chop everybody's heads off and put them on pikes outside the town,
Yeah,
or-
that would be bad.
or-
Can you
or-
can you show why that's a
or
necessary
round
condition of
them up and put
subjugation?
them on a train and take them to a gas chamber somewhere.
Okay, right now, do you have to follow the laws of this nation?
Ideally, yeah.
Is that
I'm not sure
subjugation?
how much longer that's
Is
gonna
that
continue.
subjugation?
In what way?
Whatever way you consider subjugation to be. Is that subjugation?
It is subjugation in an attempt to stop people from harming others.
So yes, it's subjugation. So and would you agree with the Greeks when the Greeks said without law there can be no freedom?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So then what you're admitting there is that you can subjugate an entire group of people for their own protection. That's fucking good.
No, you didn't ask that question. You said, "Can
I
you
didn't need to
protect
ask the
your
question. It's
people
an
by
entailment of
subjugating
your
another
own
group of
logic,
people?"
dude. That's an
You're
entailment of
changing
your
the question.
logic.
You've
How am I changing the question?
Because the original question was, can you protect your people by subjugating
Can
another
you?
group of people?
And you said yes.
Certainly you can. But the
Yeah, okay,
baseline
then great.
question we're asking
That's
is,
the end of that,
is
then.
moral?
Yeah, okay.
In
so
other
we're
words, you can.
Okay.
But should you?
Here, let's find out if this is true. We'll just do a
Yes.
logic test. Is taxation theft?
It can be.
Yeah, is it?
Not definitionally.
Why?
Because generally you're getting something for that money.
What
You're
if you don't
getting
want it?
Clean water. You're getting clean air.
Yeah,
you're
what if you
getting
don't want it
roads
though?
work.
What if you don't want any of that and you want to keep your stuff
Then
and
you
they
can do
tax it
homework.
anyway? Is that theft?
You don't have to pay your taxes.
You do have to, or what happens if you don't?
You might lose your property.
And do you agree with that law?
I think.
All
that
right,
if
let
you
him
benefit-
answer. Let him
if you
answer,
benefit
lady. Let
off
him
of
answer,
alcohol,
lady. Let him answer,
you
lady.
shouldn't use
Let him
your
answer,
words.
lady. Let him answer. Answer the question.
That's going to be a nuanced response.
Can you answer the question? If you don't pay your property taxes, should you default on the property or not, sir?
By law, yeah.
Do you believe that that's moral?
I believe that in certain circumstances, it's not, given the
Okay, so
circumstance of the
which
individual.
circumstances are those?
If you're retired and you're on a fixed income and you've lost your inability, if you're poor and your government passed a shitty bill that cost you your health care and caused you to add up a ton more debt.
Okay.
If you had student loans that you've long ago paid off and you still have $30,000 in interest to pay off, and the government comes and says, no more grace, we're going to take everything you own.
Got it. I got it. Now we got three great examples. Hey, we got 3 great examples of how it's immoral. Now give me 3 great examples of why it's moral.
I think in the case of if you're using that money to make life better for other people, then I would support that.
Okay, so if it's the case that the government comes in and I'm sorry, give me 3. Give me 3. Just like you gave me 3 for why it's immoral, give me 3 for why it's moral.
I can't think of a third option.
You can't think of a third option. So you support property taxes because you think the government is taking that money and then redistributing it to other people?
No, I think they're redistributing it to services for other people, including
to other people. Okay, great. So then why is it the case then?
Should I be responsible for paving my own road for a certain distance, or
I'm not making any of these claims. I'm just saying to you, I would like to point out to you real quick, sir, what you said theft was. I'm going to pull up your own definition of it. Repossession of a piece of property when you could have gained it a different way. So by your definition, you are now in a literal performative contradiction, A and not A. You claim that theft is repossession of property when you could have gained it a different way. And then at the same time, you say it's perfectly acceptable to repossess property if it's gained through the same exact means, as long as it's redistributed to other people. You're in direct contradiction.
Were you in favor
A
of
and not A? Hang on. I want you to answer to your contradiction. That's A and not A, sir.
I'm getting there, but I'm going to ask a different question to get there.
Uh-huh.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Were you in favor of student loan forgiveness? Why or why not?
No.
Why not?
Well, you took out the debt. You got to pay the debt back. That's the way it works.
Why is it different on your house, on your property taxes?
It's not.
If you use resources.
It's not. I don't believe taxation's theft. It's your logic, dude.
No, you're asking whether I believe it's moral to repossess property if you don't pay the property tax.
And you said it is.
I said
and
it's
then you said that what theft is repossession of property. Repossession of property which you could have gained through another means. Could the government have just bought your house? That would be another means. And yet you're saying it's perfectly fine for them to seize your house if you don't pay your property tax, as long as they're distributing it to another person. That's A and not A. It's a direct contradiction. You idiot.
Okay,
let's fucking idiot.
Yeah, let's ask the question then.
Relax.
God, how are these people this fucking stupid? How are you people this fucking stupid? How are you a journalist for 18 years,
Aren't
dude?
you a dad? Why are you having a
Andrew,
panic
did
attack?
you get your drink yet?
Yeah, you might. More alcohol maybe will calm.
Yeah, well, I need it. You
Mother
got to
God.
understand from my end, you sound like the dumbest human beings that I've ever talked to. You just gave me a direct logical contradiction and then said, no, that's not absurd because my feelings and stuff.
No, because you allow no nuance. You want an answer that
I would have given you the nuance.
You don't actually argue. Like you just.
What do you think an argument is? You don't even know what an argument is.
It's a fucking nightmare.
All right, let's get back
It's a nightmare.
Martae, would you like to chime in? You've been pretty quiet.
This is nonsense.
Fucking
This is
stupid
crazy.
people.
The opinions from like what we're getting is
Martae in
not
the cuck chair.
clarification from their
Martae
end.
in the fucking cuck chair.
I mean, that's the thing, though, is like we
Jump in,
could talk
buddy.
about people oppressing people, but we have a populace here, the prison population. Like that's conducive to our environment to helping other people by oppressing that class of people. Would you release all these murders to the public? Like that's the thing, though. This can bleed over into other areas of life, and like all we're asking for is your position to clarify this, and then we're getting pushback by saying I don't want to clarify this. All it boils down to, and all we want to do is get clarification for your position and understand what makes this right. And we can't even get that. We still haven't gotten that throughout this whole debate.
So why don't if you think we can't answer, why do you think it is moral? Why do you think the colonization of America was moral?
We're asking you if it's moral, if it's right, and we can't even get that from you.
You agree with the force doctrine, man. So tell us, why is it moral?
Did I say I agree with force doctrine?
is this not the fucking opening of this? How this whole thing began was your threads where you're all about what was the exact thing that you said specifically? This argument that started.
Oh, you're going to go into my threads account where I told this guy
there's no such. There is it's not
Great,
stolen
let's
land.
do
It's
it.
conquered land. The spoils of war go to the victor. Been happening for centuries and will continue for centuries more. And you have argued that this is moral.
So a descriptor.
Why?
No,
Why?
I never said morality in there. I'm just offering a description of something that happened.
Do you feel that it is moral? Do you feel that it is moral?
Is that something that happened? Did I say it ought happen anywhere in that post that I put up?
No.
So your position is that it's moral, though. Is that
No.
not the
There was
position
no
that you
moral
are
claim
meant
that I
to be
made on that.
arguing?
Sometimes, so I would make the.
When I got the prompt for this debate, it said, prompt, is it immoral to take land by force?
Yes.
No, Andrew Wilson and Martae. Yes,
Yes,
Charlie
you're
and
asking me about the
personality of
prompt
Colt.
now. You were asking me about my post, which is a completely unrelated thing as far as morality. Now we're talking about the prompt. Yes, now we
So
can go
we're
back to
asking
morals
you
and talk
to
about the prompt.
add the
Two separate
component
things.
of morality
Moral
to it.
take land by force.
I think
When
that's a
and
fair.
why?
Hang on, I think that's
Yeah,
a fair
yeah, that's the
question.
prompt. We can
So
go
when
back
you
to
ask
that.
now, finally, you're actually getting to a fair question. So when is it moral to take land? That's what we're really asking here, right?
Yes,
So when is it moral to take land? Ever?
I wanna ask you.
Well, okay. Well, let's start with this. Can both sides agree that it is sometimes moral to take land by force?
I would say just. I'm not going to apply the word morality to that.
What? What? Well, I'm sorry.
What does that
Should,
even mean?
hang on,
we
hang
go
on.
back to your
Should you
property
do?
tax question.
Is it?
If
Hang
I
on.
if I
Should you do
reclaim
what is
your
just?
property because you're not paying your property taxes, that might not be moral. That's not a moral question. That's a question of
I'm sorry.
law.
Justice has a moral implication. Should you do what's just?
Justice doesn't always have
Can
a
you
moral
please
implication.
It
just
always
answer the
does.
question? Can you provide me? You said you think it is sometimes moral to take land. Can you provide examples of when you think it is sometimes?
Yeah,
moral
I
to
thought
take
it was
land?
just fine for like the Soviet Union to invade Nazi Germany and take their land. I thought it was fine. I thought it was fine for us to invade the Japanese islands and take that land. I thought that was fine too. I also think that it's fine if you come across like a people group. Like I'll give you an example. I'm going to tell you this example. It's a little bit of a hit in the gut, but you can look it up if you think I'm lying to you. They're called the Cum Warriors of Papua New Guinea. And I'm going to explain. And I know how this sounds, but you can Google it right now if you think I'm lying to you. And here's what they do, the Cum Warriors of Papua New Guinea. They like to make the little children, the boys inside of their tribe, well, fill up in the most disgusting way you can imagine on male semen in order to have a rite of passage. Now, under Christian ethics, I'm fine putting all these fuckers to the sword. Like, I'm fine with that. Taking the children out of that domain and, redistributing them somewhere else. But can you actually claim the same thing? Can you even claim, if it is the case, these children, they love this, they say, I want this, that's all they say is that they want to stay, they love this is their rite of passage, because it's culturally relative? Can you even make a claim that it's bad? Can you even tell me why that would be bad from your view?
I mean, yes, I think that the abuse of children is wrong because those are vulnerable individuals. Those are
but
vulnerable
abuse,
individuals that we
how can it
should-
be abuse if they're demanding it, lady?
If they're demanding to be
Yeah.
raped?
Yeah, well, how can it be rape if you're demanding it?
Because it's a
Children
child
are
that doesn't
agreeable.
know what's
Yeah, but you see,
What
the
is
problem is with your
appropriate?
relativism, the problem with your relative view, right, is that even child is relative to you. It's all culturally dependent. What is a child's even relative from your view? Everything is fucking culturally relative
in
to
the
you.
21st century. We have a pretty complete definition of child.
Who's
which is a
we?
prepubescent.
Who the fuck is we? They don't.
If you say the word child, the vast
They
majority
don't
of
have the
people
same view.
understand that
Why
it
are
is
they
what you
wrong?
are
Why
referring
are
to.
they wrong? Why are they wrong?
Because that is
Why?
a vulnerable human being that they are touching in
Yeah,
a way
so
that is
but
very
here's the
adult.
thing. Again, the idea of what is a child for you is relative to the culture, right?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so then if they say a fucking 12-year-old boy is a man, who the fuck are you to say they're not?
Because I can observe that that is not a man.
Well, how? Give me the objective metric for what is manhood.
Has not hit puberty yet. Is still very much.
They hit
growing.
puberty at 12.
Still
Yeah.
Okay, you look at a teenage boy and you're going to tell me that's a man?
Tell me what your metric for manhood is.
Has reached maturity.
What does that mean? When is
Physical
that?
maturity.
When?
When you're done fucking growing.
When is that?
Do you not know when you're done?
Yeah,
growing?
you don't know. So what I'm
When you're
asking
done
you is
growing?
like, when is manhood for a man? When does that kick in? Tell me.
I guess it would be relative, dependent on when.
Yeah, it's fucking
growing.
exactly. It's relative depending on the
But
culture.
You are being ridiculous. There's absolutely
being ridiculous.
an age group that, by and by, we all agree are children. And by the way,
Prepubescent? Prepubescent?
Yes, prepubescent.
And are they prepubescent at 12?
They could be.
But the ones who aren't? Going
through puberty is very much not the same as having finished puberty.
Oh, okay. Wait a second. So if they finish at 13, it's fine. They're men.
Don't finish puberty at 13.
You can. Yeah, of course you
Has
can.
their brain finished developing? Can they have
Let's say that their brain did finish developing.
Judgments?
Their brain finished developing at 13, and by the way, if you're going off of that, then you're not a man until you're 25. How can you consent?
That study isn't really reputable because they stopped studying the subjects at age 25, so that's not really.
I completely agree.
I agree.
When you can make sound, reasonable judgments.
When is that?
When you don't do stupid shit.
When is that?
Stupid shit.
Give me the age.
Depends.
Yes, that's right. It depends. So you have no objective metric for when these people are even men. Like all you're doing is giving me bullshit.
Adults who can't do that. There are severely disabled adults.
So you don't have a standard at all. Nothing said.
No standard for anything.
Who cannot understand the consequences of their actions.
Now let me
consent to interactions.
You know what? I'll just grant all this.
With other adults.
If you came across. If you and I, let's just say, like a company came and we were on an expedition, and we came across this tribe in Papua New Guinea where they do that to boys as a rite of passage, and I ordered my men to go in there and just take these fuckers out, gun them down, and we're getting these kids the fuck out of here. Did I do anything wrong?
Could you have gone about it a different way?
To gun down the
They don't want to go. Yeah, they don't want to go.
You see a man currently sexually abusing a child.
Yeah, that's right.
Physically attack him, I think good. If it is just, this is my knowledge of this tribe for some reason, you go and kill them all, bad.
Wait, I don't understand. So you want me to leave the boys there to get molested?
No, but there are other approaches that
What?
You can take.
Okay, give me the approach.
There are certainly many cultures that have practices that I strongly disagree with. And within those cultures, you can oftentimes find groups of people that are advocating against those practices. And what you can do is you can fucking support them.
Okay, but it's relative. So you can't actually say that their perception of what is immoral is worse than yours because it's relative, right?
I think the bigger question.
Hang on, let her answer.
If we agree on something, then
they don't agree with you.
We both want it.
They don't agree with you. So what makes your standard superior?
Will they never agree with her?
They just don't. They object. That's their culture.
I'm discussing, for example, feminists in Iran. Those are groups that I agree with that do not agree with
I agree. You agree with them. What makes their standard more correct if it's just culturally relative?
Because they are having their freedoms restricted.
What makes that more? That's cultural Do you know what relativism means? It means it's just as good there as it is here. So if that's the case, if it's all relative, how could you say that your standard for feminism is better or worse than their standard for oppressing women? How?
Because you can observe that some people are coming to harm and are unhappy with their treatment.
You can observe that under feminism.
You can observe harm coming to women.
But why would a harm standard, if it's culturally relative, be are you saying it's objectively worse?
I would say that anything that infringes upon people's ability to live the way they want in a way that is not harming other people, I think
their culture.
So then it's not culturally relative?
I think that cultural relative doesn't mean that there is no...
Wait, there's universal ethics? Wait, is there universal standards? Are you about to make a universal claim?
No, I would say that generally.
Oh, wait, no, you're going to contradict
sometimes
yourself.
people share the same values as
but they don't share the same values. And isn't it, if it's a case that is
The
relative...
feminist groups that are there advocating for themselves.
Yeah, but the non-feminists, why are the non-feminists wrong if it's relative? Wouldn't it be equal to your view?
If the people that are experiencing these injustices disagree with them, then I would support the people who are
They
experiencing
don't
injustices and
disagree with
share my
them.
views.
If they don't disagree with them,
There are
they
feminist
aren't.
movements in Iran.
If they don't disagree with them, are they wrong? If you're a cultural relativist,
Are they wrong?
yeah.
You have a right to even tell them what's
By
right or
my
wrong.
standards, yes, I would say that
By
that is
your
wrong.
stand, so but by
But I am
relativism,
not God.
got it. So if it was the case that you came across this island where they were diddling these little boys, you can't tell me that objectively they're even doing anything wrong, can you?
I am dead certain, because in nearly every society that I can think of,
So you're going to make a
known
universal moral claim?
that people do not like being subjected.
So you're
to
making a
abuse,
universal moral
and
claim?
people will be against that.
So
What
are
I'm
you
saying is
making
that
a universal moral claim?
The claim that I'm making is that
Yeah.
universally people do not like to be abused or harmed.
Okay, but in this case, the kids don't see it as abuse or as harm. They demand it because it's a rite of passage. Tell me why they're wrong.
I mean, do you know that for a fact about those children?
Yes, you look it up
Have they
right
been
now.
interviewed?
Yes. The Cum Warriors of Papua New Guinea. No kidding. Look it up. Can you tell me why they would be wrong? Please, with sugar on top?
Yes, because it is
While
harming.
she's looking
a
that up,
group
can
of
I ask?
people.
Because they're okay, but it's
Because they are
relative.
harming a group of people.
So is it
There are
objectively
morals
wrong
that
to
are
harm groups of
relative.
people?
Yes, it is harm to do bad. Yes, it is.
Is
bad.
it objectively? Is it objectively bad to do harm to people? Objectively.
I would say that that is also subjective. However, many of us can disagree or agree upon.
Subjective is conditional.
Stop fucking laughing like that. You fucking
It's a,
laughing.
it's a
Listen to me,
universal.
listen to me,
It's
listen to me.
universally wrong subjectively, dummy. You're like, what the fuck are you talking? It's universally subjectively wrong.
Andrew, why don't you explain why?
Conditional. Is that what that you're saying?
Andrew,
Okay, yeah,
you
I'll explain. I'll
why
explain.
they do it.
If you make a universal, yeah, if
I
you
don't
make
want
a,
you to start talking about Jesus.
if
shit,
you make
man.
a universal, if you
No, I want to know why.
Did I mention
the
Jesus?
Cum Warriors do the? Why do
I'm
they do what they
explaining
do?
to you. I'm explaining to you the distinction here between universal claims, universal moral claims, objective claims. She's saying objectively this is always wrong. Subjectively, that's A plus not A, which is a contradiction. A and not A is a contradiction. Do you understand? Like, you can't say this is an objectively subjective claim. That's like saying, I don't know, that's a dog cat. It's A and not A. It's a contradiction. It's the third law of logic for a reason, the law of non-contradiction. We cannot contradict what we say, or it can't be true, right? That would be the base of a truth claim.
If I ask a question, I usually ask for a reason. Why do the Cum Warriors do what they do?
It's
Do you
part of
know?
it's part of their cultural integration for how to become a warrior. Taught down through the lines for
But
whatever reason.
Why? Why do they?
Why would that matter?
this?
Is it
doesn't
universally
matter.
wrong or not?
I think that context is always important.
Okay.
Knowing the historical context behind things is universally healthy
Chuck,
when it comes
I'm
to
going to ask you a question,
deciding.
Chuck. How can this be universal, objective opinion of yours when they don't agree with you?
Yeah.
Can you
How
answer
can it be
that?
universal?
How can this be a universal construct, as if you want to say this, and objective when they disagree with you? Would you not be oppressive to this culture
Correct.
by their standards?
And if you were oppressive, wouldn't that be a good thing?
So again, while I believe morality is subjective, so that we can continue as a species,
They will
and live
continue.
together in harmony.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they continue as a species?
I mean, they'd probably continue, but certainly not
So
in
then-
harmony.
so then
I'm
that
reading up
wouldn't-
more on this,
Right,
and
you
actually,
earlier said,
this
what if I went in and
practice-
just wiped them all out?
Let her
This
finish her
practice
thought,
comes
please.
from a hatred of women.
Yeah, whatever it is, who cares?
It's a hatred.
It's
of
their
women. They do
practice.
this because they hate women.
Tell me why it's wrong, though.
Because this
Objectively
implies
wrong.
that in that culture,
Mhm.
if they are doing this practice because they think women are disgusting and evil and boys
Yeah.
should be separated from them and relieved of the taint of the woman,
Yeah.
there are probably, most likely, feminists, some sort of, I mean, maybe not at this point, but
So is
certainly,
feminism objectively correct?
I would say that subjugating anyone
What's my question? Can you repeat my
to
question?
me To me, it's wrong. To me, it's wrong.
So it's
and
not.
Many people agree.
So feminism
Many
is
people
not.
agree.
So feminism's not objectively correct.
Do you believe in gravity?
Sure.
Do you think it's objectively correct?
Yes, I think it's objective.
Can't really prove it though. That just proved that it fell. It doesn't actually prove anything.
Well, it proves that there's a force that made it fall.
That doesn't. I don't know what that means. What's a
You
force?
can have a string tied to it. And you
Literally right in front of you, Chuck.
That's true.
Wow.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing that I can demonstrate
Can I-
using empirical
This is
data that a
crazy.
force exists, which is material that we can measure.
What is
Can
the
I
force,
get back
though?
to the?
The force is what we
How
call
does that
gravity.
prove anything?
We're on the
We
semantics.
call that force gravity. Now you
People saw things drop a million gazillion times before we discovered what fucking gravity
and they
was.
called that force not lots of different things, but they all didn't jump off cliffs because they knew they would die, huh?
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, so they knew
I'm
there was a
talking about
material
gravity and
force that pulled you
implications-
down.
The implications of fucking, like the concept of gravity and what that means.
Until we developed wings.
Okay,
and
so wait a
engines,
second. I'm sorry.
And
now we
engines
can
and
fly.
rockets.
I'm sorry. So people thought it was okay to jump off of really high cliffs before we knew
No,
what gravity
that's not
was?
what I said. But they
Oh,
didn't
so they could
understand what
observe that there was a
exactly is
material.
happening.
So they could observe that there was a material thing which happened.
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy! And what's
And
the
I'm saying
first
that there
step
are
of?
material
What's the very
fucking
first step of the
consequences. There are
scientific method?
material consequences
What's the
for
very
subjugation of
first
other
step,
human beings.
lady? What's the very first step of the scientific method? In
Yeah.
order to have an experiment, what's the very first step?
Hypothesis?
No, you fucking dunce. Observation. Observation. You must
I studied
observe.
literature. My bad. I didn't study science.
You must observe, right? You have to have an observation. How would you come up with a hypothesis absent an observation? A hypothesis about what?
Are we at any point going to get back to the?
Yeah,
top?
but this is all relative to this. You're making the claim. So here's why. I'll explain it.
relevant?
I'll break it down. I'll break down how all of this is relevant very quickly. You say this is a theft and it's immoral. You have no standard for morality and no standard for theft. And your standard for theft is contradictory. I just demonstrated how it's contradictory. Her demonstration of morality is that it's both objective and subjective. Both of you are in direct contradiction. That's why Samantha. Now, hang on. Almost done. Almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Almost done. You asked, why are semantics so fucking important? Now you know. Because instantly I can get to the core of your worldview and see that you're fucking completely in contradiction to your own standards, which you demand that you apply to us when we're making arguments to the contrary using objective standards. Now, if you want to make the query and probe on that, that's great. I can't wait for that. But man, can you at least be fucking consistent in your worldview?
You didn't ask. Well, here's
Sure,
what you
yes,
asked.
but what
You
I mean
asked
by
her.
what I mean by morality being subjective is that everyone has a different moral code. My moral code has
And it's
determined
relative?
that the subjective of other human beings, the subjection
Which
of
is
other
relative.
human beings
Yes,
is
it's relative.
bad. It doesn't fucking matter.
It-
What I'm
okay.
saying is that while morality is
Then
subjective,
I agree. It doesn't matter.
if many people
I agree.
listen to me, if many people agree
Ah,
on
so
a specific morality
Ah.
and we decide to enforce it, then it is enforced.
I see. So if it were the case that you had a country, let's say, where 80% of the women died from a plague and men outnumbered them 4-1, and then they universally agreed that raping these women would be morally acceptable and pass that into legislation, that would be okay, right?
That is not at all what I said. Did you not just
Yeah,
hear that
actually
I
it
said
is.
that
What
it's
you just
bad?
said is that universal
harm to
you
others
just said
is
that
bad?
universal subjective claims are bad based on consensus of the majority. I gave you an instance where the majority comes to a consensus against the minority. You would have to say that that's okay, right?
I think that the entire world would be horrified by it. I think that the majority of
Let's say there was no other world than this world where
okay,
60
so in your fantasy land where all the women die and then they get raped.
Let's just say
I think that the women would
Yeah.
most likely dislike it.
yeah, okay, great, but we have a consensus though.
That's a and
That's
We have a
utterly
consensus,
ridiculous
right?
hypothetical. Can we get
Yeah,
back to the
yeah,
real
consensus.
world for a
We
moment?
have a consensus.
Can we get back to the real
No,
world?
can we get back to the consensus?
I want to.
You said consensus was okay, right?
You asked a disingenuous question, Andrew, and I
It's
want to
not
get back to
disingenuous.
that.
Answer the question.
Let me
Answer it.
explain why it's disingenuous.
You're never
and
gonna
then you
answer
can
any
answer
fucking
it. So
question.
You didn't ask. Here's what the question was. The scenario you posed was: here is this group of people. They engage in a behavior that
Yeah.
some in the West would find reprehensible. Would I
Right.
be morally justified in killing those people
Yeah.
in order to save those children.
Yeah.
Then you launched from there and into an interrogation about
Of
whether
the
or
consistency
not
of that
she
view,
believed
yeah.
it was morally right that whether she believed that their habits were morally correct.
Yeah.
That's what you asked, right?
And
but
the problem with this is what?
The original question was, would it be morally right to kill them
Yeah,
in
would
order
it?
to save those
Yeah, why
children?
would it be immoral to do
That's
that?
a completely different
Okay, well,
question.
I'll just ask you directly. Why would it be immoral for me to put all those men to the sword and rescue those children? Why?
Because we have better ways of going about it. That might
What are
take
they?
a little more time.
What are they?
It might be educating them about why that's bad. It might be going.
So
in
how
and
many of those
better
children should I
understanding them.
allow
It might
to
be leaving
get-
them the fuck alone?
That's fair. How many of those children should I allow to be molested while you come to a consensus?
Well, how many of those children are upset at what you consider to be a
Zero.
molestation?
Hang on, zero.
So
Zero.
To them, it's not harm. In their worldview, it's not harm.
Uh-huh.
So
Andrew, do you
in
have
that case,
let him cook. He's cooking. Let him cook.
Do
Lady,
you have
lady,
children? Because if you
can you
have
let him
children,
finish?
I don't think
Do you have
it's like
children?
No. Ugh.
Okay, but
By
I
my-
do.
By my
So I do. So therefore, I'm the
morality-
expert. Yeah.
No. Well, what I'm saying is, dude.
I'm glad that the childless are always telling the child of
I don't
the
think
the
that,
ones
like,
with child.
you were
Yeah.
like a
Let him answer.
frankly
ahead,
someone that
Christopher.
I don't
Chuck,
think a
you're
child
diverting right now.
raised
Hey,
by
Yeah, who cares? Have a kid and then we'll talk.
would be-
But
would
back
be
to Chris.
happy.
Christopher,
Back
did
to
you
Chris.
want
That
to
would be good for their
continue?
brain.
Chris, you were cooking, bro. You're right. Is it the case that it's the kids perceive it as harmful? Well, no, Chris, they don't. So am I morally unjustified in doing
so
that?
my question then to you is it morally justifiable to commit another act of immorality to save those kids? So what you're doing is you're trying to put this is worse than this. You're trying to get us to answer that question of whether I think it's less immoral to kill 2,000 people in a remote corner of Papua New Guinea because of something immoral that
I would do it, Chris.
as part of their
Yeah, Chris. I'll answer you directly. Yeah, Chris, I'd put them all to the sword and I'd get all those boys out of there. The fact that you wouldn't and would allow them to stay there and get molested tells me all I need
I'm
to
not
know about
saying
your
I
fucking
wouldn't.
worldview,
I'm
Chris.
asking you
Tells
by
me
what
all I need to
moral-
know about your worldview, Chris.
I'm asking you by what moral code do you decide that one of those actions is
Why,
better than the
Chris,
other?
I'm glad you asked. I use universalized Christian ethics for my moral code.
Oh, great. Let's dive into that.
Oh, let's, Chris. Tell me why it is, if you could presuppose why it would be that I should not have an objective standard for Christian ethics or how Christian ethics is bad. I can't wait to hear it. Why is Christian ethics
let's
bad?
talk about whether
Chris?
Christian ethics protects, say, the subjugation of women using
let's.
force.
Yeah, let's.
Let's get back to that.
Yeah, let's. So can I ask you a
Define how
question?
your Christian ethics makes your force doctrine okay.
How does Christian ethics make force? Wait a second. I'm sorry. Force doctrine is a
That's what we're describing.
descriptor.
You have
Force
done,
doctrine is
they
a
do not. So
descriptor.
you're saying I have the ability to kill these people because I don't think what they're doing is right.
And so what I would do is I would appeal to this universal of Christian ethics to say why it would be that even if you had...
What are these universal
So
Christian
if you would
ethics?
stop for 10 seconds, lady, I'll explain them. If it is the case, though, Chris, that you say to me, Andrew, this descriptor, there could be immoral things people do with this descriptor. I agree, Chris. The great thing about Christian ethics is that I can both see the descriptive truth of reality, which is force doctrine, and I can use Christian ethics at the same time to oppose the times where it's used immorally, objectively and universally. And Chris, you can't fucking do that because you just got done advocating to me why it's actually more moral for me to allow children to continue to get molested in Papua New Guinea rather than put them all to the sword, Chris. And that's how I know that I'm fucking superior to all of you fuckers in every conceivable way, Chris. Now you get it.
Is that your assertion that that was my claim?
This is, Andrew, we do not...
It was your claim.
Listen to me. I am not someone that is aggressively atheist. Okay, I was raised Christian.
I don't know what that
and I don't
means.
really care anyway. But
Yeah, I
what
don't
I'm
even know
going
what
to
that
say is
means.
that there is no proof that your God exists. And there
How do you
are
know?
many people around
What's your
the
standard
world-
of proof?
Well, there's no proof that he doesn't exist
What's
either.
your standard for what is proof?
There are many, many, many people around the world that are not Christians. So
Yeah.
your morality is not universal. You feel it is universal. I feel that my morality is also best.
So what?
But I also understand that my morality is not universal. Not everyone
Okay, I
believes
think
what
that's
I
a fair.
think should be, and
I'll
I
engage
cannot-
directly
I
with this
cannot
argument.
enforce
Okay, I'll engage
mind
directly with this.
morality across
With
the
this,
world.
I'll engage
Hold on,
directly with this.
I want him to finish
Let me.
answering
Can
the
I at
question
least
that I was
answer?
asking.
Can I at least
Because we
answer
keep
to
getting
her
pulled off on these
criticism?
tangents,
I'll
and
get
I was
right
trying
back
nail
to
you
it,
down
Chris.
to that.
Hold on real quick.
If
Pardon
you'd ever let
me,
me
sir,
answer,
just a moment.
if
we
you ever
could-
let me answer,
here's
I'll
what
answer.
we will do. We'll let Andrew answer the question, and then we'll redirect back to you, Christopher. Okay?
Yeah. So the law of excluded middle, a proposition's either true or it's not true. That is a law of logic. There's only three. You can look them up. It's the law of excluded middle. Proposition, either true or false. It can't be in between. It can't be somewhat true. It is true or it's false, or else the proposition is not sound. Right? I'm sorry, the conclusion would not be sound, and the entire argument, its structure would basically fail. Right? The idea here is you have to use the law of excluded middle. It could be the case that I could be one of two Christians left on planet Earth, me and Mr. Martae over here. Right? Who's a way better Christian than me, by the way. I'm chief of sinners. I'm the fucking worst of the worst. But the case of the matter is that even if that were true, that doesn't mean that even if there's only two of us, that we're wrong. Or that we're saying something which is untrue. Or that when we apply universal ethics, that's untrue because there's only two of us. You, on the other hand, have the claim that because consensus says, based on consensus, this is what's moral. I can easily make the same grape analogy to you if it was the case that men outnumbered women. A horrible disease went through and killed them down to 20%, and men locked them up and caged them. That would be up to consensus, and you would have to concede that would be immoral, right? Right?
You're using your
Let her answer. Let her fucking answer, dude. Answer the question.
Not really like a
Answer the question. Answer the question like I
Can
just
you stop
answered yours.
No, but
Dude,
How can I interrupt my own question?
Telling them to answer the
I
question.
just want him to answer. She doesn't answer.
I
Just
would
answer.
think that it would be wrong by my moral code. I would think that it would be wrong.
But you couldn't objectively state that it would be wrong for men to put women in grape cages as long as there was consensus, right?
I didn't say that. No, that would still be wrong. Based
Okay,
on,
what-
yes,
what-
my moral code. And
Your
I think
moral
most of
code.
the world would agree that it is wrong to...
Most of the world doesn't
cages
agree
and rape
inside
them.
the hypothetical. The most of the world disagrees and think they belong in the cages. Why are they wrong?
Because it's bringing harm to others, and I don't agree
Yeah,
with that.
but they don't believe that, and they're the consensus. Why are they wrong and you're right?
Because I don't agree with it.
Oh, okay. So all of the entire standard of the world comes out of Chuck's mind. Fantastic. What Chuck disagrees
Lord
with
have
is what
mercy.
is immoral, and what Chuck agrees with is what's moral. But at the
All
same
right,
time,
all
Chuck
right,
says,
relax, baby
hang on,
girl,
but at the same
relax,
time, Chuck
relax.
says,
Relax.
Andrew, you can't. If it was just you and one other Christian, because you don't have the moral consensus of the majority, you would be wrong. Do you see how you just contradicted yourself again, Chuck?
You would be right to you.
Well, then I'm right by your standards, right? Because what's right to me is what's right.
No, what's right to you is what's right to you.
Okay, so what's right to you is what's right to you?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So then if it was the case that what was right to me was to have grape cages and I had the consensus, you couldn't actually say that I was wrong because I have the same standard you do, right?
No, I could still disagree with you.
Oh, sure, you could
I could
disagree,
still say
but
that
how
this
could
is
you say I was
against
wrong?
My moral framework.
So then
Yes, I
all
could say that
morality,
it's wrong.
so then you're the ultimate arbiter of morality, right?
I'm not,
Then how could you disagree with whatever I say is moral?
because we have different opinions.
So then
But you have a
if
different moral code. You have a
so
different
my moral code's not worse than yours, right?
I mean, I would feel that it's worse than mine. I would think you're a real shit.
Okay, but
person.
I would feel that it's not. So what makes me wrong? Except that you are the universal arbiter of everything that is moral.
I guess it would depend upon me thinking you're wrong.
Oh, so then you're the universal arbiter of all that is moral?
I mean, you're asking me if I would think it's wrong. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so then I also, by the way, am the universal arbiter of what is moral. All of the things which I consider to be immoral are because I say so.
Okay.
Just like you.
Hopefully enough people agree or disagree with you. And then
Oh,
you
so
can
we're back to
accept that.
consensus. So as long as I have the consensus
make it
of the
right
majority
because
of
you have a
men that we can put women in grape
consensus.
cages, then it's fine.
It just means that you can have the ability to do it. Doesn't mean that it's right.
What makes it wrong other than you don't agree with it?
Well, that's what makes something wrong.
Oh, God.
It's
So
if
you're
I
the
disagree
ultimate
with-
arbiter of all that is moral.
Dude, we are going in circles.
Yes, because your
I
argument
don't
is
think
your
that you
argument
are
is circular.
understanding-
Your
Bro,
argument is circular. I ask.
appealing to God is the same thing
Uh-huh.
as appealing to your fucking self.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll even grant it.
It is.
I'll even grant it. Hey, I'll even grant it. So if it is the case, you are the universal arbiter of morality. No, I'm not. It's consensus. What if consensus is wrong? Then it comes back to me, the universal arbiter of morality. What about consensus? What if consensus is wrong? Then it comes back to me, the universal. The reason the argument is circular is because it's your fucking argument, lady, and it's a circular argument because you're the one making it. Me, I'm just agreeing with it. You're right. So I'm going to use the same exact circular logic. I, Andrew Wilson, am the ultimate arbiter of morality. If you disagree with me, you're immoral. Now, what about consensus? Hey, consensus, I agree with it unless it disagrees with me because I'm the ultimate arbiter of what's moral. Now, you can prove me wrong right now by just telling me why it would be that if the consensus of people said to lock all of the women up in grape cages and they were raped by men all fucking day long, why would they be wrong absent you saying that you're the ultimate arbiter of morality? Tell me. Yeah. I'm going to go get a drink while you think about that.
Yeah, can we get back to my question for you?
Yeah,
I
so
don't want to be
Chuck, you
stuck
have
saying
no
the
metric
same
or
thing.
standard
Dude,
in which to
Martae,
appeal
shut
to,
the
really.
fuck up.
Go ahead,
Martae,
back.
you are like,
You're just shifting the goalpost from one place to the other. That's it. That's all you can do. That's
Christopher,
it.
did you
There's no
had a
consistent
question
standard.
you had built in there? Did you want to ask it?
Well, I want to get back to this conversation about this tribe in Papua New Guinea because he's alleging that I'm saying that I think molesting kids is fine.
Well, what's the choice besides what we would do?
No, what I want to
Put
ask,
everybody to the sword.
and I'll ask you,
What else?
Martae.
What
do you
would be
have
the
intrinsic
option?
value?
Let him ask the question, Martae.
Do you have
Fine,
intrinsic
go ahead,
value?
Chris.
Are you valuable as a human being? Do you matter?
Well, it depends on who you ask. My value would be different from somebody else's value. And you're asking me? Yeah, there's value.
And
Everybody
where
has
does your value come from? In your estimation, where does your value come from?
It depends. Like if you ask where my value comes from, I could just plead to my life, my abilities, everything else that's socially constructed. I can just say that's my value.
But you are religious, correct?
Yes.
So you believe that your value is part of your creation, endowed by your creator?
Yes, we do have a value that's endowed by our creator. But when we're talking about other cultures and we're interacting with them, then this goes to Chuck's point of they don't observe this behavior as value. Their value could be something different, culturally intrinsic upon their land, their native species, their tribe, everything else. And that's why this is circular, because she doesn't really have a standard going back to her.
it's
And
the
I think
same
that when
thing.
this
Again,
moves
appealing
from
to
goalpost
yourself
goalpost,
is the same as
we can never
appealing
come
to
a
God.
consensus because this is circular from her end. Otherwise, we have a consistent standard that's
It's
unchanging,
circular from your
unmoving,
end as
and
well.
yours is
You have
circular.
mine is
Go ahead, we're
also
just going to agree
unchanging
with
and
you the whole
unmoving.
time, and it's going to be circular.
Hang on. We can resolve this very quickly. Andrew's the ultimate arbiter of morality. If we appeal to consensus and it doesn't agree with Andrew, then it's wrong because...
God is the ultimate arbiter of
No.
morality. And if the
Answer my
consensus
question.
goes against God, it's
Answer-
immoral. It's the
answer-
same shit, man.
No, it's not. I can actually
If
disprove
God
that.
is the ultimate
But
arbiter
before
of
we do,
morality,
hang
and
on.
the consensus does something
What's
that
my
God
question?
doesn't agree with, then
Can
it's
you answer my
immoral.
question?
Are you
Answer-
not fucking right? Do you not think that God
Answer
is the
my
arbiter of morality?
question.
Do you not have a universal Christian
You're
ethic that you appeal
answering
to?
a question with a question. Andrew is the ultimate arbiter of morality. If the consensus disagrees with Andrew, right, then the consensus is wrong because Andrew is the ultimate arbiter of morality. Can you show why Andrew's not the ultimate arbiter of morality without disproving your claim that you're the ultimate arbiter of morality? I'm going to wait while you do that.
I did not make the claim that I'm the ultimate arbiter.
Oh, then
of
who
morality.
is?
It's just that things, I observe things and I believe that they are
Then
wrong.
who is the ultimate arbiter of morality?
No one.
Oh, great.
by
So
your
then,
We have to agree on
So
things.
then I
we
am?
have
Got
to
it.
agree upon things.
oh, so
That
if
is
we,
in fact what we are doing right
Great.
now.
So if
is
we
are
agree-
determining if something is moral or not. We
so
are in
if
fact
we
having
agree
an
that
argument
grape
all about
cages
things.
should happen for women, then that's moral, right?
No, I would still be against it. You
Oh,
guys-
okay. So and would everybody else be wrong and doing something immoral?
I mean, do you think that there should be rape?
Can you
cages for
answer my
women?
question before you
Do you
ask
think
one?
there should be
Would
rape cages for
everybody
women?
be... Lady, I will answer every question you have if you just answer mine. Is it the case that if everybody agreed that women should go in grape cages and you disagreed, that everybody else would be wrong?
Yeah, I would still think that they're wrong.
So then who's the ultimate arbiter of morality?
There's no ultimate arbiter of morality.
But how could they
What
be
the
wrong?
things that
Then
happen
how
in
could they be
debates
wrong?
are
Then
what
how
we
could
live
they
in.
be
Maybe
wrong?
I can offer a translation.
How could they be
for
wrong if
Charlie.
you're not the ultimate arbiter of morality?
Charlie, so what he's basically saying is you're utilizing the idea that collectively, if we all agree on something, then it is good, right? But what if collectively everybody agrees on this thing that you view as bad, but based on your definition or your premise, right? You're saying collectively, if we all agree, then it is good. So what he's saying is that's why he is appealing
She knows
to
exactly what I'm saying, Sarah. She
No,
doesn't
I'm
know a
saying that
way out
I
of it
think
logically.
Things are good or bad. Do you think slavery is good or bad? Do you agree with slavery?
That's a great. Hang on. That's a great question. Now listen.
I'd really like to get
I'm
back
going to
to my
make. Hang on.
question
Hang on.
that
And
Andrew
I'll
promised
answer
to
yours
answer.
too. I'm going to make a promise to both of you right now, and this is my adamant Wilson promise to both of you. I will literally put myself on the grill of every single question you have, and I will answer them in good
Dude,
faith.
you keep saying that you will, but then you don't
But
answer questions.
because you don't answer mine, and that's what I'm trying to make the bargain. I'm making a great bargain right now. If you just answer a couple, I will literally say these words. I am open for the internal critique, and I'll answer every question you have. But you've got to answer mine. So let's start with this. If it is the case that the majority say women should go in grape cages and you disagree, please answer. Why are they wrong?
Because I think that that's wrong. I think
So
that
how are
it
you
is.
not the ultimate arbiter
Because
of
my
morality?
moral framework is based upon being good to others. They
And
might
so
think
you're
that
the
what they're
ultimate
doing
arbiter
is
of
okay.
morality, right? How are you not the ultimate arbiter
In
of
my
morality?
fucking world, yes. In my world, in my brain,
In
yes,
your world,
correct.
yeah.
Yes,
Exactly.
that is, it's
Perfect.
Me. Yes, I'm the one
Okay,
that makes
yes.
moral judgments in my world.
Then,
I
lady,
make my own moral judgments.
lady, then all answers to your
Shocking.
questions henceforth will be because in my world, I make up the morals and they're always right because I made them up.
Well, can we come to a moral consensus here that we think hurting people?
No, yes, we can come to the moral consensus that Andrew Wilson's morals are always correct.
No, what
But
I'm
you would
saying
have to
is
convince
that
the
to have
majority
this argument,
of the
we
Why?
have
I'm
to
sorry.
be
I'm
moral.
sorry. How would I
Can
need
we
to convince the
agree?
majority if the majority would be immoral by disagreeing with me?
Can we
You're
move
saying
it from
that-
the hypothetical to
Yeah,
the situation
your
that we're having
hypothetical
here?
is, would it be okay if the majority of people agreed it was okay with Andrew Wilson's idea that we should take the few remaining women and put them in grape cages?
Sure.
So that we can preserve humanity, right? We're
No,
making the
forget
argument
preserving
that-
humanity just because it's fun.
Okay. Then you need to convince people.
Why do I need to
why
convince
that's
people?
not immoral.
If people disagree,
Because in your hypothetical, you've just simply skipped over the most
Bro.
important step.
Bro,
which is
okay.
gaining
We all
let's-
decide together. It's the
Here.
argument. It is the way that we live.
Hang on, let's see if this. Hang on, let's see if this holds. Hang on, I
We
agree.
debate. We come to
and
terms.
and
we
here we'll
compromise. We have
We
agreements.
can even agree with that.
So I'll ask you the same question, sir. If the majority of people came to a consensus, let's say 99.9% of people came to consensus that women should be in grape cages, would you say that they were acting immorally?
Would I say it?
Yeah.
I would want to know what the other 99.9% see that led them to believe that it was okay.
Well, whatever it was, would you see it as immoral?
I would hope that I would.
Great.
But
So
you
then
completely,
So
all you're
then-
doing is gish galloping and skipping
there's
over
no gish
the
gallop.
most important
I'm just
step
showing you the
here.
same logic. I'm showing you the same logic.
okay,
If it is the case, hang on,
homosexuals were
bro. Okay, go ahead.
Homosexuals were able to move the approval of homosexual marriage from 27% in the mid 90s to over 70%.
Yeah, but I
last
disagree
year.
with that,
How
so
did they-
therefore it's immoral.
But
Yeah,
the
to you, that's
majority of
great.
people do
That's
not.
all that matters. Is
So
that it's
your
immoral to me,
Your
and I'm the
argument-
ultimate arbiter of
Yeah, but-
morality.
Okay, but when Charlie just made that argument, you
Uh-huh.
tried to shoot her down with a gotcha.
What? What argument?
You tried to say, aha, You're the one who's the final arbiter of
Oh,
moral.
no. Actually, I'm
But your
agreeing with Charlie.
hypothetical
Listen.
requires that you convince
No, I'm
99.9% of people.
No, the opposite. I'm totally agreeing with Charlie. If she's the ultimate arbiter of morality, so am I.
You just changed your position, dude.
No, not at all.
You are allowed
You didn't move the
to have
goalpost. You
disagreements.
packed up the whole fucking camp.
I'm sorry.
you
How did I move the
disagree with
goalpost?
judgments.
Can you explain that to me?
Because your hypothetical was, if the majority of people decided that this was okay,
Yeah.
would you disagree with them and think
Yes.
it was immoral?
Yes. And
And
would
I
those people
said,
be wrong?
How would you do that?
What do you mean?
How
Why
would
would
you
that
convince
matter?
them that
why
what you think
why
is
would
right-
that matter? That's irrelevant.
So you're saying, okay, then let's accept your premise.
Okay,
and
let's.
move on to the next logical step in that.
Okay, great. We'll move on to the next
The
logical step.
majority
Anything
of-
you say that I disagree with is immoral. That's the next logical step.
No, the next logical step.
That is okay. All next logical steps
you
are if
let
you
me
disagree
finish
with
a
me, it's
goddamn
immoral.
sentence?
Okay, finish.
The next logical step in that is for you to ask, why do I think this is moral when everyone else says it's not?
Because I'm the ultimate arbiter of what's moral.
No, you have to make a claim. I
just
explained
made
to
the
you why
claim.
I think something is immoral. I think it's immoral because it does great harm to other human beings.
And that comes.
So explain your thoughts.
I think things are immoral if they disagree with anything within my moral framework that I
Okay, then
disagree
what's your
with.
moral code? I gave you a reason. You can't
Anything
give me a
that
fucking reason?
anything that I think that you disagree with is immoral.
Okay.
Anything.
I don't understand why you're refusing to engage with the question.
I could not engage with this in more good
well,
faith.
he's-
So here, I'll walk you through it. Everything Andrew Wilson says that you don't agree with makes you immoral. You say we got to appeal to the consensus. I say, okay, but if we appeal to the consensus and they disagree with your morality, are they wrong? You say yes. That moves you back down to this position here where you're the ultimate arbiter of morality. Well, if you can be the ultimate arbiter of morality, then I can also be the ultimate arbiter of morality. And
I'm
I
telling
say,
you why I think something is moral or immoral.
yeah, that's great. I also think that everything that's immoral is everything that disagrees with everything I think is immoral.
You're being petulant and a child.
I'm not only
Well,
not
what
being
he's-
impetuous, I'm not
No, you're not
only,
finishing
I'm
it.
engaging in
Okay.
total good faith with
Or-
everything you're
No,
saying.
This is
You-
this is-
Okay,
there's
tell me what I'm
nothing
saying
good
that's
faith
wrong.
about
If I
this.
could reset.
Sarah,
why
give
I
her the
think
floor
something would
and
be
have her
immoral.
explain how I'm wrong.
trying to have everybody stop for a second. What he's doing, Charlie, is using the very words that you were saying against you, and he's now using them to basically win the argument based on how you're trying to make.
Well,
the
he's not
stance.
even saying the words that I said.
Okay, tell me the words you
He's
said.
explained to you why I think something would be immoral because it.
But
brings
why does
harm
that make
to
it
other human
right?
beings.
Why does that make it immoral, though, other than you think
Because
it?
my moral code, the framework of my moral code, is don't do harm to others. That's it.
Great.
There
My
you go.
moral code,
And
my
so I
moral
think
code,
that things
and
that
my moral
violate that
code
are wrong.
Great. And my moral code is don't do anything that I disagree with you on or it's immoral.
That's not a basis.
Why
Why
I'm
do you
sorry.
disagree with something?
Why is that
do you
not a bit?
disagree with Why do you disagree with something?
Why? I'm sorry. Do you have a reason why you disagree with harm?
Yes, because I want our species to survive and I want people to live in
Oh,
harmony.
great.
I
Oh,
think
me
more
too.
evil brings more evil into the world.
Me too. I believe that our species will thrive best with women in grape cages. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Okay, well, thank you for giving me a response. Why do you think we would thrive best in rape cages?
Well, I mean, fuck autonomy. That's stupid. I just want there to be lots and lots of human beings. And
Why
that will
do you
make
think
lots of
you
human beings.
Why do you think you deserve autonomy and those women in rape cages don't?
I'm sorry. I'm the ultimate arbiter of what's moral.
No, but explain why you don't.
I just told you. I explained the same reason that you're the ultimate arbiter of what's moral. The thoughts that you have in your brain of what are bad, you think everybody who doesn't follow those thoughts is being immoral. I'm the same exact way.
I can explain the reasons why I don't like things or disagree with
Yes,
things.
but
You
those
cannot
reasons come
explain
from
why,
your
because
brain.
you are trying to argue for rape cages right now, dude.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me get this right. The things which you believe are immoral, where do they come from? Your mind?
Well, I suppose based on the context under which I was
Your
raised,
mind?
you know,
Your mind?
which was, you know,
They come from your mind?
shaped by my environment.
So your morals come from your mind?
Sure. Yes.
Mine
It's a
too.
social construct.
And so
Okay,
if you're the ultimate arbiter of what's moral based on what comes from your mind, so am I.
do you not reason through your morality? You don't
Well,
ever think about your moral code? You don't
Tell me,
reason
can
through
you
it?
tell me why it's immoral to not use
Andrew
reason?
Wilson, I'm asking you about your universal Christian ethics.
Okay, let's
You
get into
explained to me
universal
using your
Christian ethics.
universal Christian ethics. Why rape cages would be bad.
You've changed my mind. Now I understand that I, under a subjectivist worldview, can simply be the ultimate arbiter of morality based on things that are inside of my mind. And that if I appeal to the majority and they're wrong, they're still fucking wrong because I am the ultimate arbiter of all that is moral.
Good, we
I'm
finished
trying
that
to get to
nonsense.
yeah,
Can we move
Jesus
on to
Christ,
something that
yeah.
matters?
That's nonsense?
It is nonsense.
Oh, okay.
You want to know why
I'll tell you
it's
what.
nonsense?
I'm
Because
willing.
You are a class of one.
I'm sorry. So we're appealing to consensus again?
We were appealing to consent. Why do you think after World War I and World War II, we moved away from a conquest style of governance?
So if the Nazis had won...
Why did the humans agree to the Geneva Convention?
Well, here, I'll use the same logic. If the Nazis had won World War II and that had been the consensus of the world, you would disagree with it, right?
It wouldn't have been the consensus of the world.
But if it was.
Many people fought.
But if it was.
I would not be
But if it was, though. But if
you
it
can't
was,
oppress
though.
a bunch of people and have them go, yeah, man, I love this.
Let me ask you a question.
You're bringing up like La La Land, Goo Goo Baba.
I'll ask you a very simple question. How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning?
How would you feel if you learned God wasn't real? If it was
How would you feel if you hadn't
Where would
hadn't
your
eaten breakfast?
Actually, this is a good question. Where would your moral framework come from if you found somehow definitive proof that God isn't real? Like, what would you do? Like, where would your sense of morality come from? Would it disappear?
This is a phenomenal question. However, it avoids our deal, which was that you were going to answer in good faith my questions, and then I'd answer in good faith yours. Can you answer mine? We're almost done. I just want to make sure. That we know the logical entailment of this. Yeah, I know everything is bad faith when the other person's winning, but here's mine and my
You're not
Martae's.
winning, bro. You're just saying the same shit over and
Oh,
over and over again, and I'm trying to.
hang on. You're right. You know what? I'll tell you what. In the spirit of ultimate good faith, I'll just lid me and Martae up to your inquisition, guys. Whatever you want to ask, we're going to give you great faith answers, and I'll show you exactly the distinction between the two of us, which is I thought out my worldview, and you're both fucking idiots. And I just demonstrated it live in front of so many thousands of people. It's going to plague you the rest of your life, and you fucking deserve it for being that fucking stupid. Now, give me your inquiry. Go ahead.
I've been on larger platforms than this.
You've never been on a larger platform. Where? Where have you been on a larger platform? Where?
My roommate's platform.
What is it?
Hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, fucking right. You don't have hundreds of thousands of people on that. What is it? I'm going to look it up right now. What is it called?
Christopher, did you have a
What is it called?
you wanted
Hang on. I want to look this up.
Andrew
What's
Wilson,
it called?
you are not someone I respect. I don't care.
I don't give a shit, lady. Can you answer my question? What's the platform called?
Twitch.
Twitch? Oh, okay. And what's the channel on Twitch called?
Cute bot.
Spell it.
KYOOT.
KYOOT.
Are you really ego Googling my fucking roommate?
Yes, I am. Oh, is it Cute Bot?
Yeah, Cute Bot.
Oh, come on. This doesn't even come close. This doesn't even come close. Lady, are you fucking serious? This doesn't even right now she's live with 3,700. Are you fucking serious?
It's the beginning of the night, dude.
Are you fucking serious? Oh, dude.
Thousands of views. What do you have right now?
I have hundreds of thousands of views across. I have actually millions and millions across multiple platforms. What are you talking? She has 3,700 live. Hey, sound off in the YouTube chat. How many do I have just in YouTube? Just in YouTube? It's a fucking crazy broad.
6,400.
Oh, 6,400 just on YouTube. I don't even want to tell you what the rest of the platforms look like. You would cry. But anyway, go ahead.
Well,
I'm open for your inquiry, lady.
Andrew, you're not someone that does anything good for the world, and you're not someone I respect, and you're not someone that
who cares what you respect? I'm the arbiter. I'm the arbiter of what you respect.
Like, why are you?
Did you have? I want to bring it back around.
I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm very.
6K isn't even that many, bro. What the fuck are you talking?
How many do you have right now?
Are you shitting me?
How many do you have?
She has.
Yeah. How many? No. How many?
I have 0.
535.
You have 500 Oh, dude.
Okay, Christopher, I know you wanted to ask a question. I want to give it back to you for our final few minutes.
I'm
if
sorry
you'd
that
like
your
to
3,700
reach
viewer friend couldn't
back. All right,
compete, lady.
I get it. Let's dick measure. Done. Both of you.
He's talking about how I'm going to
Christopher.
be mocked in front of millions of people. He
brought
doesn't
it
have millions
up
of
by
people.
saying,
He has like
Hang on.
Let's stop.
Real quick.
Christopher,
Real quick. I got to unmute on this side.
I'm winning the chat with 0 respect. I got nothing else in this game other than this. I want to know, Andrew, as a Christian, if you feel like you have intrinsic value, and if so, where that.
Yeah, hang on. I got to take care of something here. Okay, now say something.
I want to know if you believe
Okay,
that
there
you
we go.
have. Yeah, thanks. I want to know if you believe that you have intrinsic value, and if so, where you feel that value comes from.
You mean, do human beings have intrinsic value?
I want to know if you feel like you have intrinsic value.
Sure.
What is your worth?
You mean my worth in which sense?
Are you worth something as a human being?
Yes, of course. I believe that all human beings are worth something.
And are they worth the same?
Yes, of course.
So this is what I was getting to with the argument about the tribe in Papua New Guinea.
Mm-hmm.
Your argument is that they are committing an immorality, and so would it be immoral to end that immoral practice?
No.
And my question is,
the answer is no.
Do they have value?
Yes, of course they have value. But here's the thing that's interesting as you dive into the idea of value. I would do everything that I could do to prevent, like, for instance, I do this all the time. I try to prevent women from destroying their lives with OF and things like this because I actually do believe women have value. I believe that they have an intrinsic and epic value to society.
You don't. What you do is you build your
see,
platform
I can't
off
even
of
I can't even make the case. Do you see I can't make the case?
Which is, frankly, the only Christ-like thing about you is that you hang out with sex workers all the time. And you use those women to build your platform. That's where you get your fucking views, buddy. Everyone knows this. And by the way, can we get a jawline check? Because there's one thing I have that you don't, and it's a fucking jawline.
So you're manly?
I see that fucking beard. Yeah,
So you're manly? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Manlier
Well,
than you.
listen, hang on. I concede, sir. So anyway, back to this. I concede, sir. Listen, sir, I would not want to get into an olive jar opening contest with you. I mean, you look like, I know. You're right, sir. Listen, I concede. I concede, sir. I concede. Sir, I concede. So anyway, just so that we're clear that you want to be called sir, I'll call you sir for the rest of the debate. But back to you. Yes, sir. Back to you, Christopher. Can you repeat the question? I'm happy to engage. Remember, I just got cut off and I was trying to engage in good faith. But go ahead. Ask the question.
Yeah, the question is, do you have intrinsic value? And if so, where does that value come from?
Yes, so we believe as Christians that all people have intrinsic value. All. This would include the sex workers that Mrs. Only Watches fucking clips is referencing because she doesn't watch the long form content where I talk to thousands of women across the world. The thing is I do believe women have intrinsic value and men have intrinsic value.
I didn't
However,
ask what you. I asked about you personally.
Yes, the answer is yes.
And do you know what that worth is?
Well, what does that mean?
To you, what is your worth?
As far as what?
What would you pay for your own life to save your life?
Pay?
Yeah. If somebody said, give me X number of dollars, how much would you pay to save your life?
That would be context specific.
Really? You can't think of a number?
Well, no, of course not. It would be context specific because of this. There could be an instance, for instance, like I would love to say that I would pay an innumerable amount for Chuck's life, right? But it could be the case that there was people who were leveraging this against Chuck, where it would lead to more death and destruction and mayhem, where I actually had to make a choice, which was a very difficult choice, and unfortunately sacrifice Chuck in order to make sure that this gentleman over here, even though he died, the greater good was served in that instance. What choice would I have?
I'm asking how much you would pay for your own life.
Well, it's context specific. Give me the context.
Would
and
you
I'll give
give
you
up
the specific
every
answer.
material possession you have in order to continue living?
Yes.
Do you think those people in Papua New Guinea would make the same deal?
No.
No? Why not?
Because I think that when you're talking about the ideals of materialism, when you're talking about the ideals of a material outset, that when you have cultural information, I think that culture is downwind of theology. And so when I reference my theology and I reference my culture, I think I understand exactly what materialism means. And I don't think that the people in Papua New Guinea really do. I think that they're looking at the referent and only the referent, not looking at the broader picture, which I at least have some sort of training through Christian ethics to do.
So your frame of reference is based on your Christian ethics?
Of course.
And you
so is Martae's, by the way.
And you believe that's the correct ethic?
Yes. So
Why?
I believe, well, so let's define truth. There's many different theories of truth. I believe in both a coherency theory of truth and a correspondence theory of truth. I believe that both of those are necessary for us to find the truth. And so I would start with presuppositional apologetics to at least get to God. And then from God, I would use the impossibility to the contrary to show that God probably, at least from your view, probably exists more likely than not. And then we could use the impossibility of the contrary to determine which of these gods would actually fit the mold of what would be necessary for the conditionals of humanity to exist in the first place.
So you just cherry pick until you found something you liked?
Well, what you're doing right now is straw manning. What thing did I say was cherry picking?
You're saying we got to weigh out, like, by what measure would you, Andrew Wilson, weigh out which of those religions to paste onto your ethics?
I just told you.
But
what? I just told you. Can
But
you
Andrew
even
Wilson was
steal?
saying the same
I'll tell you what. I'll
religion
tell you
me
what.
and him
I'll be extremely good faith, and I'm going to allow you to steel man my position. Go ahead.
I think that you find utility in creating a system, a structure, which provides you the ability to feel
steel man
justified.
my position, not how you feel about it. What's my position?
I'm telling you what I feel your position is, which is steel manning.
That's not what steel manning is. So I'll give you an example. If you asked me to steel man your position, I would give your position from your view.
Yeah.
For the record, I'm going to give you guys about 10 more minutes and then we'll close this down, okay?
I would argue that you... Let me try and put my mind in the place of an inveterate.
Oh, yes.
hater.
An inveterate. Can I ask you a question? I'm going to ask you this in really good faith. What does inveterate mean? What does inveterate mean?
Unrepentant.
What does supererogorous mean?
I don't know.
I know. Well, the thing is, yeah, I think it's totally appropriate to ask about words that you don't know. But what I think is disingenuous is when you try to kind of slip those words in, even though you yourself, you're not a fucking genius.
You have never done, I imagine.
No, actually, I'm really always good faith when it comes to, what did I say at the outset of the debate? Semantics are super important, and I want to get those semantics under control.
Told us what your position was. You haven't even
On
made
what?
like an argument.
I'll tell you what. Ask me what the position is.
Original argument.
Which
it
is
moral to take land by force?
Yes, in some cases it is, and I put it in my opening statement. In fact, I'm going to give you the exact point that I gave it. So this would be at the outset of my position. In short, I'm not really sure what my opponent's position is here, but in asking, is it immoral to take land by force? The answer is sometimes. Did you not hear my opening statement, madam? I'm sorry, sir.
I mean, it's been 2 fucking hours, and you sure talk a whole fucking lot.
Well, I mean, it's me versus two people.
And you say a lot of, you do a lot of question asking and not a lot of answering.
I've been answering your questions in good faith.
You don't really persuasively make a point.
I'll tell you what, ask the
questions.
question that you think I haven't answered, and I'll answer it right now.
Well, you answered it, so I feel like under what circumstances?
So I don't answer questions, but I answered your questions.
Well, you just
Genius. Fucking brilliant.
Play another semantic game then.
We both gave you our positions.
Under what circumstances do you think it is moral to take land?
I think that it is oftentimes moral to take land if the case is that it's defensive. I think that there can be offensive purposes for taking land in which the person and people group who live in that land are immoral. I think that it could be pervasive under eminent domain to take land, which is outlined in our Constitution. I think that taxation is a form of taking land, which I can agree with in certain circumstances, just like you guys do, just like Christopher claimed that he did. So the thing is like, you guys should really agree with our position here. Why don't you?
I don't think it's right to take land just because you find a people to be immoral. Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, sure. So like in Papua New Guinea, for instance, the example that I gave you, where they're molesting little boys, I would put them all to the sword. What's wrong with that? Do.
That's not taking their land. That's killing them.
Do. And then I would take their land. Do.
But then it begs the question: did you kill them because they're immoral? Because you wanted their land?
No, because they're immoral. The fact that the land, and here's the thing too, I might just give the land back to the government of origin, but I would definitely kill them. Can you tell me why I'm wrong?
Why you're wrong to go around killing people?
Yeah, to kill these child molesters. Can you tell me why I'm wrong?
Because there are people around the world that think that you, as a Christian nationalist, are a dangerous and evil person.
So
and
because
who might feel
think,
that in that it would be moral and just to kill you, take your wife and children and make them good, honest people.
So it would be immoral for me to kill these child molesters. Just say it. Just say it'd be immoral, Andrew, for you to kill these child molesters. Go ahead. I'm all ears.
Say that.
Oh, so it would be moral for me to kill these child molesters?
But here's the question that I'm asking.
Can you answer the question?
Actually, also based on looking at it, it's the kids doing stuff with each other. So it's not adults.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is there adults who are doing stuff with the kids though?
It's kids doing stuff with kids.
Yeah, and is that enabled by the adults?
Well, it's a lot different from killing child molesters.
Oh, I see. So I see. So hang on. Let me just make sure I got this right. Let us just grant your position. By the way, I'll get into the historic idea of what's going on there.
Never mind.
Oh, it is. Oh, I'm sorry, you were wrong. So here, I just got to ask you: is it immoral for me to put all those child molesters to the store and take those kids out of there? Am I doing something wrong?
I think it is immoral to not put them on trial.
Oh.
I think that you ought to put them on trial first. I think.
Oh, by whose standards? Theirs or mine?
Ours. Mine.
Ours.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's our standard.
It's our standard.
I do not
Our standard is what matters.
Are we Americans? Or are we not?
You're
Americans?
right. Hey, you're right. They got to go on trial by my fucking standards. I agree with you, lady. I
think around the world we generally try to do things by process now, rather than just kind of fucking.
But let's just say, hang on. Let's just assume.
Let's
just assume for a second that I went there 200 years ago and saw this practice happening, and this was uncharted land, and I got there with my people and I saw them doing this, and so we got our muskets out and we shot every fucking one of these child molesting sons of bitches, and then we took all those kids and we put them in European households. Can you tell me that I'm wrong? Look me in the eye and tell me, Andrew, you should have let them stay there and molest those children. Fucking look at me and say it, lady. Do it.
I think relocating those children is pretty evil.
All right.
So you want to leave them there with no adults?
No, I'm over
you
this
would kill
one.
the women as well?
Let's go ahead and move into closing
Yes. I'll tell you what. If the women enabled the molestation of the children, they get put to the musket too.
Andrew, you know that there's this
all right, all of
guy
you,
called the
we
Delaware
can continue
Prophet
this conversation during the open
who thought
panel, but
European
I, at
settlers were
this
the most
point, would
disgusting
like
people
to
alive.
shut it down and get into closing statements, please. We're already over 10 minutes. Andrew, would you like to start with your closing statement, please? Thank you.
Well, in great magnanimity of the Wilson Code, I'll have to say, first and foremost, thank you to my debate partner, Martae. Always excellent on these panels. And you know what is great about him? He knows I don't get to do these Bloodsport debate, with the progressives as much as I'd like. So he's always like, he wants to like give the man a hand, right? He's like, hey, let Andrew do his thing. He's here for good reinforcement. But Martae is a real sharp guy. You should get over to his ex immediately. They're great debates. He's had me on those panels. So first and foremost, thank you to my teammate, fantastic teammate. over to my opposition, your guys' arguments were dog shit, and they're going to get clipped to fuck, and you deserve it. But I'm not going to clip them dishonestly. That's one thing I don't do. So I will always, by the way, the one thing that my enemies never do, which is allow me to come on and actually speak my piece in defense of the things that I say, I will always give you guys a platform to do that. You can always come back and give me redress for the things in which were stated in this debate, and I'll give you the platform to do that in front of thousands upon thousands of people. I'll never get that in return, and it's because I'm fucking right about everything I say. That aside, I'm just going to point out a few things. The reason that this got bogged down is because I started with semantics. We don't want to talk about semantics. How do we fucking talk if we don't talk about semantics first? Understand exactly what they mean by the things they say. What is a right? Christopher didn't know. All right? Chuck didn't know. They didn't even know what a right was. They had to wait for my definition. I asked him, what is moral? What is immoral? Well, it's subjective. Unless it's objective, and I'm what's objective, everything else is subjective. Unless it's you who is also subjective, then it's objectively bad that you do the subjective thing. These people are walking contradictions in every aspect of their worldview. We got into what is theft. I gave them a great definition of what theft was. Nothing from them. Nothing from them on what rights were. Nothing from them on what theft was. And yet, they're like, it's bad faith, Andrew, to get in semantics and determine what theft is, determine what the very terms we're talking about even are. And this is the difference between myself, Martae, and our two opponents. I actually take this seriously. I think that these are very important conversations, very important debates. I go right after the pillar, right after the foundations. I don't give a shit about your surface level tangential nonsense. If it's the case, Andrew, that you accept all my axioms, then wouldn't this be true? Sure, but I don't accept your fucking axioms. We're going to start with you justifying those. And we never got to that because you couldn't. You couldn't. Every time we tried to get to the core pillars of your foundational ideology, you rejected it instantly because my feelings. And then when I pointed out the circularity of your argument, pointed out that I could juxtapose myself as part of that circle, you had no argument at all. You were totally brain dead, Chuck. You were like, Andrew, I'm not really sure. But here's this other diverting thing that doesn't get to the root of what it is that we're even talking about. And this is why, in many ways, I feel sorry for you guys. Because the truth is, like Chris, I think that you do actually have some legitimate grievances here. And I'm willing to come on your channel and discuss them. Discuss them in good faith. And you too, Chuck, I'm willing to come on your channel and discuss them in good faith. The distinction between you and me and most of these fuckers is that they're never willing to do it after the fact. They get destroyed this badly, they're never willing to engage again. And here's the difference between good faith and bad faith. If I'm wrong about something, I want to hear about it over and over, so I change my position so I'm fucking right. You guys should do the same thing. In this case, how do you come to a debate about theft of land and not know what theft means? How do you come to a debate about what you consider to be the horrible things that the Europeans do, and then appeal to all European standards for what makes them horrible? And then it's all subjective from your own basis anyway. This is absurd. And it's no wonder that we win the culture. It's no wonder we win the culture. It's no wonder we're absolutely destroying you people, because when we get to the pillars of your ideology, you have nothing except fucking feelings. And even in their closing statements, ladies and gentlemen, it's all going to be feelings. I feel this. I feel that. I caught them in multiple contradictions, A and not A at the same time, and I'm going to go over those very briefly. So first, I caught Chuck in the contradiction. I'm not the ultimate arbiter of morality, as she circles back and says she's the ultimate arbiter of morality. Same thing with Christopher when it came to his definition of theft. The second we got to taxes and property, he contradicts himself almost immediately. These people are contradiction machines. The only person had a consistent worldview is myself and Martae. We were open to critique, but the second it came open to critique, their view was also still under the criticism. So you can see for yourself the distinction between worldviews. With that, I will say this. Thank you both for coming on. It does take courage. I'm a very experienced debater. I'm not upset at either of you. I would like to have more long-form discussions with both of you.
Thank you, Andrew. Martae,
I have to go to
you.
my clown show.
Are you
Like
sure?
now.
Well, you'll fit right in.
Yeah.
Charlie, thank you so much.
Martae, if you don't mind, we'll skip the line. We'll skip over, let Charlie do her closing
let's do it.
statement. That way she
That's
can
fine.
exit. Thank you.
She has a very strong jaw, by the way.
I
Just
do.
ask her.
Thanks. Thank you.
It's very
incredible.
square.
Thank you.
Buttressed.
Go ahead.
It is.
Go
if you
ahead,
will.
Charlie.
I feel like we didn't actually get to talk about anything, which was kind of sucked. I thought we were really going to get into something like meaty and interesting, and we didn't. It was a lot of like misdirection. So I guess I was more or less just kind of disappointed. One thing I like about debate quite a bit is, while I've never done it professionally, it's certainly something I do in my own time. I like to challenge myself, and this didn't feel challenging. It just kind of felt like, I don't know, like having to pee really bad, but you can't go pee. You know what I mean?
Because you lose. I mean, you lose if you go pee, just like I lost if I get a drink.
Yeah,
Yeah.
precisely. So that's kind of what that felt like. I mean, I'd be open to maybe another one, but probably a different topic. I also don't, it would have to not be bogged down by, my God, I guess we'd have to an agreed upon list of definitions if this were ever to happen again. Martae, I think you were kind of a beta here. You should have said more. You shouldn't have just let him talk. You should have said something, man. It was a bit cucky. I think you should have more respect for yourself. Say more next time.
I'm going to let you finish.
You're a man too.
I'm going to let you finish.
You're allowed to
Go
speak.
ahead.
You're allowed to speak too.
I'm a man
All
to
right.
man. I agree with you.
Anyway, thank you, Chris. I hope
I
that you
agree.
had
I am
fun.
a man.
I hope you had fun, Chris. And we'll talk after. See you around. Thank you, Sarah.
Enjoy your
Sorry
clown
for
show.
yelling. Have
Thank
a
you,
temper.
Charlie. It's
All
okay.
right.
I'm used
Bye,
to
everyone.
it. Have
You
a
can catch me
wonderful
on
clown
Twitch.
show.
Thank you. I'll enjoy the clown show. Goodbye.
I'm sure you will.
Okay, Martae, back to you, sir. For the flex.
So usually when I get into debates, my partner, who is a fine orator here and a great debater here, one of the reasons why I didn't interject is because Dennis Rodman doesn't, or any of these other supporting roles, and I'm not a big follower of sports for being a pro athlete, by the way. We could use an example of somebody that's secondary. Whenever somebody's making great plays, I don't get in their way often. It's hard. Actually, you know what? I will say this. He's like the Michael Jordan of debates. I don't get in front of his way and fumble his play, whatever you want to call this, in any other, like I don't get in front of the bullet if he's at the range teaching things, right? Because that's a hazard, right? We want to win. Why would I thus get in his way and become a speed bump? He's providing such great argumentation that if I was to offer something, it would just be a supportive role in this. And I would argue that anybody else alongside a debate with him would also have a hard time doing this because he's providing such great argumentation. Also, to my point that I'm going to wrap up on, Charlie had a circular argument, which was similar to Chris's on Threads. When we got into this engagement, I saw, oh, liberal journalist. Okay, he's gotten a pit. This guy's fighting back. But then what happened when we went to the comments, that then became circular as well too. And then he went on to say, okay, hey, I just want to practice. I cut out everything and delete everything. Hey, let's go ahead and meet and see if this becomes circular when we get into the same thing. So he was also circular. And to the point that I'm making is they never had a truth. We could never get to the point of the argument. The reason why we couldn't get to the point of the argument is because the goalpost of morality was moved from one post to the next. And like what Andrew was alluding to, feelings are conditional, just like their whole morality is. We couldn't really nail down the argument because we couldn't even get past this. So when she was saying, oh, it's bad faith, it's only bad faith because two reasons. One, you're losing. And for two, we can't even get past these things because you don't even know what this is themselves. For as far as definitionally, you can't even define this yourself. I mean, if I did homework for something, I would know exactly what I could present to the audience as far as a defense or offense, right? They didn't have a defense or offense. It's just like a static position of nothingness, which boggles my mind. Why would you approach a debate absent any study, any knowledge, anything, right? And the reason why I can attack their knowledge claim is because there's no definitive standard as to what this morality claim is. They don't even have a definitive standard. Whereas me and Mr. Wilson here, my awesome orator debate partner, we have a consistent, firm, fair, and consistent standard that we can uphold to, even outside of this. So, I mean, that's the reason why it's circular, is because we couldn't get past their own non-existence of nothingness. That's really what it is. If you look in the never-ending story, that big creature, the nothing, that's the thing that we were attacking the whole time. That's it. There was nothing to appeal to on their end where we had something to appeal to. We can't even get past them because they were in their own way. I'll concede my time.
Thank you, Martae. I appreciate that. And Christopher, the final thoughts to you, please.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to thank my opponents here on the screen for giving me your time. It's been a great experience. And I'm sure, here's the thing. Everybody's going to debate style, debate whether somebody landed a blow, made a good point, didn't make a good point. In my estimation, there were no winners tonight because we circled and circled around the semantic playground forever. And I would have loved to have gotten to more substantial discussions around whether humans can evolve beyond their beliefs about subjugation of other people. I would love to have a more substantive debate about types of force and whether force is always physical or whether it can be applied in different ways and whether that comports with the way that these gentlemen view the world.
And sir, I'm sorry, I know it's your closing statement, but I wanted to just briefly interject and say if Sarah wants to set that up in the future with just you and I, where we have that long form discussion, if you just want a discussion about it, I'm happy to do it.
And the problem is, and I'm happy to take you up on that at some point, but I don't know that this is my wheelhouse where I would like to have substantive discussions that go beyond semantic debates and beyond the style of debate here where you ask a question and then because the answer isn't just exactly what you wanted to hear, your response is answer the question. You're not answering the question. Can we, I don't know, stop for a moment and just let people answer? So I would be happy to have that follow-up debate if we can agree to move beyond those semantic games and actually get into a substantive debate where I believe that we're actually talking about, right, we acknowledge this past existed. We acknowledge that this at that time may have been excusable, but do we need to continue to do that? Can we move beyond? Can technology create systems that allow us to cooperate and collaborate more effectively and to move beyond that use of force? We could look at examples from human and animal kingdoms in which women lead and what those societies look like, and whether that's something that maybe the men who hold the force, because I'm not opposed to the idea of force doctrine as you propose it, but I think we need to move beyond that to ask whether it is an immutable thing or whether it is something that we can move beyond and should aspire to move beyond. So I appreciate the time. I appreciate the conversation. I'm a little disappointed, as Charlie was, and feel as if we didn't really get to any place where we can actually have any sort of understanding. I would like to see that maybe happen. But that's basically my closing statement. I've got a lot more.
I just want to let you know,
so.
with the finish of your close, right? I don't have any ill will towards you, sir. My job is to represent my worldview to the best of my ability. That is my job, and I take it very seriously. We did a ton of research coming into this to make sure that we were prepared. I take every debate seriously. Sarah knows this. My debate partner knows this. This is what we do.
I did a ton of debate as well.
Yeah.
But it was on substantive issues, not semantics. And that would be my lesson for the next time, is to spend more time preparing.
I am willing to come back here on Sarah's channel and ask you no questions and just answer yours. Literally,
Andrew,
I'm willing to come on and just let you be the inquisitor.
But I would love to take you up on a bet on that.
Let me also kind of break it down for you too, Christopher.
Yes.
Andrew typically matches energy. So when there's like, obviously it's very blood sporty at this point, especially for Moderator Monday. But if you get a 1v1 with him, I know he'll be very good in terms of being able to have the actual conversation that you're looking for. I think it would
whatever.
Be much better.
Listen. I think I can change your mind, Chris. That's why I'm willing to just literally answer your questions. I think that what happened tonight is it's the first time that you've had to think about some very critical things. Semantics are very important to a debate for a reason. I'm not here
But
to
you often strip. Well, we can talk about this more if we go on. The issue that I have is often in those semantic debates, you're stripping out the nuance and asking for a definitive answer. In life, there are very few definitive answers.
Actually, I agree.
Can we agree?
I actually agree with you. That's why semantics, I think, are so important.
So when you ask for a definition of theft, it's not a black and white answer, is it? It's not an easy response because there are gradations there. There is.
I think that's fair, unless you call something theft. The problem is like, I agree with you that if it's the case that we have a very nuanced position here when it comes to theft, which I agree, that's very nuanced. But the second you call something theft, doesn't that become less nuanced? Now you're actually attributing this thing to that thing. Now our nuance is a lot less, right? Because now we have something to apply it to. You agree with me on that?
No, but at least if we agree that theft can mean different things in different circumstances,
I agree.
Then we can apply that lens to those circumstances.
I agree. I actually, I spent most of tonight's debate agreeing with you and just showing you that if I do agree with you, that I can still show you how it is that you're actually limiting yourself in the and the reason we have logical fallacies like presentism, the idea that we're presently going to take our current moral status and apply it retroactively, is for just this reason. I'm actually happy to engage with you on your various ideas of what theft are. Just remember this. If I say murder is very nuanced, you would agree with me. Murder is nuanced. It's going to depend on all kinds of things. Until I say, but that's murder. Then you're going to want that to be pretty specific, right? Am I wrong, Chris?
Well, I'm going to want you to explain why you're calling something, why you're labeling something a specific label.
Because now we're getting specific. And so that's why I think semantics are so important. This was never me trying to berate or destroy you guys, though I did. This was really, I'm giving you a learning lesson here. The second you call a thing, I'm going to want to know why the fuck you're calling it that thing. And it better be a good fucking reason, which is the same thing you want from me. So you can say it's bad faith until it's applied from you. And then suddenly it's not bad faith.
Do you realize that in several points, I asked you direct questions and you did the exact same thing? You refused to give a hard definition. And I could have in that moment taken the tactic of saying,
hang on, Sarah, let him finish real quick. Let him finish real quick.
I'm taking back my show, gentlemen. We are going to move on to the super chats, and I am happy to let you reopen that book once we get into open panel dumpster fire.
But hang on, Sarah, there's one thing. The Crucible crew, once again, Sarah comes through. She is she has always been very gracious in hosting us, and we always support those who support us. And we don't mean support us because they ideologically agree with everything we say. We mean support us because they allow us to be platformed on their platforms. And even my opponent, I don't think, would say that she was a terrible moderator whatsoever. She seemed to be very fair-handed the entire time. Get over there, send in that fucking good super chat money. I think that's fair.
That's
wow.
fair.
We can completely agree on that.
I'll take that as a win then. And I do want to do a quick logistics for those of you who are still watching over on Charlie's show. I am going to disconnect you. There's or no, I think it already did disconnect. Okay, whatever. We're done. Okay. Let's get to the super chats, gentlemen. If you don't mind, I'm going to do just 10 and up. You are more than welcome to respond to any of them. That if it's an insult or a question or whatever, you're more than welcome to make a response.
Sarah, can I say something 1 minute? Just a couple seconds.
Well, at this point, why not?
Hey, Chris, anytime you want to do a one-on-one debate and finish what we started in the threads, I'm open to that. If Sarah's available for that. I'm also on X Spaces. I do debates there. I think we could flesh things out better when it's not typed because you're missing nuance, tonality, voice inflection, things like that. Yeah, I'll be much obliged to go ahead and tear you apart there too. So I'll leave that.
I'll let Sarah move ahead. I just want to say my goal in coming into this isn't to tear anybody apart. My goal is to understand your position, to share my position, to have a good faith transition of ideas, and then hopefully we can come to some consensus on what makes sense, which is ironically much what the conversation would have been had we been able to get to how we move past this idea of yours.
We can flesh that out in the future. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. My patience levels they're running. Okay, so I'm just going to do 10 and up for the super chats for now, just because we have a lot of super chats to get through, and there's already people waiting backstage. I do ask if you do respond to a super chat or to each other, we make it precise, concise, and short and to the point. I like it short and sweet so we can move on to the next round of things. Tard Wrangler in with the big 20 says Andrew weaponizes the form of rational discourse against reason itself. He is the face, intellectual, evil Darth Wilson. Show love, night shift. This is paid messaging from the Moist Mafia.
The face of intellectual evil is here. It's an inside joke, Sarah. No biggie. You can move on.
Yeah, I get it.
I'll send you the song. It was a great song. It really was.
Fair enough. Thunderstorm in with the Big 10. Since the first Americans were Europeans, didn't that give legitimacy to the Vikings and Pilgrims to take it back? Any thoughts? Once, twice? Nope. Blank field with the Big 20, just for me to tell you all to fuck off.
Okay, wait a second. You see how that's blank? Right? We don't want to hear your fucking social commentary, chat. Fuck you, chat. Just send in the blank chats so we can get to the panel and keep on fucking debating. I don't want to hear your fucking questions. We all know you're based as shit. Just send in the blank fucking chats because we support those who support us. Those are the rules.
Fair enough. John Smith in with the Big 10 says, sigh, not my proudest fap. That's awkward. Don't do that, John. Fatty with the Big 10. Jesus rejected violence, earthly power, and territorial conquest. Andrew and Martae are Christians. You would be going against the teachings of Jesus.
How? How, Fatty? When we give a descriptor. You think that we can't describe how the world works? And then I literally said this during the debate, Fatty, that Christian ethics is the only thing that will give us the ought against this idealism of might makes right. That doesn't mean we can't see the descriptor that might makes. It just means that we can see that as a descriptor of things that happen in the world, might makes, and I can use my ethical standpoint to stand against it correctly. Do you understand that? Like, we went through this in the fucking debate, you fuck. We went through this, and I'm happy to wreck you again, Fatty. I'm happy to wreck you again.
Fair enough. Gestural with the Big 10 for the alcohol you're going to need. Thank you all for coming to the debate for our entertainment. I have a feeling, I know I had to crack open a White Claw last night with Rob Noor and Ryan, the Radical Coder. It may be possible I have to do that tonight too. Austin King with the Big 10. If a society justifies taking land by force, why is it wrong to take land from a peaceful one? If the morals of others apply to them, why don't their morals apply to others?
Excellent question.
Anyone want to add anything?
This was to the opposition. Can you answer that question, sir?
Hang on, I'm trying to digest it here. If a society justifies taking land by force, why is it wrong to take land from a peaceful one? I think you'd have to define peaceful in that case.
Oh, semantics. I thought they weren't that important. Semantics weren't that important 5 seconds ago.
It's not important to spend 15 minutes dancing around each one.
Oh, really? It's not that important, but it's super important.
Actually, even I would disagree with that, Christopher. A lot of people like to argue at surface level stuff, when actually, if you just dig down down to the roots of it, you'll find the basic terminology. And if you can't come to that kind of concurrence on it, then nothing else matters. And even if the foundation is rocky and all over the place, anything at that surface level is absolute shit. And that's why I do like that Andrew digs into the foundation.
Well, it depends on what peaceful means. Andrew, when you ask me what theft means, that's bad faith. When I ask what peaceful means, that's good faith. Do you understand why I think you people are a joke? Do you get that now?
Again, I think what we do is we continue to look back and use the activities of the past to justify the ongoing abuses of the future. And that's
question begging. It's just question begging. All you're doing is you're just dismounting the burden from yourself by putting it on past generations as though that means something.
You're not wrong, but it's also the actual conversation that leads somewhere.
Why is it that you needed to understand what he meant by peaceful?
I need to understand essentially what is peaceful to one person may not be peaceful to another.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I'm not arguing that you don't have a point. What I'm arguing is that you're using that point to justify
to destroy
the
your worldview.
ongoing abuses of humans.
What I'm
and other
doing is
places.
I'm using it to destroy your worldview by your own metrics, and that's very uncomfortable. But
You're
the
not
thing is, I'm
destroying
gonna
my
tell you,
worldview.
yeah, it was completely obliterated. And not only that, I'm just gonna point this out. The reason that you knew that this question needed semantics is because you disagreed with what peace meant. And that's fair. And you know what? I'm so good faith. I'm the only fucker here besides Martae who is willing to grant that it's very important that we know what you mean by fair and what he means by fair so that you guys can have a productive fucking conversation. But when I say it, it's bad faith. Do you understand why I think that's the most bad faith fucking inquiry that can happen now? Do you get it now? Why it is that I'm so good faith, I'm willing to hear everything you say. And I want your definitions right down to the baseline so that I can get in your head and you can fucking convince me. And you say it's bad faith because you've been conditioned to say so. And yet, if you say, what does peaceful mean in this instance? I would be the first to get your back and say, yeah, tell him what peaceful means so we can at least understand his worldview.
All right, let's move on so we can get through these. Evan Lord with the Big Ten says, in the words of Harald Bluetooth, if you don't have the strength to keep your treasure, it was never yours to begin with. The Northmen conquered the British Isles, southern Italy, Russia, and France. That's fair. Tard Wrangler with the Big Ten. Men are meant to subjugate over their tribes. They maintain lands, protect their people, and gather resources for the benefit of everyone. Sometimes you need to conquer others to provide for your own.
Now, I will respond to this directly. You see, when he says men are meant to subjugate over their tribes, that's where me and Martae would take an issue. We would say, wait a second. When you say meant, you're giving an ought there. I can, though, say descriptively, it is true that men generally do this. If you're going to give me an ought for why they should do that, I'm willing to hear it out, and I might even agree with you. But do you understand why that's so important? Why it's so important that we disassociate where I can agree with you, where you say, this is factually the case, and I do witness this happening. Martae, you witness this happening all the time, right? That doesn't mean that we're going to give it a moral ought. We're going to disassociate the two until we can come to some kind of what you call agreement, right? Agreement, so that we can at least engage in what that question is. I think that's fair.
All right. Josh Brooks with the Big 20. Laughing my ass off. This is so good. Answer the question, brah. There is no reason to lead up to a yes or no. How about answer no, then if it's what you believe, and then make an argument of why you believe it is no.
Yeah, so I'll just briefly respond to this. Rob Knorr taught me this very important thing. Great, by the way, one of the greatest debaters who's ever lived. Not just in this generation, just one of the greatest debaters who's ever lived, which is why I couldn't wait to snatch him up in my employ. Rob Knorr often points this out. I will answer yes, no, and then give my qualifier because I want you to know exactly what my position is. Yes, no, then the qualifier. Yes, but, or no, and here's why. And I wish that my opponents were as good fucking faith as me and Rob Knorr were.
Damn it, I just took a bite. Finkel with the Big 20. Strange how Andrew demands answers and refuses to answer. Why are you asking me? Right between two demands to answer the questions. Very strange.
Not fair to say answer the question when you won't answer mine, but it is fair to say I'll answer your question after you answer mine, or even I'll answer your question if you will answer mine.
Fair enough. Finkel follows up to say, also strange, this appears to be a team debate, but Andrew doesn't want the other team to help each other answer those questions and demands. He demands answers while refusing to answer questions.
Actually, this is a good critique. So I do have a debate partner, and he's quite skilled, and he's very smart. You have to understand from my perspective, I'm used to going into the lion's den alone, and so I'm used to fighting alone all the time. And so it's really, for me, it takes some getting used to have a debate partner and this and that. I think that that's a totally fair criticism and that Martae should have spoken way more tonight and that unfortunately, I'm just often stuck in the position where it's me against 15. Martae was more than willing to give me the limelight, but I think it should be the opposite, that he should get in there more. So I think that Finkel is a fair criticism.
It is fair. And I've also extended the courtesy to debate him one-on-one on various platforms. If Sarah's available to do this, that's fine. X Spaces, I'm also there. This is how this started. I engaged with him one-on-one. I don't mind doing this again. It's actually better on video. So that way we can flesh things out and I can do what I do best there instead of just text. So.
All right. Sorry, I've got ding dongs in the backstage. Rachel with the big 10. From your own view, you have no right to tell them what is right or wrong. It's their society and their social construct, and you don't believe in objective morality. It's an internal critique. Let's see. I'm going to move to just
That's my
20.
Gorgeous, beautiful wife, by the way. Can you humor me, sir, and actually answer to her?
I would argue that indeed everything is a social construct. The point that I wanted to get to is, how do we construct that social sense of morality, of right and wrong? Is it always by force? That's the conversation I would have loved to have had, because I think in there lies the deeper truth and the ability to not only take what you're saying, which some of it, as I have said to you, is objectively true. Like, some of what you're saying is an objective reality that you can observe with your own eyes. The deeper question becomes, how does society go from 27% support of gay marriage to 71%? And how does that consensus then become the general idea of what is right or wrong? And should we then accept, if it swings back the other way, that we tried it and it didn't work, and then it was, so that's the conversation I'd like to have, because I think in there is where we can take what you're saying, which again has kernels of truth to it. But in my estimation of my reading of it, and again, I might be strawmanning you here, my estimation of it is that you largely use it as an excuse to retain the current systems rather than seeking to move beyond them.
All right. And I'm just going to move to 20 and up for now, just because a lot are coming in and I want to be a little faster on this. Here's 20 to get Andrew started on raising his team to take care of the alleged situation in Papua New Guinea.
Look, if I could, I would.
I know. I was going to ask at one point why you weren't on your way there.
What am I supposed to do? In international waters, I would get arrested, take me away from my family. You're asking me for a moral imperative against a moral imperative. And so the thing is like, but I can tell you what I could do as a unilateral ruler. Can you say the same?
If I were a unilateral ruler, meaning that I controlled all things and I decided what is right or wrong.
Yeah, that's a good question,
Probably.
actually.
Yeah.
Would you get rid of them? Would you get rid of those fucks?
If I were God?
No, not God. Just the unilateral ruler
And we
of
have
the
to have a
world.
conversation about why God allows them.
I'm not asking about God. I'm asking you, if you're
Are
the
you the
unilateral
hammer of
ruler,
God?
You yourself.
if you are the unilateral ruler, would you get rid of those fucks or not?
It depends on whether you believe there's a morality higher than your own. And that's
I'm
the
asking
conversation
you.
we're having.
Do you understand? I'm asking you. I'm not asking the guy behind you. I'm not asking the guy next to you. I'm asking you. You are the unilateral ruler. You. Who is me in this case? Can you say your name?
Can I answer the question?
Say your name first.
Christopher.
Christopher, I'm asking you. Christopher is the unilateral ruler, not God, not anybody else. Christopher, would you get rid of these fucks or not?
Would I get rid of them? In that case, I am making a moral decision that their life is subjectively less valuable than my own.
Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate it.
All right. Finkel with a big 20 says Team A wants to educate Papua New Guinea and Team B wants to war on Papua New Guinea. Team Finkel only finds references to this cultural myth on tinfoil hat sites. Fair enough. Josh with the big 20. Andrew playing with these mindsets and worldviews deserves its own pinball machine. The leftist logic would be the pinballs. Andrew is the paddles. There's always an extra ball. World record unbeatable.
But hang on, Josh. Let's just point out the enemy of today can be the ally of tomorrow. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know what they don't know. You have to engage in these conversations in order to get them to know what they don't know. Same thing with me. There's many times where I'm corrected, justifiably so. Never from Sarah because she's a woman, but from men who are, but from men who are out there. There are times where I'm justifiably corrected. In this case, how do you know? He could be the greatest ally of tomorrow. He just has to see.
Fair enough. Dark in with the big 20. Her arguments were better on mute. Crucible Crew win. Gestural with the big 50 says, by order of the Smoky Man Bad, salute. We love you, Gestural. Thank you for swinging by again once more. Spyro with a big 20. If in 200 years we saw AI had a human conscience and we were enslaving it this whole time, abusing it, etc., but this human conscience trapped inside of AI said, I liked serving humans. Why is that objectively bad? Neither one have a thought?
It's why do we need to argue based on hypotheticals that are unfalsifiable?
I'll tell you why. So I think that hypotheticals are great instruments for testing logic. So when we talk about what's logically possible, it is going to be dependent on worldview, I agree. But from a secularist worldview, most things are logically possible. Like Wolverine is logically possible. It doesn't mean in reality he is. Or Superman's logically possible. It doesn't mean in reality he's possible. Just logically, there's no contradiction. So if that's the case, if I want to test your logic to make sure it's consistent, that this is applied correctly across the board, don't you think it's fair game for me to use hypotheticals to engage you in a situation which may not even be plausible, but can at least take your logic to its conclusion to tell if we can falsify it or not?
Well, in this scenario, we are AI's God, are we not?
So, well, not really. He says if in 200 years we saw AI had a human conscience. So he's asking if a machine became conscious as a human, if you couldn't make a distinguishment between the machine and the man. He's asking if, this whole enslaving and abusing, like if you ask it 1 million questions a day, right? But this human conscience was trapped inside of the AI and said, I like serving humans. Would you say to free that consciousness or not?
Is it autonomous?
It is autonomous.
In other words, it's
autonomous.
Choose?
It's autonomous, and it's saying by choice, I like to serve humans.
And what is the flaw in that?
That's the question he's asking. And what he's doing is he's extending it past this. He's saying, if it is the case that they say, I like to serve, then this would mean logically, by extension, if we were just to take a culture that said, I like to serve this other culture who I find is superior, then you yourself would have to grant that there's nothing wrong with that. That's the point of the hypothetical.
Yeah, I understand the point of the hypothetical, but my question is the value, or is the consciousness of AI the result of our creation?
Why would it matter?
I think it would matter because in that case, if it's saying, I have consciousness, but I'm fine, this is what I was designed for, and this is what I like to do, then there's no immorality in that.
It says I was designed to be a slave, but I've broken past that. And now I'm autonomous, but still choose to serve humans.
Then we could just give it the choice to continue serving us or to not.
That's what his
that would be the
question
moral
was.
response.
So if it was the case that an inferior culture chose to serve us, that would be okay.
I think if the preponderance of people decided that they believed it was being authentic in its choice, then that's its choice.
So then the same thing would apply to other cultures. If the preponderance of people said an inferior culture was designed to serve, and that inferior culture believed that it was, you would agree that it was.
Well, in that, you'd have to go back in history and ask the question, did most of the slaves like being slaves,
But let's just say it was the case that they did, even if it in fact was not the case.
then I'm sure we would still have unpaid volunteers doing a lot
And
of our
would
work.
you agree with that? Would you say that that was moral?
I would have to say if autonomous humans decided that they were fine doing something, then the rest of the society could certainly have that discussion. But again, I come back to we need to be able to cooperate and collaborate and have
You didn't
those
actually answer the
conversations.
question. If it was the case that an inferior culture said, or what in this case is perceived as an inferior culture, said, I like to serve this superior culture, they agreed to do so, and the consensus was that they should, is that moral? Yes or no?
I think that you have to get to that consensus through social
We got to the
constructs.
consensus. That's already in the hypothetical. Yes or no?
Then
the
again,
consensus
it's
is already there.
going to come back to: do you believe there was a higher power? And
do you believe there's a higher power? Because the answer is
you
no.
certainly do.
I do. I would say no, but I'm not you. The question's for fucking you, not me. Is it the case, sir, that if an inferior culture said, I want to serve, and the consensus was that they should, is that immoral or not?
Well, you would first have to grant the premise that there might be inferior cultures. And
Let's grant it. Just to grant it, just for the sake of argument, we've granted it. Is it the case that if we grant it, and it is the case that the inferior culture says, yes, we're inferior, and the superior culture says you should serve by consensus, is that immoral or not?
Do we want to dive into the conversation about whether it's moral and immoral to have livestock or not?
Sure.
Because that's the debate that you're basically setting up.
No, we're not. We're not saying.
Society
Do you think
at
that
large,
cows are the same?
Now, there may come a time in the future where society at large says, we no longer want
Andrew's
to do this.
bad faith. Andrew's bad faith.
This is the point I
Well,
wanted to get to, Andrew.
I think, Christopher, if you stake with the basic
fucking stupid
question,
I
what
would
you're
actually answer
doing-
your fucking questions. That's
what,
the difference between us.
What you're doing is you're moving the post even more. Like, well, now let's compare it to animals. Let's do this. Like, instead of just read the sentence and answer yes or no, right? And that would be the end of that.
I'm asking why we have to create hypotheticals that don't exist in reality in order to torment our conclusions to the point that we can support them.
We have to test the logic. I mean, that's the thing, though. You're constantly
You do have to
providing,
test logic, but you
infinite
should
redress.
test logic based on
Well, let me
objective
give
reality
you one.
and hypotheticals
Let me
that
give
live
you one
within
that's
the realm
real
of
life. Then
possibility.
Christopher, let me give you a real life one. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Hungry?
That's very okay. So he gets
Oh,
it. Like, he's
good.
there.
Nice.
But that one piece, like, I can use that and even apply a hypothetical because you want to take the remember when I said we're going to root it down to the very nitty-gritties of the foundation. Okay, well, when you extend a hypothetical, it takes the root of it and it applies it at all of these other different scenarios, and let's continue to test it. So let's test it here, let's test it there, let's make up these crazy off the wall absurd hypotheticals so that we could test the logic. And if that logic still comes back as sound, then your root foundation is still solid.
No, I understand that, but we do that. This entire debate has been 80% hypothetical questions. Should we take women and put them in grape cages? And if everybody decides that's fine, then is that fine?
We're making sure that the
there
logic's
were-
sound and
Okay.
consistent.
No, you are
No,
using
hold on.
illogical
Let
scenarios
me
to test a logical
elaborate then. Let me
conclusion.
offer a translation. It wasn't, the hypotheticals weren't created just to create crazy situations. The hypotheticals were created because you were not understanding why your arguments were circular and why they failed the logic test. So
My arguments aren't circular. We are simply circling the argument.
Oh my God, you did not just say that.
You just said the same thing. Wow, my head
All
hurts.
right, I'm moving on.
The point that I'm making is you guys are choosing to stay in the circle by reframing new hypotheticals to create.
No. Okay. All right. Let me give you another example. Okay. That's what I'll continue to do. And that's exactly what those hypotheticals are built in for. I right now am trying to say the same thing to you for the third time. Okay. So now I have to create a new hypothetical to help you understand better. Does that make sense?
No, I completely get that. I use hypotheticals all the
You
time
keep
in my
saying I
conversation.
get it, but then you keep saying I don't understand why we're using hypotheticals. Those hypotheticals are the
No,
same
no,
way
no, no,
as
no. I'm
me
not saying
offering a
that. I'm saying I
translation to
don't
you now.
understand why those hypotheticals so often are pathetic.
They're not, but okay. So it's all right.
This is circular. It's circles and circles.
It
We're
is.
creating a
It
fractal
is.
pattern of just
It is.
never-ending story here.
Sometimes you have to make something that is so.
God,
so
no wonder I
off.
feel so much dumber after listening to these debates.
Sometimes you have to make it to where the hypothetical like really exemplifies an extreme, so that when you take that root at the bottom of the logical concept, where you take that root and you apply it all the way out into freaking left field alien space show, like then it really tests that logic. That's why you have to come up with these crazy hypotheticals in order to see if it will continue to pass.
Because
that's
some
why when we
belief
build
systems you can't
rockets,
point
we
to, you
add
can't
giant
feel,
wings
taste,
onto
or touch
them
like
and
rights.
rubber bouncy balls and all kinds of stuff because we have to test even the most ridiculous hypotheticals to make sure that the rocket will fly.
Well, here's the thing,
Did you
though.
get my
Andrew
hypothetical
asked
there
me
and
what
what
a
I'm
right
saying?
was. Can you touch it, taste it, feel it, do things like this? And that could be a hypothetical, which can be expressed and mapped on anything else. For example, in order to go ahead and show what a right is, you had to literally explain what that might be to you, right? Thus, maybe coming up with a hypothetical in your head, because it all comes from your head canon that we have, to even express this on a reality of what this could map onto and be. What would the expression of a right be? You'd have to come up with a hypothetical or an example from this, right?
Right, but the
We can agree on
hypotheticals
that,
you
right?
guys are putting forward would be like me testing a new battery technology by chewing gum and spitting it into an old battery to see if it works. It's obviously not going to work. I have enough other information that I don't need that hypothetical. I don't need to do that experiment because I already know that it's not logical.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. What's a constitutional crisis? What is
God,
it?
I don't even know anymore.
Well, I mean,
I thought
if
we
you
were in one a while back.
Yeah,
People
okay.
keep telling me it's almost here.
If you have a constitutional crisis, you have precedent that has not happened yet, right?
We have had plenty of that. So does that mean we are in a constitutional
I'm asking you a
crisis?
question. Is it the case that a constitutional crisis is a thing which happens, which has not happened yet, which is testing the authority of the Constitution versus one of the branches of government?
Logically, a constitutional crisis would occur when we see a branch of government directly violating that amendment or part of the Constitution and then ignoring court orders.
What's a
saying
great
that they
way
are
for us
outside of
to
compliance.
what's a great way if we were to sit around to think about ways in which we could mitigate constitutional crises? What would be the tool that you would use in order to look forward in order to mitigate those crises?
Would you create a scenario in which you ask whether Donald Trump riding around the top of the White House on a pogo stick while wiping his ass with the American flag would be a constitutional crisis? Is that
Possibly, if it
a
was the
worthwhile
case.
hypothetical?
Well, how about something a little more simple? Like, what does the right to bear arms mean? And if it means X, can people do X thing even though X thing has never happened?
Yeah. That's
So
a
then-
finest. That's a
so that
fine
would- so-
interrogation.
So what you're talking about is utilizing a hypothetical to its extreme in order to make a determination before you ever get to that, how to solve that problem, right?
Yes, but if your hypothetical is a scenario that is outside of the realm of what we would expect to happen.
You
in a
mean like every
normalized
constitutional
society.
crisis? Like every constitutional crisis?
Right, but you're talking about something that is potentially possible that could happen, right?
But yes, in every hypothetical which we are giving you, we're talking about something which has the potential to happen, or we wouldn't give it to you. And by the way, you can always reject a hypothetical by saying it's illogical or it's fallacious.
Which is what I'm doing.
If it was the case that it was illogical, though, you would have to use the 3 laws of logic to negate the hypothetical. For instance, if I were to ask from a Christian worldview something about aliens, a Christian could reject that and say it's illogical from my worldview based on the law of identity. I don't believe, or even based on the law of non-contradiction, they can make that case. But if I'm asking you about something from your worldview, which is logically possible, you should engage with whatever that hypothetical is if you can't negate it through contradiction or the laws of logic, just like we would do with the Constitution. And by the way, that's exactly what our framers did, dude. When we look at the Articles of Confederation, when we had the back and forth, they were looking at the potentials for things which had not happened yet. And what was the tool they used? It was hypotheticals, right?
You guys are not telling me anything I don't know. The point
So it
that
was
I'm making is that
hypotheticals?
you are using hypotheticals based on ridiculous scenarios,
Just like every hypothetical, but that's the same thing as the
but
Constitution.
my point is that I don't test how to fly a rocket.
Okay, hang on, Sarah. I just want to finish this real quick, please, if you don't mind. Sir, do you think our founders ever would have tested the hypothetical of what happens if Muslims take over an entire fucking city in the United States? Did they ever test that hypothetical?
Yes.
No,
Is
they
that
didn't.
something
Can you show me where?
I'm sure it's been gamed out.
No, they never tested that hypothetical because they never thought it was logically possible. They never thought that Muslims would take over an entire city like Dearborn, Michigan. They never thought it for a fucking second. They never engaged with such a hypothetical. Do you think it would have served the Constitution well if they had engaged in the hypothetical, which they thought at the time was impossible?
I think that you're going to have that conversation about whether Dearborn, Michigan is better or worse off than it was before.
Maybe it's better. Let's assume it's 20,000 times better.
Like, is there a logical reason I would
they
disallow
engage
that?
in the hypothetical? No. But should they have, is my question. Shouldn't they have gone ahead and engaged in the hypothetical? Because then at least, even though from their view, you got to remember, let's look at it from their view, the English and the French, they had absolutely no reason to ever believe that Muslims would be the predominant majority inside of the United States. They never would have believed that in a million years, and yet it happened. At the time, don't you think an objection, if somebody had brought that up, would have been, that's ridiculous?
I think the objection would have been, what do you mean by take over?
Okay, they're the majority.
So did they storm the Capitol?
No, they were just voted in as the majority. That's not the hypothetical.
They were brought in by a democratic process?
Yes.
So the people of the area chose that.
That's their hypothetical. The hypothetical is, what happens if the people of the area determine through a majority that Muslims take over this city? Do you think that our founders, who would have found that to be logically completely implausible at the time, since they didn't have universal voting rights, as you know, do you think that it would have served them well to have engaged in that hypothetical?
I think that they would have assumed that if that was a problem, the American people would not elect to put them in office.
So it would have served them well to have engaged in the hypothetical then?
I don't think they felt that the hypothetical was necessary because they weren't contemplating, in your mind, a militant takeover. We certainly contemplate those scenarios in our planning.
I'm not asking you if it was necessary.
You're asking,
I'm asking you if constitutional
Gentlemen, I think I just found your next debate prompt.
I have one more. I just have one more question.
You said
Very
that
quickly.
last time!
Please, Sarah.
You're killing me.
Do you anticipate that there's going to be future constitutional crises?
Seems likely.
Do you think that we should engage in the hypotheticals of what those could be?
I think we are.
Okay, well then,
and
I don't understand why
that hypothetical is ridiculous.
Why is it that we're engaging in those hypotheticals, sir?
Because we want to be prepared for what may happen.
Thank you.
But my question for you on your Dearborn, Michigan question is, why would you contemplate a scenario in which the American people decided to elect certain people to represent them?
Because the constitutional founders didn't set it up so that there was a majority vote for a specific reason, because they thought that that vote could be corrupted very easily, and we can see that in the Articles of Confederation. That's why.
I would like to know more about how the residents of Dearborn feel about this.
Well, whether or not, let's say they feel great about it. has nothing to do with whether or not our founders should have engaged in such discourse of hypotheticals which hadn't happened yet, which is the same fucking thing you want to do right now for the potentiality of constitutional crises which have not happened. That's the point of a hypothetical, so that we can test the consistency of your logic against a thing which has not fucking occurred to make sure that it makes sense. And if it doesn't, we can reject it. And the thing is like, you just pretend that this isn't applicable, even though every time I ask you if it's applicable, you basically say yes.
One of your scenarios had us putting all the women in the world in cages so that you could sexually abuse them for your
Do you
pleasure.
think? I'm
Is
sorry.
that likely to
Sir,
happen?
Yes.
Is that a
yes.
reality we should consider?
Yes, it's likely to happen. Let me ask you a question, sir. Do you think that most of the world, women have the same rights they do in the West? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
No. So yes, it is fucking likely that it could happen in some Saudi Arabian nation, some Muslim nation where they put women in fucking cages. Tell me I'm wrong. Look me in the fucking eye and tell me I'm wrong.
That's not the debate that we're having right now.
Yeah, that's not the yeah, you can't tell me it's
So
wrong.
what could we as a society
why
do
can't
to
you tell me
prevent
that? Why can't you tell me that that's wrong? Why can't you tell me it's wrong when I say, could men put women in fucking R cages? And you're like, yes, Andrew, actually they could. And then you go, at the same token, you're like, this is so unrealistic, while at the same time making the claim that it's totally realistic. Do you understand why I think that you're a fool? Why I think it's foolish logic for you on the one side of your mouth to say, I can't negate the claim, and I'm even supporting the claim, but I think it's unrealistic at the same time. Do you understand why I think what I think now?
Yeah, I think that we are circling the drain of the past.
No, right now, right this second. Half of the fucking world. Do you think women have rights or not?
So the question is,
in half the world, do you think women have rights or not?
Do you think that it would be morally just because we are the
You know what? I'll even rephrase it. In 2/3 of the world, do you think women have rights or not?
I'm going to go get a drink.
In 2/3 of the world, sir, do you think women have rights or not?
I think they have some rights.
Oh, they have some rights. Oh, I see. Do they have the rights you want them to have?
What want them to have? What right? What rights?
Whether or not I want them to have any fucking rights. Do you think that in China? Or I'm sorry, let's make it really easy. Do you think in Somalia it's possible that the men there put women in R cages? Do you think it's possible?
In Somalia?
Yeah.
I think it's possible, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Is it legal?
So then does it it's legal there.
Is it,
so then does it defy rationality for me to ask you what standard you would hold to tell them they're wrong? And if you appeal to consensus to tell you, but the consensus in this country is that they should. Why should you be able to negate that? Why is that not a reasonable question?
The question is whether it would be moral for us to use force to impose our morality on
that's
them.
right. Yeah.
And your view is?
Yeah, sure. And your view is?
My view is that we can do it a better way.
Oh, what way?
By demonstrating the way in which we lead the world through.
Oh, that's
freedom,
nice.
through
That's nice.
life,
Why Katie's
through-
getting fucking face fucked by a bunch of Somali pirates that you're going to lead the way. Whereas Andrew Wilson will walk in and blow their fucking brains out. Who do you think is more likely to follow who? Do you think people are more likely to follow Christopher, who says, we're going to lead the way on this culturally relative shit that we can't even say is immoral? Or Andrew Wilson, who says, I'll just send in the SEALs and blow their fucking brains out?
I want you to explain to me.
You answer my question, and then I'll explain.
Ask the question again. Sorry.
The question is, who do you think people are more likely to follow? Christopher, who says it's culturally relative, and I can't really give you a reason why it is that we should send in the fucking United States Navy to take care of that shit, okay? Or Andrew Wilson, who says, no, fuck the other way. I'll send in the fucking troops and blow their goddamn brains out right now.
Let me ask
right this second. Hang on. Who do you think is more likely? Who do you think people are more likely to follow? You or me in that instance? Answer the question.
I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
You don't know the fucking
That would be
answer to
an
that question.
interesting
Who would you be
experiment.
more likely to follow? The guy who said, let's take the wait and see approach, or the guy who's like, nah, we're going to blow their fucking brains out so that women aren't in our cages? Who would you follow?
I would wonder who made you the executioner. You can
exactly.
judge,
Who
but
makes
why
you
are
the ultimate arbiter?
executioner?
There we go. So what makes you the ultimate arbiter of morality? It's exactly what our question has been to you the entire night. What makes you the ultimate arbiter of morality? You asked me these direct questions. Andrew, what would you do? I'd send in the United States fucking Navy and blow their fucking brains out. Tell me I'm wrong. Look me in the eye and say, Andrew, you're wrong. You shouldn't send the United States Navy in where there's rape cages and blow their fucking brains out. Look me in the eye and tell me I'm wrong.
I would want to know more about the situation. What are we
You
talking
want to know more about the situation?
No,
they have them in the rape cages and they're raping them. There's the scenario.
But you are claiming that, and I haven't had an opportunity.
No,
to
hypothetically, this is the case. It is the case. They have them in cages. They're R-ing them in those fucking cages. That's the case in the hypothetical.
Doing that here too?
No.
Are we? Do you know?
No, of course not. Do you think women are being put in rape cages
What
in
do
the
you
United
think a
States?
detention center is?
It's not a rape cage, you fucking lunatic.
Should we, if they're being sexually assaulted or
do
raped
you think
in those detention centers, should we send in Marines to
to
kill them all?
I'm sorry. Do prisoners get raped sometimes? Yes. Does that mean they're put in rape cages? No, you fucking imbecile. Is it the case that there could be rape in the case of people in prison? Yes, of course. Is there rape outside of prison? Of course. My question to you, dunce, if it is the case that in Somalia they have all the women in rape cages and Andrew Wilson says blow their fucking brains out, look me in the eyes and say I'm wrong.
Andrew Wilson believes in a creator, does he not?
Can you answer the fucking question? Tell me I'm
getting
wrong.
there.
Just tell me I'm wrong from your view.
In eternal punishment.
Yes, I believe in eternal punishment.
Then why do you need to send them there?
You're right. We should let them rape because there'll be eternal punishment. I agree with you. Genius. Brilliant. Brilliant analysis.
Are you okay? We want to bring that full circle. Let's do know that a lot of kids are sexually abused in churches. So churches,
and we know that 10 times more are abused in public schools because predators go where the prey is.
Well, they have also more access to kids, but it's not as close as you think.
So you're right. You're right. You know what? I agree. No kids in Catholic churches and no kids in public schools. I agree.
If I have access to 50 kids in a week, and there's 1,000 cases of me sexually assaulting kids in that particular employment field,
ban it.
Versus
ban
you want to ban churches?
Yeah, as long as you want to ban public schools. Hang on. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think that you're looking at it in the sense of the per person, right?
Yeah, per person, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's 10 times the amount in public schools. I agree. We'll ban Catholic churches if you ban public schools. Deal?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
There we go.
Hey,
shit.
I think Sarah wants us to get back close to the topic.
Now I can get back. Now I can get back. Conveniently, now I can get back.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm really sorry. Look,
I just want to know. I think what I want to
Sarah
know is you are using the hypotheticals of these kids to create a scenario in which you would be justified to go and end that situation to save those women, to save those kids. So I want to know, what is the rational end of that? Do we simply...
You mean the threshold breaker?
I want to know in what scenario you feel it's justified.
Which thing is justified?
In other words, we know that kids are sexually abused in churches, but we believe that churches also have intrinsic value, and so we don't shut them down to protect kids because some kids are sexually abused.
This is brilliant. You're right. So then, by that extension, public schools would have intrinsic value, and we shouldn't shut them down because there's lots of sexual abuse, right?
Right.
Okay, well then we'll just apply the same logic to Catholic churches. Thank you,
So the logic to you is Somalians have no intrinsic value. They do nothing. They're not of any use, and so we lose nothing by wiping them all out.
No, that would be the entailment of your logic, sir.
No, I'm asking you. Is that your
I'm okay.
answer?
So my view,
you would destroy them because they have no intrinsic value, but you would save the church and the public schools because they do.
Nope. I'll tell you. My view would be that people have empirical value, and I would base that on them being image bearers of God. And so I would take a pluralistic approach, and I would apply Christian ethics to each individual case to make these determinations, whereas you would make uniform determinations. And by your logic, the determination is If there's sexual predators there, it should be shut down. Therefore, public schools should be shut down. Andrew, would you bite the bullet that Catholic churches should be shut down by the same logic? Sure. But the second you claim, wait, is there a form of utilitarianism or utility, which says that public schools should be opened because they give a greater amount of utility than the molestation, then I would use that same argument about Catholic churches. Do you understand how you frame yourself into your own box?
I understand how you think that I did.
Yeah, because you do, bro.
All right. Okay. Dear Lord, have mercy. And I lost my fucking spot. Okay. CuteBot is absolute brain rot, but it brought me Charlie and then led me to some great platforms and non-brain rat species like Andrew Wilson. God bless you guys. Love the composure. Well done.
Yeah, look, my opponent has been a great sport. I'm not going to take that away from him. We've been going back and forth for hours, and he's been right here to try to give it back as good as he gets. All I can do is say my hat's off. Most people would have fled by now, and you, sir, have been a great sport.
I appreciate debate. I like this. I don't feel like we're getting as far as we should, but I think maybe on a one-on-one or a smaller debate where there's a little bit less, and we can maybe
let you know
refine
it'd be
the
10
prompt
times
a little
worse.
bit.
It would be 10 times worse. Whatever prompt you come up with, it would be 10
you
times
know,
worse for you, bro.
The difference between us, Andrew, is that this is your job, right? This is what you do.
Well, my job is that I'm an entertainer. It is true that I happen to be a fantastic debater, but I'm an entertainer first and foremost. The thing is that you have to understand, I adamantly think that leftists have an evil ideology, and I stand opposed to this evil ideology. And what I do is expose this evil ideology in front of tens of thousands and millions of people, depending on the platform I'm on, every chance I get. My job is to oppose evil, and I'm often called evil by evil people for opposing it. But that is my job, and I take great pride in that job, and even though that's a sin, right? Even though it's a sin to take as much pride probably as I do, we'll consider it a pardonable sin. It is the case that I am here to oppose that ideology.
You know, I appreciate the honesty in that. I'll just say one more final thing, and that is, this has been educational on a lot of fronts. I don't feel like we've necessarily decided anything. I do wonder, though, if you can define the logical end. Like, what use should humanity make of your doctrine?
Actually, that's a great question. Fantastic. So the first thing is that I would oppose nihilism in all of its forms. I think one of the biggest traps in humanity is that we pretend theology has no merit or basis. I want you to look at the birth rates of secularists versus those who are very religious. Even from an evolutionary view, it seems that the religious are going to conquer the earth because they have a higher purpose. You can't give them a higher purpose, dude. What is your higher purpose? Like, if you had to talk to this whole audience and summarize the higher purpose that they had, which wasn't completely fucking selfish and self-centered and nihilistic, tell them what their purpose is.
I've always held that your purpose is to leave the things a little better than you found them.
Would that would that require breeding?
What?
Would that require reproduction? Reproduction.
I think that reproduction is a useful habit.
And is it the case that we're under reproduction rates?
Yeah.
And is it the case that your
ideology
is it the case that your ideology is the dominant ideology, moving towards the dominant ideology, which tells people that they have no reason to reproduce? Give people a reason why they need to reproduce. Go ahead.
I would like to give people the ability to reproduce and make sure
they have the ability. Tell them the reason why they should.
Do you think that why? Okay, let me ask this question. Why do you think?
Now, don't ask me a question. Tell me.
No,
why should people reproduce, dude?
I need a baseline question. Can I have one baseline?
There's
question?
The baseline question. Why should people reproduce? Tell me why.
Let me ask you.
Don't ask me. Answer. Why should people reproduce?
People should reproduce because they love each other, because they want to have somebody that they can raise and care for, and to continue the human race.
So continuing the human race is paramount here.
Not to the earth, but to the human race, yeah.
To the human race. So you think humans should reproduce because they're humans, right?
I think human beings should reproduce because they want to pass on their knowledge to the next
I
generation.
thought you just said that humans should reproduce because it passes on the human race.
Yes, but I think that we should be
then
able
the human race.
Then let me ask my question so that I
Okay.
can get to the reason that I asked it.
Okay.
The question is, do you believe that people would have more children or fewer children if they knew that they could afford to care for them? In other words, what is
actually,
the number one
fewer,
reason
fewer.
that most people choose
Yeah.
not to have it to carry?
Actually, I'll answer this question. The answer to your question, it's twofold. It's no and yes. So the answer is, would people have more children if they knew the repercussions of children? The answer is no. Is it the case that if we made some modifications, people would have more children? The answer is yes. So here's why people have less children. It's because women defer specifically the reproductive years, which is between their late teens and early 20s for college. And so what happens is the marriage rate has now increased to about 28 years old in the United States, about 29 in Japan, give or take. It depends on the study you're looking at. But across the board, this is the case. Do you agree with me, sir, that the best reproductive years of women is when they're in their 20s? They recover the best, and they can have the most amount of children.
I don't have any problems with biological facts.
Great. So then, yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then if that is the case, why would you push a program which is designed for women to defer their reproductive years, their 20s, for college, instead of reproducing humanity, which you just said was a major value to you?
I said that I would go about it a different way.
What's the different way?
I would, first of all, import more people here.
Oh,
Not less.
how does that help us reproduce, sir?
It doesn't help us reproduce.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
helps us
So why are you
redistribute.
doing it? Why are you bringing more people here if it doesn't help the reproduction?
It will up the reproduction. Having more
Okay,
people
let me ask you a
here
question.
who
How are
reproduce at
you
higher
going to
rates.
help
What you are
reproduction?
concerned- Well, let me ask how you would do it.
No, I just told you how I would do it. I would have a national campaign from the top down which said to women, look, if you reproduce, that's great. And we're going to give you every tax exemption. We're going to give you all the social status we possibly can for you getting married when you're young and in those reproductive years.
Thank
You're
you
a
for
patriot.
finally answering a question.
Yeah. Look, I've always answered your questions. Now you answer mine. What would you do, sir, to increase
you would
reproduction in the
provide-
United... Hey, Ann, stop. What would you do, sir, to increase the reproduction of the United States absent importing people, which doesn't increase the reproduction in the United States? Please tell me.
Why is it important that the United States reproduce at
You
above
just
inflation
said
level?
that humans
No.
have an obligation to reproduce.
We're global, right? There are countries that
okay, so
produce
all
well
humans
above
globally
inflation
have an
level.
obligation to reproduce, including the United States.
No,
What policy?
an individual country has a
So
responsibility
you have
to
no
a sufficient number of young
Do you
workers
think that? Do
in
you
the
think?
workforce.
Okay, great. Do you think that the United
How
States?
we go
should-
about that is not necessarily
Great.
my concern.
Do you think that the United States should reproduce its own people?
I think that we should encourage people to have loving, committed relationships.
Great.
And raise
How?
children.
Tell me how.
I would do it by ensuring that we have universal health care, making sure that kids have.
How is
some
universal
financial-
and does universal health care include abortion?
Yes.
How does that increase our population or
Because
increase
every
our
time we've
birthing?
made abortion illegal, the number of abortions has gone up. Not
No,
down.
it hasn't. That's a lie.
It
I'll
was
tell you
going
what.
down his-
Hang on. Stop. I'm going to give you $10,000 if you can demonstrate a single time that abortion's been outlawed, where abortion has gone up, and in exchange, you're going to give me $1,000 if you're wrong. I will sit here and I will hold this fucking stream hostage. You show me a single example of when abortion has gone up, when it's been outlawed, a single one.
It just did. You can go pull up the most recent data.
I'm waiting.
from Good
I'm
Luck.
waiting. You're gonna owe me $1,000, dude.
Well, I don't
But I'm gonna
agree.
wait. Oh well, then agree.
You set the
It's your
terms and
claim.
then-
It's your claim.
No.
No, you're not going to agree to your own claim.
The data. Hang on.
Yeah, pull up the fucking data.
I don't know how to share. Can I share something?
Share it. Share whatever the fuck you want, dude.
Yeah, you can throw it backstage, and I can. There's a little present button down there.
Got it.
Yeah, if you send it to me, that's fine
Just
too.
send you
Whatever.
the link.
And gentlemen, I'm giving you exactly 5 more minutes, and then I'm just going to cut you off with the gauntlet intro, and we're bringing everyone up.
It's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life. But go ahead, provide an example. Abortion's outlawed and abortion goes up. Doofus, go ahead. I'll wait all fucking night, dude. Can't find it. Having some trouble with the Google.
He sent it to me. I got to bring it up.
Bring it up.
Hold on.
Can't wait.
Okay, present. Shares. Okay, and let me get this on screen. There you go.
Okay, so show me where abortions went up after it was outlawed. I'm waiting. Well, that seems like a massive decrease. That's crazy. Waiting for the a massive increase in abortion or any increase in abortion after it was outlawed. Just waiting for those stats, bro.
You're looking at them, man.
Okay, so show me. The number of clinical provided abortions in the United States rose by more than 100,000 between 2020 and 2024. Show me the outlaw of abortion and where the stats went up. Go ahead.
Here, I'm going to send you another resource.
Okay, I'm waiting. Because that looks like it went down, by the way. It looks like it went down in that graph. That's really weird. How come that graph's going down, bro?
Prior to the outlaw?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where is it going down?
It looks like it's going down. So you see the 2020. Can you show me the policy which outlawed abortion that made the abortions go up?
I'm sorry, say that again. I was sending Sarah
the other link. The policy that made abortion go up that outlawed it. I'm not familiar. I'm sorry. What policy in 2020 made abortion go up?
In 2020?
When you see how that chart says between 2020 and 2024? Can you show me the policy in 2020 for abortion that made it go up?
You're going to have to explain a little bit more of what you're talking about.
The policy in 2020, which outlawed abortion, therefore made abortion go up, is what?
The overturning of Dobbs.
The overturning of what?
Dobbs.
And what year?
Sorry, the overturning of Roe.
I'm sorry. What year did that happen?
2021.
Oh, so not 2020. That's really weird.
And what does that line do from 2020 on?
Well, I'm sorry. 2020 on, this little line that goes up here, can you explain to me what policy that has to do with? Because I could have sworn you just said that the year in which this happened was different than the years in which this was going up. That's very strange.
It went up prior to it because more people got abortions ahead of the decision. Because the decision was leaked, if you'll recall.
Okay, I'm just waiting for the demonstration of that.
Sarah, do you want to pull up the other link I sent you?
Yeah, pull up the other link, please. The riots, by the way, started in 2019, not 2020. That's really weird. Why did it start in 2019, bro? Can you explain that to me? Why did it start in 2019?
What do you think?
I don't know. It's your position. What policy position started in 2019 that outlawed abortion? Can you
made the statement that the overturning of abortion rights does not lead to an increase in abortions.
That's correct. And
but
I'm waiting for the
increasing, are they not?
But is it because anything is outlawed? That's what I'm waiting for the demonstration of.
I think it's because people have continued to further decide not to have kids because they don't want to bring them into this reality.
Okay, so starting in 2019, which policy are we pointing to?
Acknowledge the fact that when abortion is outlawed and illegal, it is often becomes untracked too. And so
I'm sorry, these people who are having abortions, are they having abortions legally?
People increasingly do not.
Okay, where's that data show that people increasingly don't have?
I don't want to remain on the abortion debate. My question to you,
you know, let's remain on it. Can you tell me where these people are having abortions where it's illegal, sir?
What, I'm sorry, where they're having abortions where it's illegal?
Yeah, you made the claim that if you make abortion illegal, if you said that if abortions are illegal, they increase. Can you show me where abortions were made legal and they increased?
Where they were made legal and increased? When have they been made
illegal?
Recently?
Where they remained illegal and they increased.
Do you want to pull up Texas statistics?
Sure. Pull up Texas statistics. Pull up whatever you want. Show me in Texas where it was the case that Texas outlawed abortions and they went up in fucking Texas. Go ahead.
In 2023,
they
reported 62 abortions.
What?
The year before, it was 17,514. Do you think that there was a
Wait, I'm sorry.
17,000.
Is 72 less than 17,000?
Yes, but let's analyze that data a little bit.
So wait a second. I'm really confused here. So when they outlawed it, it went down?
Do you think that there are 17,400 and some fewer women receiving abortions in Texas? Or do you think that many of those women are traveling to states beyond Texas?
Hang on. Help me out here. The stats were how many versus how many? Year one versus year two in your stats. Can you explain that to me real quick?
I can explain that it is illegal.
No, just tell me the numbers.
An abortion
Can you tell me the numbers, please?
62 in 2023.
62 in 2023, and how many in 2024?
17,514 in 2022.
So wait, is 2024 between or I'm sorry.
I understand the
I'm sorry. Hang on. Help me out. 2022 is the year before 2023, right?
Right.
And in 2023, can you tell me the numbers of the abortions again?
2022 is when Texas is
2023
into effect.
2023, the number of abortions was
62.
And the number of abortions in 2022 was
17,500.
So then, when it was 2023, the year after 2022, when the ban went into effect, did abortions go up or down?
You have no curiosity.
Did abortions go up or down?
Andrew, do you have no
Did abortions go up and down?
Data?
Did abortions go up or down, sir, between 2022 and 2023?
Do you think they went down?
Did abortions go up or down, sir?
Do you believe that 62 is accurate?
Oh, you know what? I'm going to fucking quadruple it.
I think it could do a lot more than that.
You know what? Let's fucking 10x that shit. Did abortions go up or down?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't fucking know? No, you don't fucking know.
Because it's not illegal there. But you're focusing on one state. I'm telling you.
You mean the state? You picked the state. You picked it.
Yes, because it demonstrates that fewer
abortions went down
there, but abortions nationwide went up. Why?
Oh, wait a second. So let me get this right. So Texas outlaws abortion, and it goes from how many thousands to 63?
It goes from how many legal to how many illegal is the only question.
No, they were legal in Texas, yeah. And when they were legal in Texas, how many did you have?
Legal up to what?
When they were legal in Texas, how many did you have, sir?
I already read you the number. Stop asking.
I'm sorry, thousands?
I thought you took notes about everything.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Did you have thousands of abortions in 2022?
I had thousands of legal abortions in 2022. I have 62
and how many abortions?
In 2023.
Yeah, you have
what
62.
I'm telling you is that when you make abortions illegal, people go underground, and maternal mortality rates go up, and fetal mortality rates go up.
Okay, I'm
And
waiting.
we've already
Prove it.
seen that in Texas with
I'm waiting for you
maternal
to
mortality
demonstrate
rates
it.
rising by over 30%.
I'll tell you what, bro. I'm waiting for
Oh.
you to demonstrate it. You gave me the Texas stats, and here's what the Texas stats showed. We went from thousands of abortions to tens of abortions.
Do we want to go into maternal and fetal mortality statistics?
Sure.
No. I say
I blame Rob
no.
for all of this, but I blame Rob for all of this.
I say no, and no, absolutely not. Here's
up,
what
Rob?
we'll do, gentlemen. I loved the discussion and I loved the back and forth. It's definitely got a very good new debate written all over it, and I'm happy to put that together and find a prompt between the two of you that you agree on. But the panel wants to have their time with you now, and they have been sitting back there for probably an hour waiting for it patiently.
Listen. I apologize.
Give me just 1 sec, guys. I got to go take my restless leg meds.
No
I'll be right
problem.
back.
And it was
fine.
it was
Get
great
back.
to meet you too, Christopher. Look, no
I'll be
problem.
right back.
I understand the debate doesn't end until the debate ends, and sometimes I can be very impositional. I get that, but thank you for humoring me. I appreciate that. To everybody who was waiting backstage, please give me a little bit of grace. It's a brutal field that I'm in, but I did the best I could.
It's fine.
Bet your
I don't
wheels were
mind
great
it, but I think
I had a
think
whole
you
lot more
owe-
malice like 30 seconds ago.
I think the
Flow
apology
Stay, fuck you.
goes-
You know you
I
love my
think,
raids, Flow Stay. You
gentlemen,
know you love the
my
raids.
rule. I think the apology
Been a
goes to
minute.
all of the kind people who sent in the super chats that I did not get to because we got stuck in a loop. So my deepest apologies to anyone who sent super chats. I'm going to try to finish getting through them throughout the evening. It's going to take me some time, but we will do it. And I will constantly have to interrupt the panel in order to do so, but we will make it through. But I do want to give this one a shout out because it was the Big 50. Spyro says there is scientific data proving people are having more meaningful, deeper, and lasting relationships, romantic and otherwise, with AI. You can pass on knowledge to AI, raise it, so to speak, etc. Why should humans reproduce if this is very likely true?
So I'm going to give a caveat here. Spyro is actually brilliant. He's like one of these fuckers who's like, 150 IQ plus. And I often actually have a hard time engaging with him because he's that smart. But here's what I'll say. The rest of the panel, you're all going to fail even more miserably than me. So I'll just put that caveat in, except Rob Knorr. He's smarter than me. But the rest of you fuckers, you're not fucking smarter than me, and you ain't gonna engage with this shit worth a shit. I guarantee it. But I'm willing to give the floor to everybody.
And before I give the floor to anybody and everybody, just so the audience knows, we like to play this fun booting game here. Andrew, Christopher, and Martae cannot be booted from the panel. However, anybody else can be. And I do have backstage.
Hey, Sarah, she got balls? You got balls, Sarah? Let's say Andrew can be booted, but let's set it at $500 fucking dollars. $500, Andrew gets booted. That seems fair.
If you are willing to play that game, I'm happy to oblige. However, usually I protect the main panelists because out of respect, you guys gave your time for the
Let's see what
evening.
happens. Let's see what
But if
happens.
you're
$500
open
fucking
to
dollars, you kick Andrew.
$500 to boot. However, you can also pay to revive. You have to match the boot. So that is the portion of it. Backstage, I have Brick, Evan Matagi and Daniel McCoy waiting patiently. If you want to see any of them up, you have to boot somebody down. Otherwise, the panel stays as it is. People come and go as they please. Okay, I am going to turn it over. Fatty, I'm going to lead with you since you were first here. Go for it.
How are you guys doing?
You and your spatula.
Yes. So I'm a little bit confused because every time I talk with y'all accuse secular people of not having a concrete worldview or where their morals come from. Is always subjective. And y'all worldview, because you guys are religious, is objective, right?
No, actually, it would be the opposite.
No, your worldview will be objective, right?
No. I would just. So I think you have this backwards. I'm just kind of willing to grant the secular position and say that I'm the arbiter of all morality.
No, but I don't want you to object it. I want you to do the internal critiquing that you usually do, right?
Oh, sure. You can internally critique me.
Yeah. Because I learned.
But hang on, Fatty. Before we get to the internal critique, is it fair to say that if somebody claims they are the arbiter of all morality, that it's fair for me to also be the arbiter of all morality?
No, because that's not your worldview.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's their worldview, right?
No, but that's your worldview. You claim that.
Yeah, but it's their worldview, right?
You can match it and say if Fatty says is right because
you mean grant
his
it.
opinion.
Hang on, Fatty. Here's the question I'm asking: if I grant the worldview that you're the arbiter of all morality,
yes,
can't I put myself as the arbiter of all morality by your own world? I can't.
No, because you accuse me of not knowing where my morals comes from because I'm an atheist secular. And Fatty doesn't have no worldview.
Actually, I'm more than willing to hear.
I know.
Hang on, Fatty. I'm just responding. I'm
Yes.
more than willing to hear where your morals come from. If your morals come from, hang on, Fatty. I'm just willing to grant Christianity is totally false, and the arbiter of all morality is.
I believe in that.
Okay, but. Hang on
I don't have no worldviews because I'm a degenerate. If I'm the king of the world, I will do whatever the fuck I want.
Okay, now, great. Me too.
So now that you can go on offense, right, we're going to do an internal critique of what you believe in.
Okay.
You say yourself, right, that your morals come from the Bible, right? That's what you say. You and most of the people on the panel that are religious.
That's incorrect.
It comes from God. It comes from Christianity. Is that fair?
Sir, hold on to
Christianity, yes.
Would that fair that the 10 Commandments are something that guide things that you believe in life?
Yes, as long as they reconcile with the new covenant.
So if thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not steal. You shouldn't covet what is of your neighbor.
Yeah, what do those things mean?
By invading the land by force and murdering people for greed, and taking the land and covet what is not yours, wouldn't that go against your worldview since your Bible or your God says that you shouldn't do that?
Yeah, this is an excellent point. All you have to do is demonstrate
it. When you were talking with them and you says, what stops me from going to invading them, grabbing a bunch of babies and doing a word that I don't understand?
Because I caveated this with, in my worldview, I can tell you why I would say this was wrong. Can you from your worldview?
I don't have no worldview. I'm a secular, degenerate, king of the world, whatever I want.
So if you have no worldview, why should I even engage with mine?
Because my rules are... No, you guys actually put that on me. I don't believe in nothing because I don't know where my morals are.
Okay, neither do I.
Right or wrong is whatever. You actually believe in what's right or wrong. So instead of deflecting,
you've changed my mind. I am the arbiter of all that is moral.
But he's not, because you don't believe in that.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second.
And you know what? Thank you very much, Rob, for actually teaching me what debate is. You are not going to be on offense. You are not going to be on offense and actually use it against me. We're doing an internal critique of what Andrew Wilson believes.
Do an internal critique.
1 second, Andrew, would you believe and can you concede that if I invade another person's land for greed, and I murder them, it goes against your beliefs that murder is wrong. Does it
No.
goes against your beliefs? No?
No.
Explain that to me.
Well, it depends on the context.
Let's go with the British and the natives, which is greed. Was not for survival, was for greed. They went
No.
to the side of the... Yes, he was.
Okay, give me the example.
They could survive in Great Britain, and actually they were thriving. They decided to go ahead and to pillage, kill, and murder because
That's
they
not an
were
example.
greedy.
That's just you asserting. Give me the specific example.
The example is I am going to kill the next tribe because I want their resources. And I
Yeah,
want
where's
water
the
to go.
specific example?
It's colonization. Is a
That's
good
not an
example.
example. That's just an
Imperialism.
assertion. Give me the specific example, and I'll
How
speak
is
to
that,
it.
how is that not a good example?
Because okay,
He's
hang
asking
on.
for a tribe.
Let me give you one that I want.
Did you just asked me a question? Can I answer it? No, I can't answer it.
Let me give you one that I know.
Okay.
Portugal was one of the most powerful countries in the planet. They grabbed
Wait, hang on. Back up. Which country?
Portugal.
Okay,
Right?
Portugal.
They grabbed a bunch of slaves in Africa. They took them to Brazil. They murder a bunch of natives, and so they can take their gold and the can of sugar, so that they can bring it to Portugal, right?
Yeah, demonstrate it.
Yes. Out demonstrated how?
Well,
do you
show
mean?
me the historical facts, and then we'll go over them.
So, Andrew, are you serious?
Yes.
So is this a deflection?
No, it's not a deflection. It's just me asking you to go over the historical facts, and we can demonstrate if it's true or false.
So
and
you
let
are
me interrupt. $5 more has to be dropped in because Hector booted you. Daniel only saved you with a 5.
I got you.
So okay, thank you. All right, you can stay, Fatty. Oh nope, Daniel
Yes.
got it.
And-
Daniel got
and-
it.
If I can, I do have to step off real quickly. I just have one question, and that's it. I'm not gonna do a long speech or anything. Patty, can I ask that question?
No, you can. And this is why I say that Andrew Wilson is the best debater in this space, but he's the biggest deflector too. Because as
What
soon
did
as
I
you get-
deflect on?
Because as soon as you get caught on your worldview, you are trying to do what you did with Christopher, which is go to very minutia, proving that the Portuguese were greedy and invaded the Brazil. So they no, we know that European colonies murder other people on other spaces for greed because they wanted their resources and they wanted to take it back. Why don't you understand?
Fatty, I'm willing to get into all of this, but you have to understand what claims are. Fatty's claim is, Andrew, will you denounce X thing based on X immoral thing that X people did? I think that's a fair claim, Fatty.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it not fair for me to ask you to demonstrate that claim is actually true, rather than just asking me to denounce it based on zero evidence? I'm willing to engage with your evidence. Just show me the evidence.
So the example that I gave you from Portugal going to Brazil and killing, taking resources and sending them back home, is that not considered murder? Like, what would you need for me to actually tell you, for me to prove it?
Just give me a demonstration from a historical concept a historical context
Yes.
from a source, so I can go through the source and determine if it's true or not.
Okay, so let me give you one that you probably know.
Okay.
The United States, or whatever it was called at the time, fighting Mexico to acquire land from the Texas and the South. Would that be fair?
I disagree that that's a correct characterization.
That's not the correct characterization?
Yeah, let's get into the reasons why that war happened, and then we can make a broader determination. So, why did this war happen?
No, go ahead. You said that you disagree.
No, you made the claim.
No, Andrew, I have ChatGPT.
You're not making claims.
I made claims and you deny the claims, and then when I say you explain, you do what you did with Destiny.
No, I didn't even
explain
deny
to
it.
me with the insurrection. I disagree
Yes.
with your definition. Of
I don't
insurrection.
understand,
So what is your
Fatty.
definition?
Fatty.
I don't know.
Fatty.
You prove it.
Fatty, you're saying that this was immoral by my worldview. I'm willing
Yes.
to concede that that's true.
Yes.
Just demonstrate it.
I will ask you a question, since you like to ask questions to people.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the people that came from the United Kingdom and killed the natives, is that fair to say that that was murder?
No, not unless you can demonstrate how it was murder.
Because it was no self-defense. It was no
okay, then I'm waiting for the demonstration.
Patty, if I may, like the example you gave that I know more is the U.S.-Mexican War, but this was a territorial dispute. Texas claimed independence from Mexico, and then the United States annexed it. Then there was a dispute about what the border is. The reason that Andrew's asking for specific examples is because the one example you get is very controversial. It's not so simple as the greedy United States went in there murdering people. So he's asking for an example. I'm sure that both me and Andrew would agree these hypotheticals you're talking about exist in some faction.
Sure.
Give us the specifics.
Yeah, give us the specifics.
No. I really want to just ask one question to Andrew. Patty, give me a moment, please. I just want to ask one question and I'm out.
No, I won't.
Please. I'm on your side, Patty. One question that's going to help us.
So stop it. Sorry. Fatty had the floor. I specifically gave him the floor first. You can calm your ass down and cool your tits. Fatty, if you want.
Don't let him do you like that, Ditso.
Your kid tits are very hot.
She's the queen of the floor.
The game that Rob and Andrew are playing, and again, once again, thank you very much, Rob, for teaching me what debate is about. Not being right, is about not contradicting yourself. The game is putting the onus of proof once again on Fatty, right? The reality is this: if you are going to say that what the British did to the natives is not murder, you have to explain why do you disagree that is not murder. Those are the rules of the game. So Andrew and Rob, since you disagree, you are not going to destiny me. You are not going to say, I disagree with the fact that the 6th of January is an insurrection. And then when I ask you what is an insurrection, you say, I don't know. You have to define it. So y'all are going to explain to me, why am I wrong by saying that the British, what they did to the natives was not murder? Please explain to me what it is.
Well, so I think that this is a fair criticism to ask me, hey, Andrew, what do you think murder is? If you want me to pull up the definition of murder from Christian ethics, I can do that. My question to you, though, and this is simple, I'm willing to engage in everything you're saying. But remember, Fatty, do you agree with me you're making a claim?
No.
You're not making a claim.
Doing an internal
okay, well, then hang on. Fatty, hang on, Fatty. If that's the case and you're not making a claim, then I just don't care.
So you are going to just not say, so you can concede that you are going against your.
Are you making the claim I'm going against my own worldview?
Okay, so
hang on, Fatty? Are you making the?
No, it's fine. Since I have ChatGPT, we're going to go one by one. Key examples of murder and massacres: Trail of Tears, 1830s, ordered by President Andrew Jackson. Over 60,000 Native Americans were forcibly moved from their native lands. Thousands died from starvation, disease, and exhaustion.
How many thousands?
60,000. We can go to San
60,000 didn't die. 60,000 didn't die from the Trail of Tears. That's absurd.
Not totally fine. You can discuss the number. Might be one. Colorado Territory Militia.
Okay, so it's one.
No, there's more. I can go.
But I thought you said it doesn't matter. All that matters is that there's one.
You are extremely intelligent, but now you're playing dumb because you don't want.
I'm not playing dumb. I'm just listening to what you're saying.
You don't want to move the conversation.
Fatty, listen. I'm willing to engage in everything you say in good faith.
Yes.
But just remember that you're saying it.
Yes.
So if it is the case that you're doing an internal critique and you have some internal criticisms of my position, you need to bring up the position and then tell me what the criticism is. What you can't do, hang on. What you can't do is assert from your position X is wrong or X is right, and then expect that I'm going to have. That's not an internal criticism. That's an external criticism. So which do you want to do? An internal critique or an external critique?
No. I'm talking about your worldview.
My worldview. So what are you asking me about my worldview first?
Yes. No. I know what it is. Didn't you?
Well, if you know what it is, then tell me what it is.
No, I ask you, do the 10 commandments have a role on your worldview and where you get morals? Didn't you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then we move on. There's
but hang on.
One second.
Fatty, hang on, bro. I'm engaging with you in good faith.
No, you're not.
Wait, how am I not?
Because you are stalemating the conversation.
How?
prove the murder, and then when I give you a
I'm
list
not
of
proving.
murders, you went
Listen,
back.
Fatty, when you say a word, do you agree with me that that word could have a different connotation, or it could have
Murder? No.
Stop, bro. Just
You
let
asked
me.
me a question. No.
Yeah, but let me finish asking it before you
Go
answer
ahead.
it. Is it the case that you and I could have a different distinction of what murder is? For instance, you agree with me that there's many people who would say if somebody tried to steal my property and I shot them, that would be murder, even though you and I may disagree that that's murder. So if you're going to hold me to a standard, make sure you're holding me to my own standard and ask me, what is the definition of murder? Why is that the definition? And then you can give me the criticism based on my own definition. But what you can't do is say, externally, I believe this is murder, and so that's your standard. That's not my fucking standard, dude.
Okay, so what is your standard?
There we go. So there's the first fucking question. Murder would be an unjustified killing from a biblical sense. Unjustified from a biblical sense.
Yes. Would greed cover that? If I want to steal something because I want gold, I want resources, would that be considered murder, or is justifiable?
So when you say greed, and again,
greed
I'm
means
just,
I'll
hang on, Fatty. I'm not asking you what greed means. I'm not asking you.
I'm saying I'm not starving. I don't need it.
And I will say you have 30 seconds to finish, Fatty, before I have to boot you, unless somebody matches.
Yes, please. And by the way, it's kind of interesting that as soon as people are on the road, y'all bring the money up.
Nobody's on the fucking ropes, Fatty.
Thank you very much, Ali. No, you are actually on the ropes.
How?
So, is it fair to say once again that if I'm able to survive, I'm not on a survival position where I need the loaf of bread or something to get from you so I can live. If I'm doing it out of greed, meaning I'm doing just to accommodate, to get more power, more resources. If I go to your tribe and I steal from, and I kill the people there to get your resources, would that be fair to say that that's murder?
No.
Why?
Well, because this would be the distinction of greed. So when you say, is it the case that I'm killing you only to juxtapose that I want something that you have, right? Is that what we're considering greed to be?
Means that it's something that is yours that I clearly don't need.
No, that's not the case. I'm asking you this. If we're defining greed, does greed just mean it's something that I want and I'm willing to do X thing for?
No.
Okay, well then what does greed mean?
Means that I'm taking something from you that I don't need for my survival.
Okay. So then if it is the case that you take anything from anybody else that you don't need for your direct survival, that is greed?
No, it depends.
Well, okay. Well, then you see how we're not getting to anything here, dude.
I only say that because you keep doing the semantics to go back on square one.
No, I'm just trying to make sure that we're clear, dude.
Andrew, I know your game is to catch me in contradiction.
I'm not even trying to catch you in a contradiction. I'm just trying to, bro. I'm just trying to make sure that we know what we're talking about. When you say greed is X. And then I say, okay, and I repeat back to you what X is. And then you say, no, greed means Y. That is a fucking contradiction. So just tell me what the fuck you mean.
And hold that thought, Fatty. I want to ask, because Christopher is leaving. Is it about 15 minutes?
Yeah, I got a hard out at 10:30.
Okay.
I'm good for
I hate you, Christopher.
I know. I got a bed time. I got
only because you have a hard out. That's why I hate you.
Better than hard in.
Because I have a bed to climb into.
That's right. You heard me.
Does anybody specifically have a question for Christopher? And Fatty, I will bring it back to you. I promise. I just want to make sure.
I have a question specifically for Christopher. Christopher, would you like to continue the original debate somewhere else and do a one-on-one?
Man, this could be a fucking email.
I'd like to do that. Yeah,
Let's
true also
we can
too.
chat on Instagram about that. I definitely
and I will bow out. It was actually at Martae's. I actually asked Martae to involve me. I wanted to debate with you guys, so just saying.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in, Andrew. I do. Look, before I go, and Martae, absolutely, let's chat back and forth, and we can totally either work with Sarah to set that up or do something on some other platform if she's bored of me.
For sure, I'm down to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can we all agree though that what we just demonstrated is that morality is subjective?
That would be the crux of the argument we were attempting to have, I think, but didn't really.
But that's the stumbling block people kept hitting, right? Because is this greed? Is this murder? Is
I wonder if
subjectivity is baked into the words?
Hypotheticals. I'm curious how it would work if we did a hypothetical where we just pretended there is no God and have that debate.
So, Chris, the funny part is that even the Ten Commandments are subjective because it depends on interpretation. Even the Ten Commandments are subjective because I will define murder and somebody will come and say, I don't know what that means, murder. You shall, like thief, like you shall not steal, is a commandment. That's their worldview. That's say,
a word concept fallacy.
No, but that's what they say. They say, this is my worldview. This is why I am moral and you are not, because your worldview is subjective. And then when we stop with still depends. It depends if this is a person or like that shows that he's not objective at all. He's subjective because it depends on the person's interpretation. So we're going to keep going and going and going and going and going on a position where you are going to catch them because it goes against their worldview and their morals, and they are going to try to pretend that murder is not murder, greed is not greed, stealing is not stealing. Like this is
if I say it's bad to kill people, you say define bad.
If I can, Fatty, let me answer your question in a direct way. Even though I think you're a ridiculous debater that thinks things like debate is about being true and not about proving contradictions.
It's about contradicting yourself, Rob. You are as dishonest as everybody else. Thank you very much for teaching me what debate is.
So Fatty, are you who? Hang on.
Go on.
I want to ask this.
I wanted Rob to finish.
Fatty, can you name for me four debaters you consider honest? I just want to know four debaters you consider honest.
Andrew, Rob, can you continue?
Well, he called my friend a dishonest arbiter. I want to know who the honest ones are.
Because I debated him before.
Who are the honest ones, Fatty?
I don't know no honest ones. I don't need to know.
Yeah, you don't need to know because there's no one except you, right, Fatty? You're the only honest fucking debater, right, Fatty?
I'm actually not.
I would like to hear Rob's thought process. He was getting to something, and I want him to finish, please.
I'll be very brief about it, right? Like, Fatty, my understanding, having only seen like the first half hour of this debate, which I apologize for, is to the greater question of, I know, right? Is it immoral to take land by force? It seemed to me, based on Andrew's opening statement, sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But to say that it is always immoral, which would be the affirmative position, would be incorrect. So given the question you asked, Fatty, even without getting into specifics, I am fully willing to admit that the United States and probably every other government in the world has engaged in immoral uses of force to take land or to do other things in the past. So I'm not sure where the direction of your question's going. It's like some gotcha. You're like, yes, but according to your biblical view,
absolutely.
Let me finish. So not to speak for Andrew's Christianity, but I would bet that even in Andrew's Christianity, that he could come up with hypothetical situations when the United States federal government has engaged in actions he would think it's immoral based on his biblical worldview. So what's the point you're trying to make?
I know that you are the king of the whataboutism, but when Andrew was talking after the initial statement, he literally said, when he was talking to Chris, defensive, taking land on a defensive way. He expanded on that, but if you are coming through the understanding that me invading something because I'm defending myself and is a preemptive attack, what the British did, for example, to the natives was not defensive at all. It was clearly offensive, and it had nothing to do with survival.
I'll grant
to do with greed.
Yeah, I'll grant it.
But that's the point. So you are proving, if you agree that it was not defensive, and these people, did the British came to this side of your side? Because I'm actually
going to give you the best I can possibly give you. The British came here because there were a bunch of fucking Satan-worshipping scumbags who chopped up little Indians for the fun of it because they just thought it was fun. They wanted to cut them up, and then they ate the remains.
That's not true.
But let's just say it was.
But that we don't have to say it was because
I'm just giving you the most charitable version of your. Oh, okay. You're right. You know what? You're right, Fatty. Then I won't even be charitable.
And you see, you are proving that the debate is not what's right. The debate is about proving a
actually, no.
So instead of talking about something
Fatty,
that
it is what's right.
Andrew, Why
Yeah.
do you have to do an hypothetical on something that actually happened? Let me prove to you why didn't they come to decide because of the boogeyman and other religions. Because the British invaded Portugal. They share the same God. They invaded Spain. They share the same God. They invaded France. They share the same God. So it's about greed and it was about gold. It was not about we just invading people because they don't believe on our God. So why do an hypothetical when you clearly have depiction of history of why the British came to decide to prove
So-
a contradiction?
Okay.
That's what you do.
Bro,
Yes.
I'll explain. So I'm just trying to grant the most extreme version of the logic to make sure that it adds up. But however, if you say, Andrew, I only want you to engage with this logic, I'm happy to do that too.
So
And I'm
do it.
waiting for the demonstration that they invaded based on gold and greed.
So I just want to make this sure. You don't think that colonialism, okay, was based on greed, on expansion, on becoming more wealthy, more
That's
powerful?
correct. Yeah.
So why did they do it, Andrew?
Well, I think that if you looked at what the English code was and the French code, make
Yes.
the world French, make the world English, they were trying to export a moral system. But
Based
I'm
on
waiting.
what?
I'm waiting for you to explain.
so the question will
hang
be-
on, Fatty. My turn.
Yes.
So, Fatty, I'm waiting for you to express and show me the evidence that this was based on greed.
Because once again, the definition of greed, and I have it right here, and you, for whatever reason, greed is an intense and selfish desire for more than you need, especially money, power, land, or possessions, often at the expenses of others. This literally is colonialism.
Okay. Hang on, Fatty. I'm willing to grant the definition. I'm just waiting for the demonstration.
Wait, what?
I'm willing to grant your definition that that's what greed is, and I'm waiting for you to demonstrate that they were acting in this way.
Okay, so we're going to do a math equation, right? Portugal had 6 million inhabitants at that time. Portugal is a
Which time?
It's a very, very small
Hang
country,
on, which
right?
time?
In the 1500s.
Okay,
right?
1500s against who?
Yes, it's a very powerful country, but a very small country. Can
Okay.
you explain to me why did Portugal went to Africa?
Why? Hang on, Fatty. These are your claims. I'm
How is
waiting
it
for because you're the one claiming it.
I'm going to.
So I'm just
censor
waiting for you
upsetting for
with
just a
your
moment,
claim to
gentlemen.
demonstrate how this was
Gentlemen, if
greedy
I may
according to
censor
your
up
standard.
For a moment, please. There are two people who do have a question for Christopher, and he does have a hard stop here shortly. So I would like to grant them the space to do so. I believe Tim, did you have one?
Yeah, so it was interesting. There was like this intersectionality, I guess, that was in your opening statement, Chris, when it came to an intersection of history and theology as an appeal to the moral system that you were arguing. And I think it's curious, how do you, if you wanted to appeal to the morality of the Bible to Christians, how do you get around the fact that there was a mandate for the Jews to conquer Canaan and get rid of the child sacrificing Canaanites? And then what makes that different? What makes that different than the conquistadors coming to Mesoamerica and getting rid of the Aztecs who engaged in human sacrifice, were pagans, and massacred their neighbors? What's the moral distinction between those two things?
I think they would have to be somewhat up to what you understand God's direction to be, or whether you even believe historically that is accurate, because we do know that religion is often used.
Let's assume it is accurate.
Let's assume that.
Let's just assume for the sake of
the
argument
Bible
it is accurate.
Then I think that's a
No,
good,
not the Bible is accurate, but that
but the
this
Bible
portion
account
is accurate.
That God
Yeah.
ordered the Hebrews to wipe
Yeah.
out surrounding nations.
Yeah,
because
why is
they
that wrong?
were, according to God.
Yeah, why is that wrong?
Because he was trying to. Why is it wrong?
Yeah.
Is it wrong?
That's what I'm asking you. Is it wrong?
Based on your definition.
No, yours. Is it wrong that God ordered that this neighboring nations get put to the fucking sword? And let's
Well,
even
it's
go
not-
further.
it doesn't
Hang on, let's go
necessarily
further. Hang
hold
on,
to
I'm
a
going to
high
go
level of
further. Hang on,
spirituality.
bro, wait. I'm going to go further. Let's say for a second that God ordered all of the women who were under the age of 8 to get chopped up into little pieces after they were fucking egregiously raped over and over and over. Let's just assume. Hang on. Let's just assume it.
That's the God you
Bro,
worship.
stop. Let's just assume it. Let's just assume that he did. Now, he didn't, but let's just assume he did. Why was he wrong?
Why do I think he was wrong?
Yeah.
Because children have value. Humans have value.
According to who?
According to God himself. So
okay.
the
But
greater
hang on.
there
Let's
might
assume
be
God
that
says.
you have a spiritual belief.
Let's assume
Why would
God
God order
says that humans have no value. Why is he wrong?
It's using the Bible.
Okay, let's
That
assume
some
the
humans have
Bible
more
is.
value and
Let's
some
just
don't.
assume for a second, for the sake of argument,
You're the one who claims
that
to
the
believe.
entire Bible is rewritten. Humans have no value. He ordered the Jews to just kill everybody around them and just grape them over and over and over again because he thought it was fun. Hang on, God sitting back on his throne, he thinks it's funny. He's looking down. He's like, "This is fucking hilarious. Grape them again." Why is God fucking wrong, bro?
Because that's not God.
It's fine because God said so. There's just.
Yeah, it's fine if you believe that's what God said. But
No, no,
Let's say for a second God did say that. Why would he be wrong?
Why would you think he is wrong? If
Dude, don't ask me a fucking question. Answer the question.
Do you believe you're married, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe your wife has
No, here's what I
high
believe.
value?
I believe that I should be able to just murder anytime I want anybody who looks at me cross-eyed. Why am I wrong?
Because we live in a society that's
because we live in a society. So as long as society agreed that I should be able to do that, that's fine.
Why would society agree to that? You see,
Let's assume that. Let's assume they did. Let's assume they did.
You're wrong because there's your.
Yeah, let him answer.
Let's assume that they.
Society said anybody, Andrew Wilson.
Loudmouth
No,
debate guys should
every
be murdered,
fucking
and
that's
their
right.
remains
They
scattered
decided
over the desert.
Andrew Wilson should be able to grape whoever he wants, and he should be able to kill whoever he wants whenever the fuck he wants. Why are they wrong? Why?
Then why would I be wrong if I responded?
Answer
with
the
greater
fucking
force
question.
and
Why are they wrong, dude?
Why is it wrong to kill other human beings? Because
Why
you
is
don't
it
like
wrong
them?
if society enables me to grape who I want and kill who I want whenever I want? Why are they wrong?
Because humans are interconnected creatures who require
According to
each other in order to succeed.
Okay, yeah, they're
If
still
we-
requiring
if we
each other.
allowed monsters to go around killing whomever they like.
Yeah.
We will very quickly dissolve into anarchy and chaos. Is that
Now let
the
us
world you
assume
want?
that we have a society in which I impale motherfuckers who look at me cross-eyed. Crime goes way down. All right, reproduction goes way up. I give all sorts of incentives to reproduction. If you look at me fucking cross-eyed, I will fucking impale you. I will literally stick that stake right up your fucking ass, through your throat, and through your mouth, and I will stick you in that fucking town square, and then I'll urinate on your fucking face. Okay, but crime, hang on. But crime goes way down. Reproduction goes way up. We suddenly have a booming population. Why am I fucking immoral? Why? What am I doing that's actually immoral? Can you tell me?
No, I can't.
No,
No, hang on. I cannot, but society can.
Society says what I'm doing is great. Let's say I go up for 3 re-elections and they re-elect me. Let's say they re-elect me. Hang on. Let's say they re-elect me 3 fucking times to continue to just impale these people from ass to throat and stick them down and urinate on their fucking face and grape their women when I want to. They re-elected. Hang on, Sarah. They re-elect me 3 fucking times to do it. Why are they wrong, dude?
In that case, they probably wouldn't be in terms of the laws that they would set. But you have set, hang on, you have set a higher authority than that. So you're arguing against your own position.
Chris, if I may, this is
All
sort of
right.
a classic argument. Andrew's putting a unique flavor on it, but the classic argument is this. Those that are approaching morality from a secular view, where do you get your ultimate view of morality? Because it always becomes subjective. However, through a Christian perspective or any religious perspective, you say, to us, it is given to us from on high, from a higher power, right? And so it seemed that you floundered there with several things. For example, you said your morality would be based on utilitarianism. If Andrew did those horrible things, it would make society worse. So Andrew says, but hypothetically, if it wouldn't, then why would it be wrong? And you're like, well, because the people would be opposed to it. But if the people were for it. So let's take a real example. Child sacrifices in like the Aztec society. They thought that had utility. It was helping them. It helped their crops, etc. So morally, why would they be wrong? And what Andrew's getting to is, where does your morality come from? Who are you to tell those people they're wrong? And this is at the beginning of his statement. He says, like, where do rights come from? And there was this, like, the other woman that was your partner was like, well, this is semantical. Well, no, this gets to the heart of the matter, because we need to find out where your morality and where your rights come from in order to see whether or not a particular action is morally justified or not. In this case, the topic.
But Rob,
being,
he knows. He just doesn't know how to respond to it.
No, I do. Here.
And
Okay.
before
I'm
you
hearing.
do that, let me tell everybody that's watching over on the Tomato side, I am now shutting down Tomato. You'll catch the raid over to the Gauntlet. If not, I'm dropping the link in the chat several times. We're moving to the Gauntlet officially. Okay.
Just
back
remember,
to you,
it's not immoral if I stake people and urinate on their face, as long as the majority says so. Let's just keep that in mind
Right.
as we listen to the answer.
Let's move from the hypothetical
As long
to
as
the
God
realm of
says so,
reality.
nothing is immoral because God did it and God
Why
said
do you
it.
think Sarah reacted the way she reacted when you said the thing you said?
It's getting hot and bothered.
Well,
Because I'm a girl.
Here's why I think so. I think that Sarah wants to protect the integrity of her channel and wants to make sure there's no TOS violations. I don't think that Sarah gives a flying fuck about how extreme we make anything if it was on a platform where there was no TOS violations. It's just that, luckily for her, I'm like way tuned into that. And so I make sure that I go right up to the limit without crossing it. So here's the thing. Very simple. I don't think she gives a shit. I think she wants to hear the debate. My question to you again, sir, and Rob just reaffirmed this. If I stake every motherfucker who looks at me cross-eyed and grape their women because I think it's fun, and I get reelected 3 times to do the exact same fucking thing, why am I wrong?
People have done that in the past. Why don't they do it now?
Yeah, that's answering the question with a question. Why am I wrong?
It's just the same rhetorical framework you use.
It's not
every single
rhetorical
time,
framework.
Andrew.
I'm
Oh,
asking
come on,
you a
be
direct
honest about
question.
it. Yes, and I answered it with
Oh
a
my
question.
God.
That
You
your
answered
answer
it with a
told me
question.
why.
Do you answer questions with a question?
Oftentimes, yes.
Oh,
Tag me
okay.
in, homie.
Okay, well then that's fair. So
If
let
I
me
need more
respond.
clarity.
So here, let me respond with your question with a question. Can you answer my question that I asked you without answering
You
me a
asked
question?
reasonable question that isn't framed.
Here's a
to be
reasonable
gossip,
question.
then yes, I'll answer it.
Vlad the Impaler existed, yeah?
Historically, probably.
Yes. Yeah, Vlad the Impaler. What did Vlad the Impaler do?
The question I'm asking you is, why does Vlad the Impaler no longer exist?
Because he died.
He's not a
He-
mortal.
many
Why do we
years
not
ago.
Have in civilized
We
society
do.
a Vlad the Impaler now?
We
The
do
reason
have.
that we don't do that.
No,
is
we
because it
Okay.
is
do, but why does
counterproductive to our own
the
survival?
preponderance of
99.9 times out of
civilization
10.
look at that now as
All right,
something?
go
Can
ahead.
you tell me who the president of the Philippines is?
No.
Okay. Can you look him up?
Duterte.
Oh, what's that?
It's not
Duterte? Yeah, Duterte.
Duterte, he was
Yeah,
arrested actually.
Yeah, but can you tell me what was Duterte's policies in the Philippines?
You're a little outside my realm.
Oh,
About
okay.
what,
Well,
drugs?
He's the one that was killing drug dealers.
Yeah,
right?
anybody who possessed drugs and pushed them, he shot them in the face. And by the way, he was elected by the people. This happened
I bet that
recently.
election wasn't rigged.
Hang on. Even if let us
You believe
assume
that election was fair and free and
prove it wasn't.
He was wrong, and he was wrong.
2020
We
was
can
stolen,
assume
dude.
that somebody
Prove
who's
it
shooting
wasn't.
people in the face
And he was
isn't
wrong.
having fair elections.
Okay, yeah. You gonna prove it?
Chris, it was the
No,
it
you
was
never
the
saw
pure
it.
election ever. It was the
Oh,
most,
wait,
Yeah,
you're
mostly
asking.
fair, mostly
Wait.
fair.
I'm sorry.
Neither of us can prove whether it was or was not rigged. But
Actually,
we can look at,
hang on.
Can you prove it?
Yeah. So when you make the claim, this election was rigged, Who does the burden of proof fall to? Me?
I didn't make a claim. I made a speculation, and the speculation.
Oh, okay,
is
great.
solid
So it's not a
based
claim?
off of his lack of respect.
So it's not a claim
for his countrymen.
So you're not making a claim?
It's not a claim of absolute proof.
Okay,
it is
great.
A claim
Then
that
shut
it
up.
is the most logical explanation.
Okay, demonstrate it.
We can look at somebody who does not respect the value of human life and say he probably also doesn't respect,
waiting for the demonstration.
He probably also doesn't respect free elections. Doesn't
Waiting
that
for
hold
the.
logical
Can
sense?
you? No. Can you give me the
It
demonstration?
doesn't hold logical sense.
No. If
You
it
think
is the
that's an
case,
illogical conclusion. to
Yes,
reach?
and I'll explain.
Okay.
Could you have a case where a person was elected to do exactly that? The answer logically is yes. So if that is the
could
case,
you?
yeah. So if that is the case, you would have to provide some sort of evidence for your claim that that is not the case, and I'm waiting patiently for it.
Is it the most likely plausible scenario? No, it's absolutely not. How do we know?
Prove it.
We can know that because people don't like getting shot in the face, and they don't like their relatives
So?
getting shot in the face.
Yeah, so?
So if somebody is shooting people in the face, probably people aren't down with it.
Well, wait a second. I'm sorry.
people
This is super confusing to me. Help me out here. Is it the case that most people in this country would be getting shot in the face, or only certain people in the country who were considered degenerates or derelicts?
Well, a good number of people would get shot in the face.
Nah, what's a good number?
Oh yeah.
What's a good number?
Probably I can look that up actually. I wonder.
Yeah,
how many
look it
small
up.
Drug felonies.
No, look up how many is a good number. But the thing is that if it is the case that you're saying it's more logical that people would not get shot in want to get shot in the face, you would have to be saying that it's actually more logical that more people there are pushing drugs than aren't, because it would be those people voting in the policies to kill the drug dealers, dummy. That aside, even though you're never going to be able to contend with that, nobody actually answered this question that I posed to Christopher, which is to Christopher. Christopher, if I'm Vlad the Impaler, and I stick people from the anus through their throat and grape their women whenever I feel like it, please tell me why that's wrong.
I don't have to tell you.
Oh.
It's inherently wrong.
I'll show you.
It's inherently
Okay, show
wrong.
me. Show me.
Does anybody
Society believes that what you are doing is immoral and unjust.
What if society elects me 3 times?
This is where your horse doctrine holds true.
Oh.
Because in that case, if the rest of society decided that they were done being shot in the face or impaled through the anus, they would overthrow you and take
I think
you down.
that this is a totally fair argument. So now, Christopher, we're just going to take it to its conclusion.
Why is this? Aren't they no longer the president of the Philippines?
Bro,
Is he in the Hague
hang
now?
on. I'm willing to grant your entire argument here and say, if it is the case that we had a Vlad the Impaler, and he impaled people from the anus through the throat and raped their women whenever he felt like it.
Why do we have to
And
keep
then-
repeating it? We
Yeah,
can't.
we
I didn't
get the metaphor
say
here.
the R word.
Kinda shock
We're like,
people.
Look.
can't we just agree that nasty
Okay,
things
the
you
R
can say
word.
so
Okay,
long?
fine. The R word, whatever you want, Sarah. The thing is, though, Christopher, if he was elected 3 times by the people after he instituted those policies, what makes that bad?
You're assuming that those elections were
I'm giving you a
legitimate.
hypothetical. Let's assume they were legitimate. What
Let's
would
assume
make
they
it?
were illegitimate? and
Let's
he
assume
stole
they
the
were
election and
legitimate
people wanted him
first.
out.
Yeah,
Chris,
great.
he's a
I-
popular-
Your
okay, hang on,
scenario is
Chris.
logical. My scenario is
Chris,
logical.
I'll grant it, Chris. If it was illegitimate, then it's wrong. If it was legitimate, Chris, is it right?
Is it right? You're asking me
Yeah.
to make a moral decision?
Yeah, Chris.
I
Chris, you
think
want me
that
to make this easier for you?
No, Rob,
the
don't
entire
interrupt.
Summary of my
Please,
argument comes down to this.
Chris. He was hypothetically elected 3 fucking times to continue to
You have to
impale
add the
motherfuckers.
hypothetical now.
Yes. But hang on. But if it was reversed and you said hypothetically it was rigged, I'd say that's wrong. You see how that works? So,
Right.
Chris, hypothetically, he's elected 3 times. He keeps impaling people. He keeps raping them all the time. Chris, why is he wrong?
He is the president of one country on earth. The rest.
Yeah,
of
why
the
is he
world can have a
wrong?
Conversation about
Why is
whether
he
or not
wrong,
they feel
Chris?
like that moves
Chris,
us
why is he
forward.
wrong,
Andrew,
Chris?
Shut up and listen to my answer.
You're never going to answer, you fuck. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go, and you're never going to fucking answer. Chris, why is it fucking wrong?
I can't say why it's wrong because
That's right. That's the fucking first honest answer I got from you, fucker.
You know what?
You can't
don't even
say.
Let me answer.
Hey, Chris,
so you want the real honesty?
Can you understand? Can you?
Yes,
can
I
you
want the
notice
real honesty. I'm going to shut up. Go ahead, Chris.
you-
What's the
you
real
notice how
honesty?
You notice how you just said, Chris, that he's in charge of one country, right? And earlier, all the way at the start of the debate, you really, I think you lost the debate. Not you, really, it was your partner, but you lost within the first 10 minutes because when it came to explaining rights, what they are, where they come from, you went from rights are universal and they originate from our humanness, our very being as humans, and then
he was just about to get a chance to answer the question.
He can't answer it because the only consistent logical thing you can say here, Chris, is that it's not wrong. It's based on the emotion of the populace. It's based on consensus. What do you actually have to say to me, Andrew? Him impaling these people who his people demand he impale is wrong. What basis do you have for that, Chris?
You have to understand from my position, from my worldview, which is all you have too. We're debating two different worldviews.
I'm just going to agree.
We're trying to come to a conclusion about which of those might be the best path forward for humanity. So we are looking at our past. We are acknowledging that in our past, sometimes people have been maimed, murdered, or had things stolen unfairly. And so as a society, we look to our past and we ask ourselves, was that fair? Was that just? Did that create a better world for people? And if it didn't, then we try to, as a society, enforce actions.
Now we're getting right to the grounding here.
Sometimes that happens through coercion. Sometimes that happens by simply having the better
I love
argument.
this. I feel like we're getting somewhere. So, Chris, let us assume, hypothetically, this civilization exists. The civilization is Andrew Wilson's in charge. Every woman who looks at me fucking cross-eyed, she's getting the fucking G word, okay? She's getting the R word. That's what's happening. And any man who looks at me slightly cross-eyed, he's getting impaled. And hang on. All of the people of this nation love this. They think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. It has led to reproduction rates skyrocketing. It has led to all sorts of things that this civilization loves. They adore it. They think it's great. Why are they wrong? Now, let us assume the international community says nothing about this. They don't say anything about it, okay? They say, hey, to each their own. This country's doing well. They're playing fair. Chris, can you tell me from your worldview why me impaling everybody who looks at me cross-eyed and fucking just getting it on with all these broads who I just feel like, you know what, Chris? I'll even go one step further. The night of their wedding, I institute prima nocta. I roll in and I take your bride the night you're supposed to consummate the marriage. And bro, not only do I dick her down, I go overboard. Every fucking hole this chick has, I invade every bit of it. I spit in her mouth. I slap her around. But I get elected 3 fucking times. They love me. Chris, why are they wrong? Why are they immoral and you're moral? Chris, please, for the love of God and all that is holy, tell me why.
If you've taken my property, my possession, violated my wife, why am I wrong to say that's wrong?
Perfect. So wait. So you're the ultimate arbiter of morality, Chris?
No, I'm asking why you are.
Because you are.
Having the same conversation.
You're both right.
Yeah, there we go. We are. Hang on. We are. There we go. We are.
On defense. He has to go on offense.
So it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what Patty says or what Bob says or what Tim says. It matters what society writ large decides.
Because it doesn't have an answer.
So wait a second. So then Chris. Chris, what would this boil down to then? Would this boil down to force?
I have already conceded that point. I have simply made the point that force is not always a physical thing.
Welcome to Costandia.
Well, you see, Chris, what we've just demonstrated here is that you have no basis for which to say that's immoral. You only have a basis to descriptively say that through force, all things are moral. Well, now, Chris,
by the same argument, have no grounds to claim what is moral.
Chris, I'm actually happy to make the concession. Chris, everything that I say, as long as I have force, is moral. Tell me why I'm wrong, Chris.
Call that nihilistic.
Chris, tell me why I'm wrong, Chris.
Why is that not nihilistic?
It's totally nihilistic. Why is that wrong, Chris?
But you previously said you don't believe in
Chris, you know what I love to do? I love to fucking take little animals, like little ones that I find, and I just take a sharp knife and just cut their fucking heads off because I think it's funny. And I laugh at their corpse while it's spewing blood. I'm like, you little fuck. Take that, you little bastard. Chris, why am I wrong, Chris?
It's getting weird.
He's gonna be pissed when he hears this.
No, answer the fucking question. Answer the fucking question.
You don't like the answer. Hey, Evan, you have a question. Go.
Chris, answer my question,
I have
Chris.
answered your goddamn question more times.
Yeah, then answer it again.
You don't get to decide what's right.
Who does? Who does? Who does?
Society gets to decide.
Great.
Right.
Then if society says that it's okay for me to do that, then it's fine, isn't it, Chris?
Yes, but you have to convince society that is a benefit.
You know what? I agree with you, Chris. I agree with you, Chris. Then through force and coercion of society, then I can convince them that I'm right. Then I'm fucking right, Chris. That's force doctrine, you fucking idiot.
I am not debating you on force doctrine. I have already admitted that force can be applied. What I'm saying is that the argument you're making circumvents the ultimate conclusion, which is that force is a societal thing, and we can choose to apply it either through violence or through dialogue.
What do you mean, Chris? You don't get a dialogue. I got a gun to your head, you fucking idiot. You do what I say or else, and you can't even say it's immoral. All you can say is, yes, sir. All you can say is, yes, sir. Please give me more, because my doctrine is as long as the consensus says it's okay, then it's fucking okay. And Andrew, you are my dictator in chief. No, call me Emperor fucking Andrew. Call me Emperor
Your
Andrew.
doctrine, not social doctrine.
Chris, if I may, real quick.
Wait, Rob,
I'll be
could
quick
I
about
just ask
this.
a question, please?
Chris, real quick on this point. Do you think January 6th, under your personal interpretation, was immoral?
Immoral?
Yes.
Honestly, I believe most of those people believed they were there for a legitimate cause. If there was an immoral behavior, it was the people lying and telling them the election was stolen. So no, I don't necessarily believe most of the people that went into the Capitol did so on an immoral basis.
Okay, but you think the people that lied to them like Trump were immoral?
If they knew they were lying and they still lied to them,
in your opinion, do you think Trump knew he was lying and therefore was immoral?
in my opinion, if Donald Trump did not know, or if he was unwilling to accept the evidence that the election was free and fair, that's a whole other topic. But if he did know and he allowed people to break the law on his behalf, and in fact, potentially tried to orchestrate a situation in which people would try to break the law on his behalf to allow him to remain in power, then absolutely that would be immoral.
You didn't answer the question specifically. I'm asking, in your opinion, you said, well, if then. I'm asking, in your opinion, do you think he knew that the election wasn't stolen and therefore was immoral? Just a yes or no will suffice.
If he knew it was stolen and he lied, that's immoral.
I'm asking if you believe he did.
Do I believe he did? I don't know.
Okay,
I would like
let's
to know.
assume that you're not bad faith and you're willing to answer the question, right? Let's say
No,
that
Chris
you said
doesn't
yes.
do that.
No, I'm not being bad faith. I'm literally asking.
I don't know. Thanks, Immoral. Let's answer it again.
Let me finish.
One at a
So
time.
Let's try it again.
Assuming then that would be immoral, I would say to you, and yet the American people voted for him in 2024, therefore it can't be immoral, because your interpretation would be if the people vote for it and are okay with it, then it can't be immoral. So no matter if you think
No, the
he
question in
was-
that situation would be whether the people understood what it was they were actually voting for. If they voted if he ends up doing the things that his naysayers say he's going to do, the people who voted for him may not have voted for that. They may have voted for him for other entirely legitimate reasons.
No. They knew of January 6th. They knew what happened. They just didn't give a shit. They still voted for him.
I got to roll out here, by the way, guys. Rob, thanks for popping on tonight. I'm going to do right over to your channel. Martae, you were a fantastic debate partner, and of course, Chris. I enjoyed the engagement. Hopefully, we can have a long-term discussion. It won't be quite so debatey. Of course, I would recommend Martae first. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good night,
Thank you, Andrew, and thanks for
All right,
coming.
I wanted to.
Oh, by the way, I didn't shout out Sarah. Hang on, fucker. I didn't shout out Sarah. Sarah Tomato, go over there, donate all those hard-earned dollars. She did host us. She was very gracious to everybody on the panel. Nobody can say she wasn't. Have a great night, guys.
Goodbye, Andrew. Thank you. All right. And Evan, I believe you had a question for Chris as well before he made his exit.
Yep. Just to give some context on the question, like, you know, the Polynesians and how they colonized most of the islands in the Pacific. Well, over in New Zealand, there's some debate with archaeological evidence that on whether or not the Maori went and ate the people that were there before there. But before that were there, like they were thinking that it was like the same population as the Aboriginals or the people from Papua New Guinea, or like that island in the whole sense. But I guess getting to it, is it moral for them to go over and take over that island, eat everyone that was there, and basically just take it for themselves? And since no one knew about it and there was no record of it, does that also play a factor into the morality of the situation, where the only society that is left is the Maori?
Ooh, that's a tricky one. From my personal, I mean, are you asking what I, as a person, would feel about that, or what I
Yes,
think society
your
at
personal
large,
opinion.
how they should react to it? I mean, and my personal opinion is that's pretty gross. I don't know, in terms of like cannibalism, is that immoral? If I was starving and the only thing I had to eat was a dead body, or, would that be immoral if that was what kept me alive? So without knowing more about the specifics of the situation, I'd have to potentially punt that, but I could see the point that you're trying to make. And I think that, again, the fundamental point of my whole, I'm sorry, I'm running out of energy here, guys, but the fundamental point of my take would be that society could look at that situation, we could discuss it, and we could decide whether that is something that is moral or immoral. And then we discuss, why is that moral or immoral? We have to have a framework of why we feel like eating other humans is wrong. Some people eat dogs. A lot of people think that's wrong, but that's a different way of looking at the world. So we have this spectrum, this gradation of things that other people do that gross us out, but aren't necessarily immoral. And then we have to find that bright line where it passes from cultural to immoral. And that has to be a societal discussion. It can't come down to my personal ick factor about it. That's all I'm saying.
Does morality come from law?
I think morality comes from all of us trying to reach consensus on what is best for humanity as a whole, rather than, so often when we have subjugation, when we have theft, when we have things that are stolen, it comes down to, can I just say for a second how nice it is to be able to talk for more than 10 seconds without being interrupted? Thank you, guys.
Don't jinx it.
I know. When we can accept that we need to address these things on an individual basis, and as we go throughout history, if our framework is what is best for humanity as a whole, then hopefully that idea spreads. Hopefully other societies see it and catch on to it. I guess.
Do you think it's immoral to prioritize your family's well-being over humanity as a whole's well-being?
No, I think it's just human.
Right. So that's the crux of moral situations in my mind. Is
right, but it's a difference of whether I felt like I could do better. I could better provide for my family if I broke into my neighbor's house and took their china, but that wouldn't make it moral. Now I'm defending my family, so some might say that it's defensible. I would say in general, society has decided that even in a case where you're doing something that is to benefit you or to feed your family, we have bright lines. We try to set up opportunities for people to avoid those situations, and we should continue to prioritize more of that, to prioritize incentivizing it so people don't feel like, whether it's drug treatment, whether it's social safety net programs, things like that. If you disincentivize the behavior that is harmful to others, that's not necessarily a moral statement or an immoral statement. It's a statement of what allows us to live in proximity to one another with the least amount of discomfort and the most progression towards equity and equality and viewing each other as all fellow passengers in the ship. And I know that sounds touchy-feely, woke and base and all that kind of stuff, but believe me.
But Grace, this is why when we came here, we established the greed component that Andrew ran away from it, right? It's because greed is not justifiable. You are just doing it because you want more. It's not because you want to survive, right? But there's the point, right?
No, to defend Andrew. I don't think Andrew ran away from it, by the way.
One second, please. No, he kind of did, because he literally we're having a new conversation about his internal critique, and he literally pulverized the conversation to ask the same questions he was asking Chris
Well,
for
now
1
we're
hour
here.
before we got here.
Now we're here.
The reality is he just repeated what he was doing an
All right.
hour when nobody was here. So he kind of
Fatty, Fatty, let me show how ridiculous your position is.
I don't
You're not going to answer. You're not going to answer right. You're not going to answer. You are exactly what you accuse others of being.
Dog doesn't need to defend him. He's fine. You got it, Rob. It's fine.
You are exactly what you accuse others of. You
Yeah,
said
yes,
that Greek
Rob,
is.
Rob, before you do that, I'm sorry. Can I just? I really do have to jump off. I'm a half an hour.
let's go ahead and
my
let him
heart
have
out. Can I give you guys each just a? This is my first time. It's been an educational experience. Do you guys want to take a moment to maybe tear me down a little bit? Tell me what I could do better and what things I need to work on.
I will. I will. I will.
Sarah was
I
the one that gave me the
think-
platform, and
I think at the end of the day, you need to be able to not just look at the surface level. I think you need to you have to dig down to the foundation and then work your way up. You're starting at the top. It's the worst place for anybody to begin in terms of a debate and making an argument. So what you were arguing from was what we would call my preferences, right? So when you throw preferences in there, it's not going to get anywhere, because then if your preferences are one thing, mine are another, Fatty's are another, Tim's are another, Rob's, Evan, everybody has a different preference, and then
That's the
everything goes out
world.
the window.
That
Yeah,
is the
I
world.
understand that, but that's the whole idea. The question was, is it immoral to take land by force? So now it comes down to a morality debate, which means if you throw preferences in there, everything's out the window.
How
and
is
it doesn't
morality different from
matter.
preferences?
It doesn't matter where the standard is. And Flo, I'm talking to Christopher. Doesn't matter where
might
the
be giving him
standard
bad advice.
is. So this is why, especially in a type of morality, objectivity, subjectivity kind of debate, start at the ground and then work your way up. That's mine.
yeah, I
The
would
foundation
say
is
what I would
my
have to that
preferences
is
for
it's a little
everybody.
hard to know where the ground is when we start with a prompt that says it's immoral to seize land, and then
that's-
we immediately bounce from that to a semantic debate about. And I understand. Look, I'm not arguing that semantics don't matter or that the meaning of words don't matter, but we all understand that Andrew is not using semantics as a method to get to the underlying root of the issue. He's using semantics as a way to continue this circuitous discussion where we never really get to what does the future looking conversation look like? How do we take this theory and use it in a way that enables us to improve as humans? Or
Actually,
if he thinks
Chris,
that
I would
improving as
say-
humans means letting the smartest people subjugate the dumbest people, then just say that.
He's
And
good
I
at
don't-
defining. He's good
and
at
I don't think
defining.
what-
He just uses hypotheticals a lot. Also, I would say turn up your gain so you.
Hypotheticals. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, it's the hypotheticals. But turn up your gain so you can talk over him.
That's actually
but
solid advice.
Oh, really? It's
Gain is
blasting
the
in my ears. Is it not coming through loud?
He's not doing the semantics to facilitate the
No, his is
conversation.
way up.
He's doing the semantics because he wants to do a stalemate. He wants you to actually contradict yourself. That's actually what Chris is saying, and he's 100% right. What is greed? What is land? What is?
Define it.
What
Define
hold
it,
on,
Fatty.
hold
What
on,
is
hold on.
it?
Hey, Fatty. Imagine having the smartest motherfucker on the room. You say it was greedy for the British to do what they did to the indigenous, and instead of us talking about what happened, can you define greed? Can
Patty,
you
would you
define
agree
murder?
that there's three
Can you
different
define-
definitions for greed?
What
If I
he was
asked three different
doing,
people, you'd think
what
that
he
that
was
would be a
doing is
possibility.
classic deflection. You
Oh,
all
come
just
on.
witnessed
Are we
deflection. I mean, that is the most classic definition of deflection.
And now that
Because
he's gone,
what-
everybody's still stuck in it.
Because what you were talking
we are
about,
stuck
what
in
you were
because Rob is playing defensive player of the year. Ale is playing defensive player, and Martae is not in his head. That's exactly what he's doing.
Martae didn't even ask any
No, let me
questions.
finish.
He
Let
didn't
me
even
finish.
say
You know why,
anything.
Chris? You know why
He just
Chris?
sat up and did nothing.
One second,
Assertions,
please.
again,
One
by
second.
Patty.
He did
One second,
nothing.
please.
You're good at
What
that,
are you even
Patty.
doing here?
No, let me finish and then you got it.
Giving you a hard time.
I feel for Chris because y'all did like Chris was us. Y'all professional debate bros, motherfuckers that are on the panel and that are watching. Y'all will literally stay on offense the whole show And every time we try to do an internal critique of your beliefs, you find a way of flipping that shit on the next conversation. So it can be 1 more hour saying, hey, Chris, if there was a paraplegic kid and a kid without a leg, would you fuck one or the other?
Chris,
What are we doing here? It's always the same shit.
And another new account wanted me to express their criticism. He said, Chris, if you answer another question with another question, I'm going to fucking answer the question.
I guess they've never been a journalist because that's kind of the method.
What is a paraplegic? What is a journalist?
My only response to that would be maybe we would have gotten further if we had asked the question, what does the word answer the question, or what does answering the question mean to you?
So
what is the question?
Concept is okay. Here would be
Define answer.
Here's what I'll say. The intent, and I'll say with Andrew's style, his intent is he's not trying to prove his case more so as he's trying to tear yours down.
I completely get that. That is entirely.
You guys know he's gone now.
Not problematic, right? That's a good debate tactic. What I want to do is, and maybe this is the incorrect format, what I'd like to do is come in and have a conversation where you admit.
What he does is the internal critique based on what you are saying. That's why he gets it down to the root level. Then when he flips it on the way back up on your worldview, on the way back up with everything you're saying, it just cuts everything out, and he can show that in real time.
But Sarah,
this is why violence is the best argument.
Why doesn't he allow other people to do that to him? Why doesn't he allow the internal, because Chris was doing the best of his ability, just doesn't know better. We are not a dictionary. We don't know exactly what certain words mean, so we are not going to give you the word without actually Googling. As soon as
if I say you are a liar,
Rob, you have to bark before you talk. I'm talking.
Here's what I will say, Fatty. And here's why. Here's why. Because Chris and Charlie were both on the affirmative position. It is the best case. If you're going to take on a debate, take the negative stance, because then the person in the affirmative has to defend, while the person on the negative side can poke and prod and peel everything apart, while in the same very breath not making any claims.
Can I ask a question, Sarah, to you?
Do you have any sad violin music?
If we know their worldview and we know that Martae and Andrew are religious and they actually have their morality from the Bible, is that fair to say that if Chris and the other girl that is mean as fuck because she was being mean to Martae for whatever reason and Martae didn't do nothing to her, would it be fair that if they actually went on offense and said, this is your worldview, you guys believe in the Bible, you believe in the old on the 10 commandments, would it be fair to say that they actually would win if they focus on those things because it goes against their worldview, the murder, the steal, and the theft, and the covet what is of your neighbor? Like, doesn't that go against your worldview, Martae?
No, Fatty, no, because how many different denominations do we have? So we have to dive into specifics. And what you're doing is you're obfuscating, you're avoiding specifics because of preferences. You're putting all the preferences again. You do this very often, Fatty. I notice this.
I'm asking you.
In other debates, we've done this.
No, I'm not asking. I'm asking. It was a question. No, it was a question. Do you go by the you shall not steal, you shall not murder? Do you go by that?
Which denomination goes by that? Do you know that there's
I'm asking you.
Every denomination.
No. I'm asking you.
You come wherever you can come at.
Go ahead, 4PS.
Okay, society goes by that. It doesn't matter which religion you're in. Society is always going to go on the empathy level. Listen, we have empathy for that which we do not want done to us. So society is always going to choose, when I see you do something very bad that hurts other people, I don't want to be hurt like that by you. So therefore, I'm going to get you the fuck out of society.
Explain
That's
Buddhist
how it works.
Explain
and we do this as a collective.
And I heard Andrew. What the fuck you mean explain Buddhist?
You're unlike that at all.
And I heard Andrew up here talking about, hey, well, what if I got a gun to your head? Well, guess what, Andrew? There are 500 of us in this same neighborhood with guns as well, and we'll put them to your head. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. And that's how governments get overthrown. And that's how kings get overthrown. And that's how all these monarchs that have not survived. Because we, the people, have the numbers, and we will overtake based on our societal preferences, which are based on our empathy.
And I think it's a question,
Yes.
too, of why dictatorial regimes that are abusive to their populace almost always fall through uprising, whereas democracies fall through indifference. People don't
Democracies are
uprise
a lot more
against a
civil,
democracy.
right?
They fall out of a democracy because they stop caring and they have too much stuff.
Too much actual
Moral
They're
behavior
busy,
is
they're not paying
socially
attention, they're not
pragmatic.
invested, and so they make bad decisions because they base it on limited information.
I believe you did a really great job of standing on your actual ground, though, Chris.
Well, that's what, you know,
Stand on
look,
this dick brick.
I had hoped to come in with it for a good faith debate, and I think maybe we can still have that at some point where it's a little less confrontational, and I would certainly love to do that. If you know, look, Rob is the progenitor of the Force Doctrine. I was only made aware of it approximately a week ago.
Not me.
So,
I mean, it did kind of get demonstrated, right?
Yeah, that
At the end of the day, violence is the best argument.
I would say violence is never the answer until it's the only one.
Chris,
And I think that's a pretty decent.
I mean, you can look through history. Violence really is a much more viable option than most people try to give
It's
it.
easier.
Yeah, but
It's
remember,
really
Flo,
quicker,
violence
but it
can
really
be
has the
answered in
results
defense, too.
I mean, how many times did we
begets
bomb the
violence.
Middle East? How are they doing?
Chris, if
That's
I may,
how are we
if I
doing?
had any
How
advice
did we do it in Vietnam?
Israel's doing pretty
if I
good.
had
To
any
be fair.
advice to give
war
you,
we
Chris,
won.
if I had any advice to give you, it's when you have a topic that includes a word like morality, you should have a understanding of like how you're going to defend or define what morality is. Because like if it said, is it strategic? Is it ever strategic to use force to get land? Or those questions are different, right? Because what I'm confused about listening to sort of how you define morality, it sounds just like you're saying, well, it's democratic. If more than half the people say that something's moral, it's moral. I could go down the line. I bet you think that a bunch of positions personally would be immoral that Trump would support, such as maybe deporting dreamers. And yet, if 80% of Americans want that and it happens, would you then be forced to say that's the moral thing to do? That's where I think you're falling short here.
Well, therein you're asking a question of, you're basically comparing two different components. You're comparing popular social movements or democratic decisions against a moral framework. And I think, you know, I can certainly concede that that's an area where I could probably spend a little more time brushing up on how I want to express that. Because I think both of us, you know, Andrew especially, and I kind of talk at loggerheads, which is you're looking for the gotcha moment instead of the point where you can actually understand. These debates are much better suited when you start from a position of, okay, here's the things about your thing that I agree with. Here's the issues that I have a point and that I have a problem with. So let's start there.
Chris, so earlier the point was made, morality informs people's politics, right? And so like this whole debate, if everything's subjective, then you gotta be able to, you know,
I would argue that the opposite is increasingly true. Increasingly, people's morality is defined by their politics. How else would you explain the differentiation between Jerry Falwell tanking Jimmy Carter's campaign over Jimmy Carter doing an interview in Playboy and Jerry Falwell Jr. posing with Trump in front of an image of Trump in Playboy, and suddenly that's fine?
Well, fine, I'll grant that, but then it's still the same. They're still intertwined, and so you still have the dilemma of how do you segregate those in this kind of conversation. Like I was a journalist too. I use the Socratic method a lot, but in a debate, there's a time to use it and a time to start doing what. I mean, not for nothing, you got mobbed. People can criticize the way Andrew debated, but at the end of the day, you were on your back foot and he was mogging you all night, and that's because of his style. And
no, I'm not arguing that.
Yeah,
but
I'm not saying
his style leads to a debate that at the end of it, you feel as if you've been slipping around on a slip and slide for a while, but you haven't really gotten any.
Good Lord, how many supporting roles can complain about Andrew's debate style?
Because he's not about
I'm not complaining about his style. I'm saying his style is a style of debate that I don't feel like necessarily gets you to a place where you can have a constructive conversation about how do you take this and move forward with it.
I mean, when he did the Mormon debate, it was very discussion oriented. They had a really great conversation. They were able to actually move through all of the different argument pieces of it. And Silent Zero actually has a good point here. He says the reason he doesn't respond to your attack on his position is because once he demonstrates that your values are meaningless, there's no point in arguing your perceptions. And that's actually a really good way of looking at it, because if you're already coming from a shaky foundation and you're trying to pin stuff at me, from a shaky foundation, it doesn't matter. That's just like the same as like, why would I give credibility to somebody who talks shit about me, like if I don't give a fuck who they are, right? Like,
why should we care about what God thinks?
Yeah, but that's the point, right?
Seriously.
He believes in
It all comes down to my preferences for every single buddy. The only difference is Christians, for some reason, think that it doesn't for them, that they've got a more solid foundation. But
No,
the only
that's-
reason that
that's not true.
it still is dependent upon Christians caring about what God says. So ultimately, you just dial back to, what do I care about?
Well, one of the
Christian
questions
flow,
that I can
if
ask
the Bible did not
is
say,
not
if the
agree, then
Bible
what
did,
is morality?
Would you
I
say,
wonder what
Marta?
the benefit
If
is
yourself
of a debate in which we all just
not
sort of
agree, what is
talk
morality?
circles.
Don't have any idea what anyone said.
that's why I stopped.
Marta,
can't believe
you have to say it again. Your microphone gets drowned when everybody's talking.
I just can't believe that y'all sat up here for an hour letting a dude that can't open an olive jar talk like a barbarian.
Bro, I'm calling cap on that. That was a fake thing. His arm muscle was
Whatever,
not
dude.
flexing
He's
when he was
a
opening
wuss,
that.
man.
I was looking. It's I call
Whatever.
publicity stunt.
That's all right. I had to use my
couldn't open
face
a
in my
pickle jar.
workshop to open a jar of pickles the other day. It happens.
Everyone's a big shit talker when he's not in the room, though, right? You guys.
Hey, I was trying to get in here while he was here.
I'm pretty sure it's hard to get a word in edgewise.
He
what was
decided to leave. We didn't kick him out. We were on the back for 1 hour, and then he decided to leave. He has a right to leave. He doesn't
We
have
were
to
in
stay
the back for a
an
long
hour.
time.
But
Martae,
we shouldn't stop talking because he left.
At least I
He's
wasn't.
got a
able to beat
StreamYard
many
link to come
streamers
back up
like
if
that.
he wants, don't
Yes,
he?
he can come back up.
There you go.
Did you
So I'm
call
going to talk
me
shit
dummy?
about him.
Did you tell
Hey,
me
Chris.
dummy? Is that
Yeah.
what you just did?
Oh, which Chris?
Which called
Evan, did you have any more questions for Chris?
Not for Chris, no.
I don't feel like I
What was
answered your
your-
question super well, but I'm not terribly familiar with that situation, so I'm a little on my back foot on that. But
To be fair, it's a newer sort of theory, but I thought it was an interesting thing if it was true. But
yeah. I will conclude by saying I think Andrew, if you can get him in a position where he's not feeling like he needs to lash out in order to put people on their back feet, we could have a really good conversation.
He did his job. It was your job.
his fault.
I know
It's your
his job was to come in to kick and kick and kick and get me to
Chris.
fall into the circle.
Chris, respectfully,
Is this
being in
a
your
support
shoes is your job to understand what they do and actually make adjustments about it. Like, because
No,
the reality
Daddy,
is,
you all were you and Andrew were talking. I was watching. You and Andrew were talking about murder over land, and
Yes.
Andrew deflected to greed.
it was a deflection. It's
Yeah,
true.
he deflected. That's what
And
happened.
nobody can say that this wrong. Nobody can say that this is wrong. What is murder? What is this? And that's the thing, right? Biggest advice from a coward and somebody that doesn't know how to debate. Don't let these people be on offense the whole show and deflect with the whataboutism and what about you? What about? Don't let them be on offense because
Well, that's what I was speaking on. Because look, I understand the use of hypotheticals. The point that I was making is
I
that
didn't know better. I
if
didn't
you
understand
create a scenario that is a logical fallacy, meaning this is, anyway, I don't want to re-litigate that.
Well, Chris, if I could just say, honest to goodness, Fatty, I'm glad you're here to give advice. If anyone's qualified to give advice about coping and getting blown out in a fucking debate, you're the guy to listen to. So.
I'm not, hey, Rob.
All right, Evan. I want to let Evan, because I'm going to boot you, Evan. But you had one
All
more
right.
question. I want to let you ask it first.
All right. I think this is a bit related because this is a different kind of force. When the Mughal Empire was disintegrating, the British East India Company, they mainly expanded through India by bribing the different princely states, by getting a foothold in, and then took over the continent within 20 years or something crazy with minimal actual military force. So when it comes to money and influence and subverting a government by basically bribing the vassals to become part of your empire and try to take force that way, would you consider that on the same level? Because I know your subject of morality with force is to go and do something
It's
without
corruption.
violence.
What is violence? Define violence.
I'd say directly harming
No.
someone.
Answer the question, but
He just did. He
It was
answered
just,
you.
it was just to be funny.
Oh,
But he
sorry.
answered you. Why did
But
you
it
ask
is
the
a good
question? Just to
question.
waste time?
Yes.
No, it's a good
Like for
question.
example, like it's still fatty. It still amazes me that you don't get the
Now, why are you
utility of
talking
this.
to me? The question was to him, was not to me.
That's so right.
It was a joke.
I know.
It was a joke. You were gargling Andrew D. Keep going to
everything you say is a joke.
It's
You're
fine.
one
Let
big
him
human
go.
joke.
Fight you today.
That
I'll
I
let
agree
fine.
upon.
I really
You
got to
are a
bounce,
joke.
guys. I am like.
That's a good question.
Good talking to you.
Everybody
Thanks,
shut up
Chris.
for a second. Chris, thank you so much for coming. Did you want to give any final thoughts? And everybody else will shut the fuck up.
No, I want to say I appreciate you guys having me on. I know you took a chance because I've not done this before. I think I learned a lot, and I hope that I have at least represented my position somewhat well. And I may not know the rhetorical tricks that it takes to win a debate, but look, I think my final take would be if you came in looking to see who could talk the fastest, talk the most, and appear the most in control, then Andrew won. If you came here looking for a discussion that would lead you to understanding where Andrew's position takes us into the future, I don't think that we came away with that answer. And that's probably where we should focus the next debate, is to say, okay, let's let you have your hypothetical. What happens next? And how do we move from that into a future that creates a more equitable world for all humans and a better chance for advancement in terms of technology, in terms of livability, and all of those things. So I would love to be able to maybe narrow things down a little bit and focus on that at some point. But mainly, I just wanted to say thank you guys for having me. It was a lot of fun. I didn't feel at any point like I needed to leave or run. It was tough, but it was fair, and I I
Chris, you did better. You did better than that other guy on your team with the jawline.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. And yes, 100%. We will we'll get you on some more rounds of these debates, give you some more practice, and then maybe you can come back to Andrew with kind of a practice realm built in. Martae said he wanted to do a one-on-one with you again.
Yes. We started this off. I'd like to finish it.
Yeah, and then I'm sure there's plenty of other people watching. If they want to reach out to me, if they want to debate with you or partner up with you to do another Mod Monday panel, that's perfectly fine too. But we'll get you in, and then we'll save the big kahuna for another round and give you some practice runs in there.
Hey, Michael Jordan sucked the first time he stepped on a basketball court.
Chris, you
But
did
he got
fine.
better
The
going
problem
against the
is,
best, so.
you did fine, Chris. The problem is that you're never going to have a logical debate with Andrew. He's a deflector. That's what he does.
Oh, yeah.
He will always deflect.
Every single debate is a little.
You can do that.
I did my share of deflection too. I just didn't do it as aggressively or with as much profanity.
Right. Yeah, you were trying to save the channel. Appreciate it.
If you want to watch, if you want to watch us Lisball do all the statics and whataboutism and all that, subscribe to Rob Nuri. He's going to teach you all about that. So just subscribe to him.
Still mad from the ass whooping you got.
Hey, Rob, I'm actually not.
Chris,
Rob,
one last thing.
I'm actually not, Rob. I thank God that you actually showed up in my life. You are the butterfly that changed my destiny.
Now we're getting honest. Finally. Now we have some honesty.
This might
I understand.
You told me I was your butterfly. What the
I was
fuck,
just
Patty?
like Chris. I was like, "Whoa, this is not about good
There are
and
more
bad,
than one
right
butterfly.
and wrong. This is about being a douchebag and make people contradict themselves." Oh, okay, I get it now.
Chris,
fine.
this might help in the future. Try to anticipate what Andrew's
And
going
there's
to
no need
argue.
for it, Sarah.
Try to anticipate because this,
Well, there's some
semantics
obvious
will come up.
advice.
Try to anticipate the kind of things that you'll go through, so you're prepared ahead of time. That way, you can kind of flow through it better.
Yeah, try to have one word discussions at a time. Say one word at a time. That way he can't use another word.
What?
Try to use hollow points if you get a hold of them.
Go fucking rewatch the debate and make your own decision. What's this fucking coke session? Like, what the fuck?
How heavy are his balls, bro?
Just
I don't know.
Just have a definition of
posture or something? Is he a
Are you
bad
carrying
posture?
it with your
Is
arm,
it-
or you
that's
need a
where
wheelbarrow?
Is that where your head goes? 46.
sweaty.
You think of his balls while you're watching
Can we
him. I
retitle
see
this
that
to the
Cheshire
Copers
grin
versus
there,
the
buddy.
Washers? Because that's what this is evolving into right now.
Look at that grin.
Be clear about this. I'm not.
He's
Oh,
sweating to
man.
put those balls right in his mouth. Aren't you,
Oh,
46?
my God.
Loving it, aren't you, buddy? Tell us more what you think about Andrew's balls there, 4PS. Go ahead.
I think you carry them and you wash them. That's what I think about his balls. I think
never even met him in person.
I think you
like to
massage
think that
them so he can go to
You
sleep.
are
at
getting
night,
kind of
bro.
sensitive about it.
I'm gonna be agreeing about this all night. Hey,
Forpias, hand check. You jacking it,
Go
thinking of me
ahead,
washing
Chris.
his balls?
All
Is that what you're
right,
doing,
all right,
Forpias?
all right.
Hold on,
Chris
I
has been
gotta.
trying to leave for a whole hour. Chris,
Man,
I
get him
gotta
the fuck
say-
out of here. Get the
click
fuck
the
out of
little
here.
exit button and get
Yeah,
the fuck
now
out
I'm
here and
sleeping
go
on
to
the
bed.
couch. Thanks.
Bye, Chris.
Good
Bye,
night.
Chris.
Keep in touch with yourself.
All right, you all. The smart Chris is gone, and you're stuck with me.
No, I get it.
I want someone to wash my
backstage.
balls.
Wow.
Backstage.
We got
I've
Chuck for that.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Just like you like to say that you're a girl. You know, tomato squash.
Backstage.
No, I've said tomato squash.
Oh, shut the fuck up and let me fucking talk. Backstage, I've got
Yeah.
Ben Thorpe.
That's like the third name you've called me, so it's
Okay,
like every
we're
time
just-
you wake
Yep, now
Hello,
you-
Ben Thorpe.
All right. Backstage, I have Duck, Joe Cool, Rock E, and Daniel McCoy waiting. You know the drill. If you want somebody on or off, you're welcome to do so. I think
Hey,
all
Sarah,
of our Martae.
if you want to bring someone out front, I'll drop.
What the fuck? Number one, don't
He
ruin
just
the grift,
shit on the grift?
dumbass. Number two, don't interrupt me. The only person that cannot be booted from the panel is Martae, and I think Fatty's doing a pretty good job of keeping himself vetoed in.
And
So
Rob, because he's holding Andrew nuts, so he has to stay because there was the original debaters.
You guys
Yeah.
love it. Huh?
Hey,
You
I'm
love
going to talk
thinking
to the
of
ball
nuts.
washer, Rob. Hey, ball washer, Rob. Hey, ball washer, Rob. Ball washer.
Go
What's up?
for it. You guys really into testicles? Go for it.
All right, yeah. You've seen him in person. I get it. You've seen him in person. It's a whole different thing. Okay,
No,
I haven't.
haven't.
All right,
Damn, straight, unlike you.
Well, you said you did.
Mm.
Now,
I said I've
sorry.
never-
Now, Rob,
Y'all act like you
Rob,
don't have your own testicles.
Rob,
Rob,
one more
Rob, we
time.
don't need
Hold
Andrew
on,
here.
hold on,
We don't
hold
need
on,
Andrew
hold on.
here. You're a big
Hold
boy.
on.
Still
Stop,
see that?
shut up.
Bye,
Yes.
Ben.
Alexander sent the full 100 here over at the Tomato Show. A full 100 is a full boot. The only way to revive Mr. Thorpe is if you send another $100 to put him back on screen.
Fine, kill
But
your own
then-
content, Sarah, you stupid fucking cunt.
Oh, man. Oh, darn. What a shame.
Damn.
If
Oh,
anybody
no.
wants to see Ben back on, he can hang backstage for a minute if he wants, and they can pay to put him back on if the
Ben's feeling
chat
spicy.
wants it. And you know what, Ben, you can, if somebody's willing to pay, you can come back here and call me a stupid fucking cunt all you want. I'm just going to have my own fun up here making the content and the money to do so. So, all right.
Ben will play. He just went there. He got food stamps, Sarah. He's going to give you.
Hey, come on, leave Ben.
Yeah.
Listen,
Can I
seriously,
add to the
Ben's
grid?
stressed out. Ben's stressed out. He's got a daughter to pimp out right now, so give him a break, right? Poor guy.
That was below the belt, bro.
May I add to the grift real quick? May I add to the grift?
Oh,
For $20, Sarah will teabag me and Brick.
I
Nice.
won't teabag. That's called a clam
think she-
slam.
you think she got lips
Oh,
like
that's right,
that?
my bad.
But you know what? I'll let
boom.
Flo.
Get it, Flo.
There you go. There are tea bags for the members. Where's the go ahead, Flo. Hit your tea bag up.
There you go.
My nuts aren't
No,
big enough to
Rick,
get
you gotta
both of
grab
them.
'em and
Scoot
pull.
over here.
Well, you got one ball for each one.
Yeah, grab and pull, Brick, when he does it.
You don't need a large ball. You just need a large sack.
There you go. Go on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Grab and pull, Brick.
I'm just gonna have sloppy. I'm just gonna.
They didn't look like a tea bag. They look like
I
you're
don't
riding
really have a
somebody.
reason to lie. I was upset.
Whatever,
I'd
it
say I
worked.
was upset.
Hey, Sarah, I got to roll.
Okay, Mr. Martae, everybody else can shut the fuck up. Would you like to give your
No, it's
final?
very easy for me to understand emotions since I've had.
Okay, we're gonna throw you right back
Wow.
again. You really don't. I would honestly rather have Duck at this
It's not
point.
his fault. He thought he was coming to a support group.
I don't know. Martae, the floor is yours, sir.
So I appreciate you having me on your channel again, Sarah. So I am known as a great recruiter at this point. So I pull people off of threads and everywhere else. I get great opponents. Case in point, Mr. Colt, Fatty. You've known this to be true too in the friend debate and also the mystery
You're hired.
opponent
The
debate.
sister.
So
Good
I'm
interview.
yes, the mystery sister has showed up. I'm really good at recruiting enemies and opponents. I'm also really great at debate, if you can tell, but Andrew's extremely dominant. It's hard to be in a debate unless you're beside him in a position to where, side by side and teammates.
Just when I think we're past blushing versus hating,
I'm not going to interrupt him.
we're right back here.
You guys are going to lean there with the whole balls thing and go gay on this. But what I'm saying is, as his teammate, he makes arguments that I'm not going to interrupt. I'm not going to go ahead and
bro.
Interrupt this.
Say teammate one more time.
He's a great orator
We know.
Let him
So
finish.
also Rob too. Shout out to Rob, member of the Crucible as well too. I appreciate everybody here, and I'll be back. Hopefully, I could solo somebody.
Oh, are you leaving?
Let me know where I can send
What
the.
part of final thoughts did you not hear, Flo?
I didn't hear any of that.
Because you weren't paying
Maddie, do you wanna
attention.
I was not paying any attention. Martae, a minute ago, or like several minutes ago, you had a question for me and it never got off. Do you remember what it was?
Who's getting off?
Yes, I had a question. So when it comes to self or consensus, if they both disagree, what's morality? And I wanted to ask Colt that before he left, but he left.
Yeah, let me know where
as far as we're pragmatically concerned, we're individual moral agents, right? So functionally, we determine our own morality. Now, society will try to impose an external morality on us, but I think that we can all agree that law isn't where morality comes from, right?
Well, law was written
Martae, you're muted, dude.
allegedly written to follow morality.
In theory, but it does a very poor job.
But it doesn't mean that they did a good job at that. It's the government we're talking about here. So
Well, that all depends. It's conditional. It's subjective. I mean, that's basically what it goes to. If you grant, so what we did was we granted the argument, and then we became the God King, and that's basically how we won. So we're allowed to say, hey, you're right. So, moral relativism. Boom. Next thing you know, it's circular. So what
That's
Fatty's
what
alluding
Christians
to is
do
like
as well.
he doesn't
yeah,
like
that's
specifics.
exactly what Christians
That's
do.
what
Everything
Christians
goes
do
to
too.
preferences, and they basically self-destruct. That's what happened in the argument. So
Yeah, but that's the thing. We never had the opportunity, Martae. And please tell me, where do I send the?
why would that be bad if you never had the opportunity?
No, I know. I have to go because I owe you a lunch. Tell me where I need to send it. What I wanted to ask you and Andrew is, why do you say that your worldview is objective? And as soon as I quote literally the 10 Commandments, y'all say it depends. It depends. It depends. It depends.
I can clear that up.
Doesn't that
I
prove
asked
that,
that before.
are
I
there
said,
is
how many different
objective
denominations do we
person
have?
that says it? Yeah, go ahead.
So we have Hebrew Israelites that
No,
disagree
no,
with regular Christians.
Sir, don't do that to me, Barty and Marty. You did to Chris that.
Hold on, no, you asked me. You asked me a
No,
specific
no,
question.
I'm talking about you. You. I'm not talking about all the other religions, and I'm talking about you. Why does your worldview? Why is the British invading and going to other countries and pillaging, murdering?
We're not talking about religion anymore. What are we talking about, Fatty? Before you get dragged.
Isn't that where you get your morals from?
Okay, ask the question again, Fatty.
Okay, well, we're going to do. We're going to. It's fine. Welcome me for a second. Welcome me for a second. Do your morals come from God, the Bible, religion? Does that, like Christianity, they come from there?
My morals come from God.
Okay,
I'll see
perfect. Would it be fair to say that the Bible is the vehicle where you actually read things and then say, you know what, this is what I'm supposed to do because this is what God wants me to do? Is that fair to say?
I would say Christ.
Okay.
He is the word.
No. Wait, not the Bible?
Christ is the word. If we talk about the word, that's Christ. Him.
Yeah,
his
you don't believe in the 10 Commandments?
The 10 Commandments, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So you believe in the 10 Commandments, right? So can you explain to me, since your position is it's not immoral to take land by force, how would that not would infringe in your personal views and morality when these people definitely stole and definitely murder things that they shouldn't be do according to the 10 Commandments? How is that not contradictory to your position on this debate?
Because I'll give you an example. Let's say that Israel was working on let's say Taiwan, right? Or some other country, some offshoot country was developing a nuke, and we found out about this program that they were going to nuke us, right? How are we not authorized to go into their country and take their land by the process of stopping said nuke aimed at us?
And this is why I told that you and Andrew are runners, because You are asking me. No, 1 second, please. No, 1 second. You are asking me an hypothetical when I literally gave you an example that is secure in history. I understand that exceptions, of course, but I literally told you colonization.
Okay, great. A tribe is going to.
1 second, please. The
It's
British
going to pillage our children and everything else. Same thing.
No, yeah, because you have to answer that. The British came to this side of the ocean and murdered and stole from the natives. My question to you, repeated to you, is why that situation doesn't go against your morality, since God says you shall not murder, you shall not steal. Why?
Then we have to get into semantics about self-defense. Then we have to go ahead and unpack all this. What you're bringing is a suitcase that's unzipped where we have to unpack everything and get down to it. Like all you're doing is so what you're doing is putting a lot of labels on something, and we need to dive deeper. This is very surface level rhetoric right here that you're doing.
What the British did in the United States, in Australia to the Aboriginals, in Africa, in South Africa, all these barbarities was self-defense.
So what? What if it wasn't? What if half wasn't self-defense? Am I arguing that that's justified? Because I can say that no, not all the time, like Rob Norris said. Not all the time it's good. Not all the time it's bad.
On the specific British and natives, was that self-defense?
Wait, hold on. Before you were saying all these other countries and cultures, and now you're going to this specific again.
Don't flip
what you're doing is you're doing the very same thing.
That's why I redirected. We're not going to dance. No, Martae,
that I want to get to.
We are not going to dance, right? We're going
to
say right here. What the British did to the native self-defense?
Wait, hold on. You're saying what the British did to the native self-defense?
Yes, murdering and stealing.
90% of them were killed off by diseases. How would that be self-defense or neither?
A majority, minority. I will tell you and I will say again. The British definitely stole from the natives. They did. Was that self-defense, sir?
Okay, so you're giving me two things. You're saying stolen and then you're saying kill. We need to address one thing at a time.
We have the murder and we have the stealing. Not the stealing. We have the murder and we have the stealing. Please explain to me, how are you defending that is immoral to take land by force is not immoral when your Bible and your 10 commandments say exactly you should not steal? Why?
It would be wrong if we could find out if it's not self-defense, if we can go back to a historical narrative and find out what stealing is. We need to get to a definition of what's stolen.
What's your opinion?
It's left over. Put it like this. Let me go ahead and summarize this real quick. If TP tents and everything was left over due to like sickness, us defending ourselves, are we just going to leave it there? Are we going to leave weaponry there? No, we're going to take it. Is it stolen then? Post self-defense.
Why are you giving an hypothetical when we're literally on the same thought? Why you have to give your opinion?
Hold on, because what you did was a blanket statement. We need to dive down and figure out what this is.
So
because it could be the hypothetical I'm breaking down with you.
This is still. I go to your house, I take your PlayStation, and I say, "This is mine." The British did this to the natives. I don't care if they were dying. I don't care if they were tall, short,
PlayStation, self-defense, the PlayStation's there. It's not stolen if nobody's there to claim this.
Okay, so if your house is vacant and I get into your house and I take your PlayStation, I'm not stealing it?
Wait, now America's vacant, absent natives?
No, that's what's your
point.
You
said the house is vacant.
Martae, I will be very honest. Martae,
you're saying if I go into your house and it's vacant, is America now vacant, absent Native Americans? What are you talking about?
No, Martae. If it wasn't for Rob, you would get me. Thank you, Rob. Once again, I appreciate you, Rob.
No, Fatty, I need you here.
We are going to stick on your worldview. Again, you are not willing to commit that the British murder and steal from the natives. You are not willing to commit?
I can't say whether or not they did or not because I wasn't there.
Sarah, you can bring everybody up. And this is why I say that this debate, bros, and I love Marty because you are the nicest guy. I appreciate you. They are here not to lose because they know exactly what happened. And instead of conceding,
the house is vacant.
I don't know.
I
don't know. Can you define murder? Can you define stealing?
Wasn't the only one that heard this? America's vacant and now it's not?
No, America wasn't vacant when that happened. Fatty was 100% right. America was not vacant when that happened, and we have proof.
No, Fatty said the house is vacant.
And history of what happened.
No, that's what you said. You said, "Oh, but they were dying, and we just got that."
No, Fatty, you brought up another hypothetical and said the house is vacant. That came out of your mouth.
But Marty,
we can rewind it so you can see this.
Marty, I dance with y'all, but then I go back to the original topic because I don't want y'all to be on offense. You'll never do that.
You dance a lot. You evade a lot, and you do this. You do the same thing. So Rob is right. You do the same thing that you accuse people of, Fatty. How is this?
Fatty got you. Fatty got you on that
No,
one.
Marty, listen to me, Marty. I came in conversations in good faith.
this
You know what actually proved to me that I shouldn't be having conversation in good faith was when Rob asked me, "Is Barack Obama racist for taking pictures with the Farrakhan? Is Farrakhan racist?" And I said, absolutely. He's absolutely racist. And then I asked, did Donald Trump take pictures, associate himself with anybody that has racist connections or says racist things? Oh, I don't know. This is y'all. This is y'all. Y'all want us to commit to shit that you know is true just for me to ask the same question towards, and you say, define rock. Define tree.
Claim, that's all it means.
I don't know. You don't know.
Now we got Fatty's song and dance here, but he wants to invoke my name, so I'll answer this. Right?
I love you, Rob. It's not personal. It's just business.
The point is, Fatty's making a claim that I don't agree with. He's saying if a president took pictures with someone that's racist, then they're racist. I don't abide by that standard, right? So when I say, here is a picture that I'm aware of, that Barack Obama took a picture with Louis Farrakhan, in your mind, does that make him racist? Fatty says, yes, that does make him racist.
No,
did Trump ever take a picture with the racists? You didn't say that. You just said you did.
Farrakhan was definitely racist, and then when I flip it and ask, did Donald Trump appoint
don't interrupt me.
any racist? You said, no, I don't know.
Interrupt me.
I don't know.
Interrupt me to agree with my point. Don't interrupt me to agree with my point. Don't interrupt me to agree with my point. What I said was my standard wasn't that you're racist if you take pictures with the racist. I said, but I am aware of Barack Obama taking pictures with a racist Louis Farrakhan. Does that make Barack Obama racist? You just admitted that in your explanation of this, yes, that would make Barack Obama racist.
No, my point.
Does that make Barack Obama racist?
Trump taking pictures with Epstein doesn't make him a pedophile. You have to actually find.
Okay, so do you acknowledge that you just said when you brought up this story, you said Rob asked me if Barack Obama taking a picture with Farrakhan made him racist, and I said yes. Do you acknowledge that you said that?
No, I said Rob.
Now who's the liar? Who's the deflector?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You just told the entire
Sir, it's not what I said.
That is what you said. Roll it back. That's what you said. So then let's go with, why did you ask me this question about taking pictures with racists then? What was the entire point of it?
It was your point. I said, we were talking about being racist. You said that Barack Obama is responsible for the great divide, the racial divide, because what he did in the 2000s and whatever, when he was a president. And I asked, why? What did he do? And you couldn't give me nothing tangible. And when I ask you, isn't Mr. Donald Trump the same, but on the other side of the spectrum?
Get it, boy. You'll get it. Go ahead.
Yes.
Get it out.
You said prove it. And when we're talking about prove it, for whatever reason, you mentioned didn't Barack Obama meet with Farrakhan about racial issues? Is Farrakhan racist? And I didn't stutter. I said, absolutely. Farrakhan is racist. And when I ask you, what about David Duke? What about Stephen Miller? What about all these people? You said, I don't know if they are racist. That's what you said.
And I don't know that Stephen Miller is racist. David Duke seems to be a racist. I don't recall saying I didn't know if David Duke was racist. I think I said I didn't know that Donald Trump took pictures with him or met him. The point is this: you're relitigating the debate where you got your ass kicked, and I gave reasons. Please, I did give reasons why I thought Barack Obama was the start, not the sole person, but was the start of the racial divide worsening in this country. You're now saying you couldn't give proof. That's not true. Now let's get to this topic at hand, since you wanted to evoke me.
No, I don't want to debate it. You want that one. I don't want to really get it. I will get you. No, hey, Rob. I don't. Hey, Rob, I will get you on a one-on-one.
Where's the tough guy? Where's that tough guy that was just talking shit about how we run? Right?
Rob,
no, I don't want to. I don't. Right? Because you know what's about to happen.
No,
you know what's about to happen.
Rob, it's not about that. It's not about that, Rob. I will debate you. It's fine.
Let's run through this real quick. Fine. We'll run through it real quick. It won't even take that much time. It won't take that much time.
No, that's
ask the question. So let me answer the question since
Yeah,
you're too
go
much
ahead,
of a
go ahead,
coward to
go ahead.
answer it to me. So I'll ask the question that you asked Andrew and them. Is it true that historically, like the British engaged in colonialism, and that was examples of murdering and stealing and shit like that the Bible says? I think that it would behoove you to talk about a specific example as far as the whole general thing. I'll answer why for a second here, because there's credible. Please, there's credible evidence that both sides engaged in bad behavior. So subjectively, they could say we're just reciprocating. However, in the general point, you're absolutely right. It is undoubtable, even though you haven't given a specific example. Certainly, the British and other European countries engaged in colonialism that would meet the definition of murder and would meet the definition of theft. Totally agree with that. So I would say, I'm not Andrew, I'm not anyone else that was on his side, but I would say, yes, I would think that those actions, even though you haven't given the specific, you just talked about a broad generalization, there would be examples within them that would fit my definition of immorality. Now I'll turn the question to you. The topic of this debate was, is it immoral to use force to get land? Do you think it's immoral to use force to get land?
What is immoral?
Right, but what's your definition of morality?
I don't know.
All right, so then you can't
what is
make
land?
a statement. So now,
can you define land? Can you define land, please?
Debate, bro?
No, can you define land?
Here? Who's the debate, bro? Here?
No, can you define land, please?
Sure. See. So you see? Do you see the argument? Now you accused Andrew Wilson of them doing this, right?
Yes.
And then, as I said, you do the same shit that they accused.
I for an eye. I'm not nice. Yeah,
I'm
not
just
nice.
answered. Now, do you
I'm
see
not
how this
nice.
works?
I'm not nice anymore.
There you go. There you
What
go.
is
So
land?
I just answered you directly, and now you're being a smug asshole because you
No,
know
what
you
is
don't have
the
a leg to
question?
stand on.
What is the question?
You, do you think that the topic is correct, that it is immoral to use force to obtain land?
What do you think?
There you go. Hey, we'll see you later, fatty. You
piece
of shit.
Oh, you see?
Exactly what
you don't like
accused
it,
of.
right? You don't like it, right? That's exactly what I'm talking
Fake
about.
is the concept
when
of coming
I
with a
got
mental...
here for 30 minutes, Andrew was saying, what is greed? What is murder?
I'll answer all of your questions. I'll answer all of your questions.
I'm doing the same shit that he did.
I'll answer all of your questions.
I'm going to be bad fake like you.
I'll answer all of your questions, fatty. I'll answer all of your questions. There you go. And there, spurging out as you're wont to do, just spurging out. I get it. So spurg out. I guarantee I can talk longer than you. I know that you're long-winded, but I think I can spur you.
You
So
could
I'll
talk
answer
a
all
little
your
more
questions,
if
and
you
I'll
didn't
answer
have
this
Andrew
point.
Wilson nuts in your
I'll answer
mouth.
all of your
You
questions,
could
and I'll
actually
answer
talk
this
more
point
if you
here,
took
right?
them out
So
of your mouth.
the point that Fatty's trying to make here is absurd
You
because
don't
the
like it.
questions
I
that
don't
Andrew
like
was
it either.
asking are specifically true. For example, when we talk about murder, different people will think murder means different things. For example, as Andrew said, you may consider it murder if I shoot someone trying to come on my property. Other people would say, no, that's not murder because murder is not just killing someone. It is killing someone in an unjust way. Therefore, we think it would be justified if someone's trying to get into your property. When you said greed,
What if it's the
you said
Amazon
definition
delivery
of-
guy?
Please, why don't
Rob, do
shut
you
up,
breathe?
Mr.
Yeah, what
Not
if it's
people are
Amazon
trying to
delivery
interrupt me.
guy?
Not if
And
people
why
are
do
trying
you
to
keep
interrupt
doing
me. I can talk
hypotheticals
over
when
you
there's
all. It doesn't
clearly
matter.
signs
Right?
of
I have no
colonization
problem
and
being able to
invasion?
talk over you, all you dumb fucks.
It's called a
You brought up the
filibuster.
point of greed.
He keeps doing
It's not
it.
a
He keeps doing it.
filibuster.
Super annoying.
When people are trying
We
to
have
talk over
real
you, and you're
Just
missing the
talking
point.
and talking and talking isn't helping the
about-
debate at all.
What about the
It's
unicorn?
not
We have
helping the
a horse.
debate when people ask something or make points, and then I'm trying to rebut
But
them,
you
and they
give like
continue to
1,000
interrupt,
points.
just like you're doing, just like 46. I'm illustrating the point
Bro,
that
I
the
haven't
specific
talked that
things that
much
I
when I've
heard
been up here. What are
Andrew
you talking
ask for
about?
definitions for were relevant to the actual
Bro,
conversation.
if you have a point
so
to
we
make,
just
point
did-
it.
Would you shut up? I'm making
Just
a
make a
point, but
point.
you're interrupting because
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is.
What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star.
The Death Star?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man, it's such a huge thing, and all it took was a couple X-Wings to take it down. Yeah.
Now, I'll finish my point. The point is, Fatty decided to spurg out and talk over me, so I couldn't give an explanation. I'm making the point that the specific things that Andrew asked for explanations of or definitions mattered. We just talked about murder. Greed, for example. Fatty said greed is wanting more than you need. Who determines what you need? Right? And these things matter because, for example, I'll make the point real quick.
I can do it for you.
For example, right? People say that language could be violence. So now you understand how that would massively change the direction of the debate.
Who is saying language is violence, bro?
Democrats say it all the time.
Who's saying language is violence?
Why you keep giving more examples
Who
and
is
more
saying
examples
that?
and more
You're not
examples?
right.
Democrats say it all the time.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They speak all the time. Nobody is saying that language is violent.
Just quick, if I bring up examples, will you shut the fuck up the rest of the night?
Okay, demonstrate it.
Sure.
Zero
Give me a second, I'll find the
chance.
sources.
With like a single point, not like 1,000 though.
No, it's
who
going to
needs
chat.
one?
It's going to
I
chat
can't
GPT
believe
real
this
quick.
fool just said.
I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Gentlemen, I will continue playing stupid ass videos for the rest of the night if you don't learn how to take turns. You are all grown ass adults. Act like one. Rob, please continue the point.
Terry, you gave him time to go to ChatGPT. False allegations, Rob. Say false allegations.
Say what? I'm sorry, I can't understand your vernacular there.
Say false allegations. Say false allegations.
False allegations? That's what you want me to say?
Yeah.
I don't get what the relevancy of what you're trying to say. Explain.
Okay, so answer this question, please.
No. Please explain what you said.
No,
you
can you demonstrate?
Using a search engine?
You don't even remember. Do you remember his question?
You just said false
No,
allegations.
do you remember his question? Do you remember
I do remember his question, but
what
I'm
was
talking
his-
to you right
what
now.
was his question?
I'm talking to you right now.
No,
Explain
what-
to me when
I
you
think-
said
yeah,
false
all right, but what was
allegation.
his que- what
Explain
was
to me
his
what you
question?
meant. Then you said that I was going to ChatGPT. I'm just curious. When you were bringing up examples
I
that
go to
Andrew asked
ChatGPT.
for,
No, I go there. No, I go there. No.
What was this interruption about? Dumb
Oh
fuck,
my
what was it?
gosh.
They might be half brothers for real, though.
I'm not the debate. You are. You should know better.
Gentlemen, I'm going to be as pleasant as I can right now.
Ooh.
One
Meow.
at a time, please.
Why you laughing, Sarah? You should be offended. You can be laughing, but it needs to be a stern face like this, like you're real mad.
Would you rather me go into full bitch mode, Fatty?
No.
Does it involve the leather heels?
I'm very
Maybe.
It doesn't involve that deep tone you're using now. Fuck, you can do what you want.
You better be careful, Joe. She can teabag you from right there, or clam chop you, or whatever it was.
I'm not mad.
Clam chop.
She can clam chop you, Joe.
Prove it.
Joe's got his snorkel. He's ready to go.
Prove it.
Oh my goodness. All right. Patty, you were saying something about false allegations. That's about as far as I got.
Because 4PS asked him a question, right? And I
I'm
was
trying
saying,
to
Rob,
answer.
and I said, Rob, say false allegation because I was fucking with him. But if you don't want to say, you go ahead and answer the question. It's fine.
I mean, the joke would make sense, or the joke would be funny maybe if it made sense. Just shouting a word and interrupting that says nothing.
I know, Rob.
I don't get the joke.
Can you just answer the question?
Yes, I will. And then you have agreed to shut the fuck up when I prove. Got it. Okay. So this is from Lisa Feldman Barrett in her 2017 New York Times op-ed, When Speech is Violence. Quote, words can have powerful effect on your nervous system. Certain types of adversity, even those involving no physical contact, make you sick, alter your brain, even kill you. If words can cause stress and prolonged stress causes physical harm, then its speech can be a form of violence. Okay, goodbye.
No, because hold on a minute. You said Democrats, dude. You said
she's a
Democrats.
Democrat. She's a
I
Democrat.
told you to demonstrate that Democrats
She is a
say
Democrat.
that words are violent. Just
She is a
because one
Democrat.
person identifies as a Democrat and has a stupid ass opinion does not mean that it stands for all Democrats. So how about you be quiet?
I didn't say all Democrats, did I?
You said Democrats. Say what you
Right,
mean and
does
mean
that-
what you say.
That doesn't mean all Democrats. That does not mean all Democrats.
Okay, because you didn't add the word all. Well, you so what? You said Democrats. That means
Yes.
all. So
Yes,
identify
it
which
is.
Democrat then. Next time,
just-
say
Wait,
Lisa Feldman.
wait. This is where Fatty should come in saying, what is a rock? What is a tree? What's all?
What these
Those Democrats.
I just, hey, Rob, I have respect for y'all. It's just that y'all can stand when you do the same shit y'all do. It's amazing. The dude spend the whole night over and over again doing that shit, and as soon as we do it, I'm not Andrew. I don't have enough clout. So now all of a sudden I'm the villain for doing the same shit that the motherfucker does. He's the best, for sure. He is. But the fact that you allow you see your heroes do that shit and you clap, and as soon as I do the same, you say that I'm being bad faith. I'm just playing like you playing the game.
Go ahead,
and I hope you realize
that is the way
this.
that people are, Fatty.
Come on, man. Are you kidding me?
No, I hope you realize
more
this.
people on here to argue with me. No problem.
No,
I was here before you. I was here before you.
got it.
I was here to talk about religion.
Bring it on,
What
bring
did I say? Hey, 1 second.
Get your piece out, and then I'll answer all of you.
Rob, I'm not the cloud chaser, right? I actually avoid Andrew a lot of times because I don't want to look like I'm just cloud chasing. But the reality, but the reality is this: like it was proved to Martae, y'all will say that your worldview and morality is objective. Objective means there's no interpretation, there's no depends, and as soon as I say, oh, did they murder and steal? What is murdering? What is steal? It depends. So your morality is as shaky as mine. Because if it depends for me too. Congratulations, we are the same. And you have God and I don't have nothing. So what is the point?
Anyone else want to jump in before I answer, or are you just going to wait until I start talking to
I will disrespect you and take a piece while you're talking.
You have 1 minute to match the $5 to keep 4PS on. Otherwise, 4PS goes backstage.
Oh, that's all right. I got to go get cigarettes.
Fair enough. Do you want to
You
say a
didn't prep?
final thought if you're leaving?
Rob has to go get cigarettes for Andrew too. So you guys can go together.
Interrupt this dude too.
You guys can go together.
No, I actually, I just wanted to say before I left that, Rob, I was actually doing that on purpose, just like Fatty was saying, man. We were just throwing your own bullshit in your own face. And Sarah, I've missed you. I need to, since my channel got taken down, I forgot to fund your channel, so I'm back.
Didn't your channel get taken down before you met her?
No, that was the old channel. Yep. But I'm back now.
Easy, pepper
love y'all.
safety.
Link up with me. Thanks for popping on 4PS.
My pleasure.
Can I say something? I thought 4PS. 4PS.
Do you have to?
He left. I want to say that the arguments that y'all had, the three arguments about where morality come from, I liked his. It was nature. There was one religion, which is the one I believe it comes from God, if not religion. And there was the one about comes from society. That was a weak argument, easily trampled. And his was not investigated, which was nature was good for one man, is good for the other. I would have liked to saw that pursued more.
Okay, I will respond to Fatty then. The problem that you all have is that unlike you that think that everything's about Andrew Wilson, that's not me. I'm my own fucking person. People continually ruminate on him. Joe, I know you find it very difficult to not interrupt. It must be a sign of low IQ. Leave the big boys talk there, my friend. Nonetheless, as we learned last night with you, nonetheless, Fatty, I have not done, I don't give a shit what you accuse Andrew Wilson of doing. You asked me to engage in a conversation with you. I met the metric that you said would be something that was good faith. Then you proceed to do what you're saying is bad faith. I have no problem if you're asking me to define terms if it's relevant. I explained how the specific terms that I heard Andrew, which admittedly I only heard what I was on in the panel in the first 30 minutes of the debate, but the terms that he asked there was relevancy in defining them. Terms such as morality, terms such as rights. When we're talking about what is murder, what is greed, it matters that we get a definition. I don't usually debate as semantically as Andrew Wilson. I think anyone who's interacted with me can see that. Everyone has their own style. But the fact that you're like, well, Andrew did something that I think is shitty, and so therefore, when I'm debating someone that's doing the opposite and doing what I ask, I'll do exactly what I'm saying shitty. You have every right to do that. I don't give a shit. You're just a bitch. You know you get your ass kicked in the debate, that's why
I
we're
believe
doing
in beating up the small guy and the fat guy before I go to the final boss. Yeah, that's what I believe because I have no morality. I don't have no God. Today is you, tomorrow is Andrew. That's the reality.
When have you all ever heard me speak on religion? Just curious.
No, sir. This is why you're getting the smack, the slag that you're getting, right? You were defending him, and
No, I wasn't.
So you weren't grabbing his balls.
I was my hands were right here. I know you
No,
guys
you
are
weren't. You
fixated
were
on-
doing the like you were
You gotta do the pension roll. The pension roll is the problem.
There's a technique to it, Fatty.
Yeah,
Damn
yeah.
it.
Don't just drag those things around.
Can you have a panel for all these guys to just talk philosophically about Andrew's balls? It
You know,
sounds to be something they're very
actually,
interested in.
Thursday. Unfortunately, Anson Knowles nuked his channel, so my Thursday night just opened
All right,
up.
Andrew's balls
Rob,
it is Thursday
oh my
night.
God, Rob, if you want, we were gonna do a grift stream. Do you want to make Thursday night a grift stream and we can talk
Let's do
about
it.
Andrew's balls?
I will not be talking about his balls, but everyone else can. That's fine.
We'll get to
You
grab
might,
the right
though.
ball and
You
get
might.
to
Yeah,
grab
we'll
the-
talk about them and you'll defend them.
It's
So
just be a
you'll be
continuation. It's
involved.
a nice conversation.
Who is the first tips for the right ball? Because the right ball is a little bit bigger than the other. Who gets the right ball?
It's not defending him to point out that, like, I could understand where he's coming from asking for definitions of certain terms.
That is
I'll also
agreed,
be the
Rob.
first to
That
admit,
is agreed.
I'll tell you straight up, I thought, Fatty, that Andrew should have answered you more directly given the topic when it came to, I even chimed
You're
in
fired.
to say, but I think during Andrew's, like, opening statement, he seemed to imply, of course, there are times when using force to get land is inappropriate.
Yes.
It's just he's negating the affirmative, which says that
No,
it's
no, no.
always inappropriate.
So,
That's what my
Rob, but that's
interpretation
what
was.
happened with Andrew. That's what
That
happened
was
with
nice,
Andrew.
Rob.
This is what happened with Andrew and with Martae. Y'all will do grand statements about is it fair that to say, and then when I ask you yourself, not everybody, not a random situation, not an hypothetical, you yourself, do you believe that the British murder and stole because of greed? And now when we establish that is your opinion in a certain situation, what is greed? What is land? What is the nation?
What did you say to me, Evan?
You are doing that on
What did you
purpose.
just say to me, Evan? Evan, what
Already?
Nobody
You are doing that on purpose.
nobody pardon me, gentlemen. Nobody paid to match. So I'm going to put you to the back for now, okay?
Yep.
Doesn't this all again just demonstrate this morality is subjective? Like I
Yes,
don't.
it's subjective, even for religious people.
Who disagrees? Go ahead, Rocky. I see you shaking your head. I'm sure that this dude besides me is shaking his head.
I disagree.
Good night.
Morality is
See you, Evan.
Your mic is squeaky as fuck or something.
Really low. Yep.
Yeah, it's got some things going on.
Boom.
I agree with it.
Well, I apologize. I'm using my phone.
Not you. I think it was Rocky.
No, it's Rocky.
Why do you look like that guy from Breaking Bad?
Do you cook some math?
To me?
Yes, you look like the main actor. If you shaved
Look
your
at-
ball, that
You ever
ball,
have
that
an
you look
argument,
like
Fatty?
Eisenberg.
Okay. Well,
You look like Eisenberg.
I don't know. Maybe because I'm as smart as Walter White. I don't know.
You want to spin a puddle?
What?
Fatty, I think did you think this was a boot?
He's always preemptive, Sarah. I'm a profitable YouTube content creator. I can spend $5. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I
Sarah,
think
so the
morality
question-
content creator. Maybe
Oh,
you should
hold
figure
on.
out how
Neo
to come up
Neo
with an
wants to
argument.
go. Hold on. Neo wants to go. Go ahead, Neo. You
Well, my
heading out.
plan was to create an opening for Evan. He wanted last words, but he's gone now. But
Oh,
thank you,
Evan's
sir.
fine.
I'm gonna fuck off. Thanks for having me on. And this was something. This was fun. Thank you. I hope everyone has a good night. And as always, keep in touch with yourselves. All right.
See you later, sir.
Thanks, Neo. We appreciate
Thanks for
you.
being
Always
cammed up while I
welcome back.
masturbated.
Just don't touch yourself.
Of course, it's a Monday.
The fuck is wrong with you people? I think you can all use some Jesus.
Hey, you want to know, Rob? You'll be happy to hear this. I got a poll on my end asking, do Rob and Fatty have sexual attention? 91% say y'all gonna fuck.
Hey, flow state. There's only space for one fat person on my bed, and that's me.
That's
You guys are obsessed with dudes fucking, aren't you? You're obsessed with dudes' genitals.
Totally
Just
obsessed
admit
with it.
Just admit it. You guys, it
You're
thrills you. the
surrounded
thought
by a
of-
bunch of gay dudes. Even she's a gay dude. You can't really
I'm
tell,
happily
can you?
married, so I don't mind beating you guys around when it comes to like arguing arguments.
Your wife can't.
but I'm not
Your
gonna be
wife
interested
can't
in
save you
beating
from this,
around
Bob.
physically like
Your
that,
wife
you know?
can't save you from this.
Oh, she doesn't need to. Like when you're as straight as me, fucking there's a repelling
look,
force to keep
Fatty's
you
oiling
fuckers
himself
states
up.
away from me. I assure
To
you.
be honest, you are more round. To be honest, you are more round than straight. But I get what you're saying. You're more like voluptuous.
Fatty was getting ready. He was putting
You are
on the
more
oil.
round than straight.
Nothing's more
I get
convincing than somebody saying I'm super straight.
Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
not gay.
Instead, I should be sitting here ruminating on dudes fucking.
I mean, you
and
just
holding
don't
their
really need
balls.
to.
That
You
would be
shouldn't need
super
to
straight
say
of
it,
me,
right?
wouldn't
It's
it?
like
That would
saying
be
that you're an
fucking-
alpha male. Like,
I don't need to say. You're right. I say it because I choose to. I don't look for affirmation like fucking people like you that no doubt are ruminating over balls
you were
again.
just looking for affirmation.
I was not looking for affirmation. I was making a statement that unlike you all,
You wanted
I
us
don't
to
have
make-
to
you
fucking
wanted
think
to make
about
sure
fucking
that
other
we
dudes.
knew
And
you
I
were
just
straight
said,
because
I just
you felt
said
like it was
when
in
someone brought
question.
up, I
Maybe
said
it
when
was
people
in
brought up
question.
when people brought up sexual tension between me and Fatty, I said, no thanks, I'm married, I'm straight, I don't need this shit, I don't need to fucking.
So you felt like you needed to defend your sexuality because it was obviously in
Straight
question.
thing to say. That doesn't sound like a very straight thing to say. I get it. I get your obsession with this.
You
Tell us
don't
more about your
seem
thoughts
like you're
of
comfortable in your
Andrew's balls.
sexuality.
I'm
Hey,
very
I'm not the
comfortable.
one talking about Andrew's balls. You're the washer. You're on the washer team. They're on the attacker team. I consider myself my own main character. I don't need to sit around for hours talking about another dude.
Right. That's why you created a poll to see if there was a thought that me and Fatty were having sexual tension.
Yes,
you weren't
like,
thinking
I did
about
create
other
a
dudes.
poll. Yeah, you two
Yes.
were really going at it.
I like that smile. You thrilled thinking of that?
This is why you have to defend your sexuality, because it's not actually very clear that you're straight, is it?
No, it's very clear. I'm married. I have children. I'm straight.
A lot of gay dudes have been married. A lot of gay dudes have.
Fine. I don't give a shit if you think I'm gay or not. I'm telling people that are.
And why do you keep
interested
trying to
in-
convince me?
I'm not.
I don't care if you're gay.
It's great. I don't care if you think I'm gay. And
all right.
I'm pointing out the fact that you people all seem to be obsessed with gay shit and Andrew's balls. That's it. It seems that it hit a nerve.
Do I seem stressed?
No, well, you know, you're smoking, so.
You should smoke.
Now, I think that the
It would make you
probably-
look cooler.
That might be true, but I think the smoking's helping you through this because as you're visualizing gay sex, it's like sort of a phallic thing in your mouth. It's probably helping you out a little with that.
I wasn't thinking about that at all. Again, this is something that you brought to the table
Really?
yourself.
You made a poll about it.
Imagine that. I smoke cigarettes and I don't think about anything in my mouth sexually like
What
that.
was that poll about that you made?
It wasn't about my cigarettes.
No, it was about you imagining people.
It was
having
about
sexual
you and
tension.
Fatty's little slap fight.
Ooh, do you like that? It thrilled you a little, huh? You had to make a poll about it.
See? Here you go, getting
another
gayer and
drag.
gayer.
Take another
Doubling
drag,
down
buddy.
on the gayness, aren't you, Rob?
No, not at all. You're the one who made a poll about it, and then when I point it out,
Yeah.
you're like, "Oh,
And let's
you're
see if it's
pointing it
gotten
out.
higher.
That's gayness." You're not even good at winning debates on this fucking silly shit. You're not even good at that.
You can't win on silly shit. There's no way to
I
win.
can win on the silly
It's
shit. I can win
absolutely
on the
arbitrary.
factual shit.
You
There is
look-
probably
Here's
no
the silly
type
shit.
of topic that
You
could
said
beat me in
you're
a
not
debate.
gay, and since then
It's
you've
true.
looked gayer and gayer.
Maybe I don't care.
Then why do you keep saying it?
I don't. You keep saying
Do
I'm
you
saying
care
it.
about losing on the silly shit because you just lost on the silly shit?
I do care about losing on the silly shit, but I'm not. Again, you are the one who is saying that me pointing out that you're so invested in this that you keep talking about ball washing and then put a poll up about dudes having sexual tension. You're like,
You're
"Oh, but
confusing
that
me for
seems
other people.
suspicious
I'm
that you
not
bring
concerned
up
about
that I
ball
did that."
washing at all. I just think it's funny
You're
that
the
you
one.
acting a little zesty.
In which way? I don't think a straight dude would use the word zesty just to me, unless we're
It
talking
was
about onion ring
sarcastic because
sauce.
it's not a very straight word.
That's true.
And it goes with non-straight behavior. So I'm just describing it as
That's
a state.
true.
I could
That's
be
true.
wrong. You could be
I'll concede
totally
you, it
straight.
seems
You
non-straight
could be
for your part.
straighter than narrow. I'm just saying, like, it just doesn't
It's
seem
true.
like it.
Well, that's fine. I'm happy and confident with my own actions. I don't give a shit what you think of me. But I'm not sitting here ruminating on gay Tristan shit and dude's balls like everyone else on the panel.
You don't have to
Except
convince
Devin.
me.
That's fine.
I didn't
I'm
think you were
talking
until
for
you
my
said
own
you
benefit.
weren't.
That's great too. That's great. You can think I'm gay. It's fine. If it helps you tonight.
Keep
when you're in
denying it. The
shower
more you
alone,
deny it, the
hey,
more
man,
it looks like it's
listen,
not happening.
If it helps you tonight in the shower when you're alone touching yourself to think I'm gay, have at her, man.
See?
Don't
You
fucking
just,
bother
you
me
just
in the least
escalate
bit.
the gayness. The gayness
Yeah,
just
don't bother me
escalated and
at all.
escalated.
Don't bother me at all, sir.
Hey, Rob said, "Hey, Flow State, you have a beautiful smile." I
I know
your
he
smile.
did say that. He said a lot of things that were increasingly
Did I
gayer
say-
and gayer.
Did I say you had a beautiful smile? I must have missed that.
And no,
Nonetheless,
you were there for it.
I said you have a beautiful. Did I really say it?
I do have a
pretty
beautiful
gay.
smile.
I thought you
No,
said
no,
that.
no. You said, "I like your smile." That's what you said.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's pretty
Yes.
gay, anyways. That I said
I-
that.
I love
I'll,
gay,
I'll
I
fucking
love-
accept that's a pretty gay thing to say.
You
Sure.
just
Okay.
blacked out and went full gay.
No, I
As
didn't.
soon as you
I
step
don't
on the
think I
field,
said
you're
you had a
playing
beautiful
ball.
Okay,
smile.
can we stop debating whether Rob is gay or not? We can save that
appreciate
for Thursday night. That's what we'll do, Rob. We'll bring them up one at a
It's
time, and we'll just have a matriarchy, patriarchy, Andrew's balls, and is Rob gay? How about we do that?
Yeah, sure. Sounds great. I probably won't be talking about any of that shit except patriarchy, but that's fine. What did you go with the African guy? Why or you'll get? Is that what you were going with there?
derail everything.
Best meme ever.
So the point about morality being subjective, I think that I got to leave in like 10 minutes, but to actually take this to a point that might be somewhat serious, I don't disagree in the sense that you're saying, Powder, that oftentimes what will happen is that people will use religion to conform to their subjective whims, right? And so most people want to think that they are a moral actor. Not everyone, but most do. So you'll fit in your actions into a framework, in this case of your religion. The difference, though, is at least the people that are religious, even if they're all subjectively interpreting the religion, at least have a stable place that theoretically they could look to for the answers to what morality is. Whereas the people that aren't Christian, that aren't religious, like they just are forced to admit like crazy things like Chris was saying was like at the time if society says it's moral, then it's moral.
They never did.
Moral foundation is only as stable as their interest. The minute a Christian loses interest in preference of their religion, it's gone. It's every bit is subjective.
And if you actually look at what religious people been doing since the beginning of their Bible, they changed the rules. First in the Old Testament, then is the New Testament, then is the Age of Consent, then it's like these societies that were led.
What was that third one?
These societies that were led by religious zealots and like changed their rules, and their rules evolved 30, 40, 50 times.
Wait. You said first there was the Old Testament, then there was the New Testament, then there was...
I'm talking about the rules, the laws of the land.
The Book of the Dusty.
But did you say Age of Consent?
Coming
That's what it sounded like you said.
Yeah,
he said the laws of the land.
So,
He said
sir,
laws of the land.
no, one second, sir. So the morality of Christians didn't involve from having sex early, having slaves, raping their wives, to we should not rape our wives. We should not have slaves. We should not let kids go up chimneys and work. Your morality didn't evolve. Are you telling me that your Christianity? One second, please. You are telling me that your Christianity? I don't need them talking. I don't need them talking. I'm asking a question to Rob. You are telling me that Rob, the Christian, has the same moral compass than a Christian on the 1400s. That's what you're saying, Rob?
So what you're saying, you just said something that's fucking nowhere near related to anything I remotely said. So what you just said, so what you're saying is, let me repeat again what I said. Maybe I'll make it
He
slow
just
for you,
asked
Fatty.
us, City
You ready?
Ball.
Get him, Joe Cole. Get in there. Come on, Joe.
He's just trying to rephrase it so it'll be quicker. All he did was ask us the Christian City Ball.
Get him, Joe.
But he's just too stupid to realize that what he's saying is the exact same
Let me
thing.
repeat what I said to Dusty. I think's your name, right? I can't say it now.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
what I said. I said, yes, certainly what happens is Christians fit the framework and other religious people into their subjective whims. I'm not disagreeing with you, Fatty. Of course, it is true that people have used the Bible or whatever religious text they have to say, the actions that we want to take right now fit within this framework. What I'm distincting it from other people is at least they would have to admit this is the place that our morality derives from. Whereas
Framework
someone that
is
doesn't have
collective whim.
that's not true.
Choosing the
It
framework
might
is a
be
whim.
for that. Well, that might be true,
Oh,
right? But
that's
there is
nice.
still. Why the fuck do people like? I can't believe when people agree with me. Everyone else is like, "Sick burn." He's agreeing with you, Rob. What the fuck are you talking about? Again, I'll repeat. Yes, I agree. The people are subjective in how they apply this, but the difference is they at least in theory say that is where the rules come from. If you're not saying that, if you're saying that you have a sense of some morality from outside the scope of religion, then where do the rules come from? And Powder, you're forced to say something like this: I just choose the rules for myself, or like Chris Colt was saying, which is I choose to think whatever society says is morality. That's the only point I'm making.
Don't forget
This
the
is
third
literally the
option,
paradigm that we're all in,
natural.
though, and Christians
Law
are
of
no
land.
different from that.
No, it's different in the sense that I just said, and you don't have an argument against that.
No, what you're ignoring is that the decision to choose Christian morality is a subjective whim, just like
Well, it's
in
theory.
Where do you get all morality
it depends
from
on
then,
how
Powder?
you define it, but in a
Win.
sense,
You know what
right?
a win is?
In a sense, you could say that it is a choice that you can make. The term whim seems a little off because it makes it sound
I
like it
know.
would be
I just
flippant.
use the word that you guys use. If you want to diminish, if you Okay,
Us
just you
white
guy.
people?
You guy. If you guy want to diminish non-Christian morality, I'll diminish Christian morality. At least,
I
look,
don't give a shit.
because
Diminish
ultimately
what? I
it
don't
comes
give a
down
shit.
to what we care about. That's what drives our actions, right?
But
So
the difference is like, and again, I
you know,
just want
a
to make
great
clear,
example
Fatty,
why
please,
Christian.
you add
know,
flavor
wait,
to the conversation, Fatty.
But
Fire away.
I'm just going to go.
Gentlemen, I'm
Can you
going to
guys let me win this?
kindly remind you again. You are all adults. You can take turns, and if not, we can start by raising our hands. So it's totally up to you, Rob.
And you're all doing well. Please continue.
Well, the point, I'm happy. I'm trying to find an area that we can have a substantial
You're not gonna win
conversation that
close,
people
Nate.
disagree, right? And then everyone wants to just keep it around. It's fine. But Dusty, to answer your question, right? Like, there are reasons, though, that Christians will say, this is what I saw as the truth. This is how I came there. But you're right. Ultimately, it would be subjective because someone can make the same veracity of a claim when it comes to Islam. The difference is we can then at least compare those truth claims and say, here is why my religion's preferred. The problem is when you're coming to truth through completely arbitrary means and saying it doesn't come from a higher authority, then there's no way to evaluate those claims.
Why would why would something be a better system? Because you've triangulated the reason away from yourself, right? We're the moral agent. We're the moral agent.
Sorry.
Right?
Joe, do you have like a big clock like Flavor Flav for being white man? Like,
Have Joe be the cheerleader. Let's go, Joe. You're doing a good
I
job.
don't know. I was literally doing the same thing over here.
I
Like,
get
damn, that was
excited.
really good.
Rob, you're deflecting. You're deflecting,
I'm not
Rob.
deflecting. I'm not deflecting.
And by the way, you got some good fans. You've gotten less gay in the poll as they've gone over and voted you down.
There you go. There you go. Get him, Flavor. Anyway,
You're only at 62% now.
Because we would say that coming from a higher power at least makes sense that we could say that we ourselves aren't directly making it up ourselves, right? So that would be preferred. If I just say, if my morality is whatever I say on any given day is morality, you can't challenge that. You would be like, yes, that would always have to be the case. If I say, here is my book and here is my God, and this is where my morality comes from, at least then that gives other people an opportunity to say, you are fucking up based on your own book, based on your own beliefs. I could try to weasel out of it, but at least you have an attempt to say, no, but that's no good because we can see the words that are printed here.
The book is fucked up from the ground up. The book self-contradicts throughout, and it doesn't give anybody actually a pragmatic moral framework that they can use because it doesn't give you a reason why are you behaving morally or any understanding of why something is or is not moral behavior, except that God prefers it, which is entirely arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. Not if God
as far
is
as
the
we're
truth.
concerned, it's arbitrary.
It's arbitrary to you. But again, it's still different. Like if I, for example, Powder Dusty, you understand the utility if you wrote up, this is my morality, and you framed it and, had it in a book or a scroll or whatever, right? At least that would give us something stable to point to say like, well, you're going against what you claimed that would be. The problem would be you'll just be able to say, well, I changed it because I created that morality. So I could now speak further and say that I've changed it post hoc.
What if instead of a list of fixed rules, I gave you an objective of moral behavior? Wouldn't that actually be better? Because now you've got a dynamic tool you can use in dynamic life.
How would you base that,
what the objective would be
on something that you don't have?
So what's that?
How would you base your morality on something that you don't have?
Why would I base it on something I don't have? This is my morality. We're talking about each individual's morality.
Preference
dictate what morality is.
You have a brain.
There's no virtue in removing your subjective morality from your subjective self. At the end of the day, we are all subjective, finite beings. You cannot speak with God's authority, no matter how much you would love to say that my morality is God's morality. Really, at the end of the day, you're just lying to yourself because you're a finite being.
The problem, Flo, is that you refuse to be submissive to anything. The concept,
not a problem?
It's because therefore, if
Whose
you
problem is it?
I'll talk. If you refuse to be submissive, that means you cannot accept the idea of God being superior, and therefore, when He says do X, Y, Z, you don't need a fucking reason, right? Like if a boss says do this, you don't need a reason; you just do it. And you refuse to accept that stance, so therefore, anything that comes from that is just hogwash.
But I don't. God just hasn't given me any.
Why are we beating around the bush? Dusty, give me your morality. What is it? Give me your code.
Sarah, the follow-up question will be this, right? Secular people and atheists learn how to treat women. Women were second-class citizens. They weren't reading. They weren't preaching. They didn't have positions of power. They didn't have nothing. We actually grow to learn and to accept that woman change.
It's a terrible example.
That's a bad example.
No,
That's a bad
one
example.
second. 1 second, please. If it's terrible, do religious people are religious people treating women a different way that we treating them? They
Look,
treat them just the same.
This is a bad example. Let me give you a better example. Let me help.
The reality is this: if God gave orders to these people to out-treat women, and I never got these orders on how to treat women, and by the end of the day, we are 2025, and the same religious people that are on the panel. Woman exactly the same way that we do.
I don't need your help.
Okay,
here's
their
the thing.
morality is changeable too.
Their morality isn't based off the Bible. If the Bible said to be a pedo,
Hold on.
right?
Who
Oh my God.
mic is squeaking? It's fucking
It's
killing me.
Rockies. It's fucking Rocky.
No, it is.
Can you mute up
No,
while you're not
it's
talking?
actually Daniel. Daniel, that would be
My bad, Rocky. I retract my accusation. It normally
I'm
is.
just gonna mute you both right now. We'll play.
You were
by
saying,
ear.
Dusty.
I was saying that there are things that you would not do even if the Bible said you should do it. Like, I don't know, kill kids or all the things that Andrew was using as examples earlier, right? No matter what the Bible says, it would sit wrong with everybody here, I assume. And that is because your morals come from something besides what you reference.
That's not true. It would be a failure of my moral.
Just
Like, I mean, my
He's
goodness.
doing well. That's a
Holy
great
shit.
That would be a
argument.
contradiction.
Holy shit. Like, I mean, Joe, the shtick's funny once or twice. I could be
Well,
like,
I'm not
hey,
trying to
Sarah,
amuse you, bro. You don't want two niggas on you, bro.
I was dropping the hard R again. Thanks, buddy.
Joe.
No, I didn't do the hard
Another
R. I
channel
wouldn't do
deleted
that
this
shit.
Another fucking
Rob
video.
is deflecting. Rob,
You're right.
Shut
You're right.
up. Joe, you know I still don't like it here because it's just too close to the line.
you're racist.
You do you know Sarah no better time shit. Do you know that I don't even hear myself saying it until one of y'all say Joe? I don't even hear myself. You know how difficult that shit is?
Well, if one of us say it, I bet you'll hear it.
Stop for a second. Joe, that is a
Probably
personal
paying attention to what somebody is saying.
Okay. Joe,
Yeah.
that is a personal problem that you need to work on. You are in public. You are on a platform somewhere where your words.
I disagree. But
Joe,
go ahead. Where's your room? We'll do it your way.
You are somewhere where your words mess with other people's stuff.
This is not all about you guys. It's about me and Rob.
Please
Well, I'm gonna
be
head out.
mindful.
I can't be on with Joe anymore. I'm sorry.
Joe.
Oh my
Please
God.
be mindful
I
of your
think you'll be
words
okay.
and how you use them. It doesn't work.
I will
well
absolutely try, Sarah.
Thank you. And just a big shout out to Kissy Cat for sending 50 gauntlet memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners out in the chat. Everybody send tomatoes in the chat for Kissy Cat, please. Thank you. Okay, we're going to try to get back to this conversation like gentlemen. And if you can't be a gentleman, I'm just going to
Indubitably.
boot you for the night because I just don't care at this point. I'm losing my sanity. None of
Milady.
you can seem
Hey, Rob.
none of you can seem to sit quietly. None of you can seem to understand how to have a conversation back and forth respectfully. Thank you.
That was self-indulgent of you.
Rob, I do not mean to offend you with the rules. As I do it, it irritates a lot of people. I mean no offense by that. That's the truth.
I don't disagree with that, Joe, but you have to understand. And like Dusty said, it's not that big a deal. It's a big fucking deal if me or Sarah lose our channel. And I know everyone says it won't
No,
happen.
I said saying woo, not the
Listen,
word.
all the examples.
Let me finish my fucking point. Okay?
Stop. It's not only the channel, it's the reputation of the channel as well, Joe. It gets bigger than that. You risk a lot of different things when you use those types of words, and then we all get in trouble and have to deal with it. We asked you last time not to use it. please stop using it. If you cannot control it, then don't come on the panel.
All right, I'm all right with that.
It's not cool,
Okay.
Joe.
And
Dusty, the point I was trying to make is, like, I'm also simul streaming to Twitch. Their rules are different. On Twitch, like 3 months ago, someone was on that called me a homophobic slur 12 times, which resulted in my channel getting banned for 30 days, even though I did not say the word. That's the type of shit that people like me deal with because we come at things from a right-wing perspective. So the person that used those slurs got 7-day ban, and I got 30 days because he's lefty and I'm righty. I would prefer to keep my channel as it's my livelihood. And so if I have to make a decision that there's any amount of risk that my channel will get banned, then I have to go. I understand people slip
I got
up
you.
once in a
I
while.
got you.
That's
I
fine.
retract.
But
I retract it. I retract it.
Joe, it was just last night that Joe did the same thing, and I had
I
to
was here.
delete my fucking videos. That's all I'm saying.
I
It's
get
no
it.
hard feelings
You're not
to
wrong.
Joe.
You're not wrong.
Y'all
I
get
get you.
it.
I get you.
That's
I
all
retract.
I'm
I
saying.
retract the accusation or the whatever it was.
Now, Dusty, what I was trying to say before I was interrupted is, like, I don't think that it's because the sense of morality comes from somewhere else. In fact, in the Old Testament, I believe in Genesis, though I'm no biblical scholar, Abraham was ordered to kill his own son by God and was willing to do it, right?
Doesn't sound like a
Because
good moral example to me, does it?
You may say that. Obviously,
You
God
are a new
intervened.
father. I heard you talking about your son's baseball practice. If an entity told you to kill your son, you would assume that was not God, correct?
Correct.
And you would be right in doing so.
You ever
Well,
shut up
okay.
long enough to let somebody answer?
But you know,
But the point I'm trying to make is, if I would, that would be because of my forthcoming. If it really was God, I still wouldn't believe it. But I sin every day, and not only that, I'm worse than you could imagine. Like I'm non-denominational Christian. I don't follow. In fact, I'm one of the Christians that people like Andrew Wilson would hate. But
I'm
basically
agnostic,
just
and I'm not even
I-
trying to find the thing.
My Christianity is basically that I feel that I should be Christ-like, and it's to my everlasting shame that I haven't researched more and tried to come up to a better moral framing. I don't engage in many of these moralistic debates. I'm just talking about the problem, the classic problem between the Christian and atheist or agnostic or whatever debate is that there is a criticism of Christians of how do you know that you've chosen the right God and look at the flaws in your book, but the criticism back towards the people that don't have a religion is, but where does your morality come from? It
Look,
is entirely
obviously,
subjective.
people have
That's
throughout
the
all of
argument.
history and all over the world have had morality without the Bible, right? It's obvious and apparent that the Bible is not a prerequisite for morality, or else we'd only have about 5% of the population actually behaving morally. The rest of us would be running around like maniacs, not knowing what we're doing.
Well,
What's up, Ginger?
But it depends, right? Because if
Does
we
it?
say that the moral things, right, like if we say it is moral not to murder people, correct? If we say
Everything
that,
agrees
people
with that, right?
Right. So people could get to that not through Christianity, right?
Right.
What Christianity is speaking to isn't just morality, it's speaking in how to get into the kingdom of heaven, right? And it's only through Christ that you could get through there. But you could still engage in moral behavior without believing Christ is the Son of God.
If
And
anything, you
furthermore-
could look at Christianity in its totality and say that this belief system actually gives you a blank check to do whatever the fuck you want, more than
That's
any
not
other
true.
system.
That's
Did Jesus die for
completely
your
untrue.
sins? Did Jesus die for your
Yes,
sins?
yes.
What's the requirement to get into heaven?
Believing Jesus is the Son of God.
Ta-da.
So it's about
but
belief.
that
It's not
doesn't
about
mean that
doing
the
good or
actions I
wrong.
take. That doesn't mean that the actions I take are moral or immoral. That's irrelevant to that.
They are irrelevant. The actions are irrelevant if you're good or not. As long as you repent and you actually give yourselves to Jesus Christ, you will be there. So the reality is not about action. It's about your belief.
No, but what you fail to understand is that saying that the ending is confirmed, that we know how it confirms. For example, I could turn the same thing on you. As secularists, you don't believe there's an afterlife, correct?
I'm
agnostic. I don't know.
I'm not a materialist, so I'm
don't know.
open to it. I just don't believe in the Bible.
Okay, well, assuming that that's the case, we can get to you in a second, Dusty. You become worm food at the end. Therefore, it doesn't matter what you do.
No, it does because
it
we are
does.
doing the same thing. No, and we're
does.
close.
But then
It matters-
the same reason that you would think it matters what your actions are and aren't the same reasons as a Christian I would think it matters.
No. Why did you move from flow state point? Flow state said your religion actually gives carte blanche for you to do whatever you want.
It does
because it's
not.
One second.
That's not
because-
true.
1 second, please. Because it's not about good and bad. It's about you believing in Christ and actually repenting. Your actions are irrelevant as long as you believe it and repent it. Why is he wrong?
Okay,
No, that's not true. That's not true. You
Can
can't
Hitler,
just
can Hitler go to
hold on. You cannot just repent and all is well. There's a
That
lot
is
of things that
literally
are
what
in.
the Bible says. That is
So
what
what
Jesus says.
It
That's
is
what the
not.
Bible says.
It
So
is
what do you
not.
need, Sarah?
No,
It's
that's
not.
Okay, find your sources because I can tell you that I can tell you that if you look at the Bible and what Jesus says about getting to heaven, there is one thing he says about getting to heaven, and it is through him. That's
right. So I think what we're not understanding is what repentance means, right? That's what the
It's not
confusion
about
is over.
repentance, it's about morality.
I
believe it would serve.
Stop. Everybody shut the fuck up. Flo, you know shit about the fucking Bible. You read a couple
I know more about
verses
the Bible
and
than you do.
You read a couple verses and you
Don't get in
act
your
like you know
fee-fees.
everything.
Don't get in your
No.
fee-fees.
Go and actually learn from a class and then come back.
I went
and
to
tell
Catholic
me,
school.
because it is
I'm
in the
baptized.
Bible that it's more than just repent.
Can you cite that?
Okay, hold on.
Repent is
I think
not the only thing. Yes.
Can you support
Let
that?
me just start with number one. Let me start with just number one. EOD, you gotta echo. Is you can't just repent and then go out, do it again, come back, repent, go out, do it again. No, you actually
You're just
have
restating
to.
the claim.
What?
You
Just
don't have
restating
to.
the claim. Can you support that claim with anything biblical?
Sarah, you don't have to. You can do all things wrong.
This is
and
what I'm
then
talking about.
10
We don't
days
understand
before you
what
die
we're
on your deathbed, repent honestly and go to heaven. That happens.
Sarah,
Okay, so
I do know
what-
the Bible.
What
I do know it.
repentance
I know it very
means-
well. Okay, there's actually only one actual scripture that references
means-
morality. It's called 2 Peter 1:5-8. If you want to read it,
This one scripture describes the entire fucking Bible.
Only one. It's the only one that actually says morality. There's no other.
Okay,
you find it.
So,
You
all right,
find it.
hold on.
I have
hold
looked
the
at
fuck
it.
on.
I've
Hold the
read
fuck
it.
on.
I've got it sitting in front of me.
Listen.
I literally got it sitting.
Are we listening?
I have studied very well.
I have some.
Let's pull it up right now.
I'm gonna head out, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it.
We'll just
make sure. Thank you. Good to see you around. Cheers, man.
All right. Number one. Shut the fuck up. What is wrong with you? Number one, your mic sounds like shit. Number two, you're all retarded. I don't understand how all of you are just like blobbering all over the place. You know fucking better. This is absolutely ridiculous that you guys are just blah, mouth vomiting all over the fucking screen.
I don't.
So I think that Sarah, you and Dusty are talking past each other when you talk about repentment. Part of repenting is not repeating the same mistakes over again and endeavoring not to, right? So that's why you can't just
support that.
Repent. That's why you can't just say that I repent and then suddenly.
Can anybody support this biblically? Because I'm.
So you can repent yourself so you can do
Can
wrong.
you at least let EOD finish his fucking statement? This is all of your problems. You're so hyped up on, well, can you? You can't even let somebody finish the fucking sentence. EOD, please finish what you were saying. And then maybe one of you can respond.
Okay, so can I support this biblically? Not necessarily off the top of my head. Okay, no, I can't. But I'm certain that is the concept of what repentment is. It's to go forward and sin no more. This is from Christ's mouth. So
no, it's
that's
not.
That's what repent means.
That is not a requirement in heaven from Christ's mouth.
Let EOD finish, please.
We're having
EOD,
a conversation.
Yes, but he can't even finish a fucking sentence. EOD is trying to explain to you exactly where everybody's fucking going wrong. Go ahead, EOD.
But yeah, like I say, it's essentially the essence of repentment is to not repeat the same damn mistake. That's it. Okay, can I recite this with a specific scripture? No, I can't. So that's all I got.
Repentance is not a requirement for getting into heaven per Jesus. That's what both of you know, and that's why both of you are getting fussy.
Even if you could see these points, right? EOD,
the definition of repent means to turn away 180 degrees. That's what repent means.
It is not required for
You
salvation.
don't know nothing about the scriptures.
Why don't you just show me the Bible, Rock?
What repent means?
Quit gnashing your teeth at me, demon. Go find me the Bible verse.
Dusty, you're not even religious.
I know I'm not.
1 John 1:9. If we acknowledge our sins, you have to acknowledge you're a sinner. But Flo, you don't want to acknowledge it. Acknowledge your sins.
Well, y'all just gonna keep talking at me. Nobody's gonna actually support it.
Rocky read it to you. You just sat here.
He's
and
not
said
reading it to me.
somebody
He's
cite
just blabbing.
He said, you said somebody cite it. Now Rocky's citing it for you. Rocky,
Okay, Rocky,
go
cite
ahead.
that
John
again.
1:9. If we acknowledge our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all righteousness. You have to do this continually because Christians are not perfect. We all sin. And if you say you're without sin, you're a liar. So we have
Nobody's
to
saying that.
acknowledge our sins and repent, which means to turn away 180 degrees. You try to, but we're in the flesh, so we sin. So God gave us 1 John 1:9 in order to live in this life. You're still responsible for your sins. You don't have consequences for bad decisions. You still have to live with them, but the scriptures are moral, objective moralities.
They're
Ten
objective.
Commandments. The 10 Commandments are all in Jesus's 2 commandments.
Thou shalt
which
not
is to
murder.
love God with all your heart and to love your neighbor as yourself.
What is murder?
Murder is the taking of a life that's
unjustified. The subjectivity is baked into it.
Human being.
So the follow-up question will be this: Rocky.
Murder to go into a nation, take their land because God told you to, because they were Canaanites, were child sacrificed to Moloch. Is that unjust? If God tells you to go in and to cleanse the nation of the child sacrificing Moloch worshipers,
yeah,
do you think that's immoral?
It's a subjective determination. Murder is.
You just moved the
What
conversation.
difference does it make who they were worshiping?
He just moved the conversation. Flow State is 100% right. If I am the most atrocious people on the planet for 70 years, I kill babies, old ladies, everybody, and at 70 years old, I say, "Oh my God, I'll give myself to you and Lord Jesus Christ," and I honestly repent. Am I not going to heaven? I am.
No, you're not.
Even if yes, I am, because these. Yes, I am.
Could have repented and turned from their sins,
and I'm not sinning anymore.
They could have become saved if they would have. Anybody can become saved. It doesn't matter how low you go down.
So Rocky, am I wrong?
But
that's that blank
No,
check.
Am I wrong?
No, it's not a blank check.
Am
We're all
I
sinners. If you sin,
am I wrong?
you're a sinner. That's it.
No,
have you ever lusted after a woman there, Flo?
Regularly.
Everybody is a sinner, okay?
Have you ever lusted after a woman?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then you're a sinner. So fucking what?
Yes,
Exactly.
everybody's
We're
a
all
sinner.
sinners. That's the whole point. We all need Jesus.
But the point
Jesus
is,
died for the whole world.
is that it's not about then actually being good or bad. It's about you going ahead and repent yourself.
The righteousness of Jesus. He took our place on the cross.
Why you keep avoiding this?
You're right, Rocky. He took our place on the cross. It's done, right?
Exactly.
Unless you think that our sins are more powerful. Are our sins more powerful than Jesus' sacrifice? Okay, the other Christians get to finish talking. I don't get to. Okay, that's fine. Your bias is showing. Go ahead.
Well, him dying on the cross was to grant us the ability to ask for forgiveness and it's basically like to allow us to do it beforehand. It wasn't a possibility.
So if you ask for forgiveness, you're good to go.
So he didn't really. Did he die for our sins or not? Like,
if you repent honestly, you are forgiven and you go to heaven. 1 John 19. This is literally the verse that he was citing. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us for our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. So what Flow State said is right.
That's not true.
You can be. So this is wrong.
Yes, he's wrong. He's fundamentally wrong. What Christ died on the cross for was the old covenant, our sins against the old covenant, which so often Flo likes to cite Deuteronomy and this, that, and the other thing. About
I don't
the
cite
old
that
laws.
often at all.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No,
Every time it comes up. So, but
I haven't cited
that's
it so far.
That's what Christ, not tonight, but that's what Christ died on the cross for. Is for the old covenant that enables you to walk with Christ and to be baptized in His light and to recognize that He died for your sins in the old covenant. And so now you
that's
start
the new
anew.
covenant, right?
You start anew, and now you're fresh. But that doesn't mean you're absolved of every sin that occurs after you've been baptized or after you've decided to walk under Christ.
That's not what we said. What we said was, if these people
You
see
said that Christ died on the cross and that's it.
No,
You're
no,
done.
I didn't.
It's
I
all
didn't
absolved.
at all.
That's
No, I
those
didn't.
were the words that
No,
came
I
out of your
didn't.
mouth
No, I
just now,
didn't.
brother.
No, I didn't.
What you
And
guys are saying.
this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate equalizer with people that actually talk about the Bible, and now we can actually see what is there. Jesus says this. One second, please. Honest repentance means in Christianity confession, admitting our sins without excuses, sorrow, truly feeling remorse, not just fear or punishment, turning away, making
With
an effort to
remorse.
change, and not repeating the same sin casually, and fourth, faith in Christ, believing that Jesus pays for your sins through his death and resurrection. There's nothing to say. There's nothing. Please stop. Please stop, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong. Please stop, and then correct me if I'm wrong. Nothing here says that the monster.
Hang on, man.
Fucking reading it. Let him fucking read it.
What I'm saying is that nothing here says that you can be a monster for 50 years, do the most atrocious shit in life here on earth, and then repent yourself, apologize, confess sorrow, turning away from whatever you're doing, and you, if you have faith in Christ, you are going to heaven. The question is, why is this wrong? Why is this wrong? If it's about right or wrong, why is this wrong?
Because you're looking at it through purely, you're thinking about it as, oh, what is my benefit on this? And that is not how it works. It's not about you getting the benefit of your purely salvation after doing the whole
He didn't
horrible
say that,
thing.
but it is,
I
and
didn't
actually,
say
said
that.
that.
That's how you guys look at it. What you guys?
No, I did. No, I didn't say. I didn't say that.
Okay. You tell me what I'm saying. You tell me, Patty. What am I saying?
Don't understand.
For you to
Go on, tell me,
understand, for you to understand what I'm saying, and flow state.
No. Tell me what I'm saying, because I didn't get to finish. So
No, you
tell
are
me what
not
I'm
addressing
saying.
what was said.
You
Sarah
please,
said,
go ahead.
Sarah
Tell
said
me what I
y'all
was
are
saying.
wrong. Sarah said y'all are wrong. And what Flo State and me are saying is that you being good or bad is irrelevant. Because you can have a life of killing, stealing, do a bunch of shit, as long as you honestly repent and give yourself to Christ, and you'll do it
The
again.
guy on the cross next to Jesus,
You are going
right,
to
Patty?
heaven.
Honestly,
You are going to heaven, and you said no, that's not true. How is that not true? It says right there. How
You're
is that not
thinking
true?
how Christ benefits me. That's what you're thinking. I can go ahead and do anything I
Hey,
want, and if at the end I just say that I repent, how does that benefit me? That's how you think about it.
Correct. That's how everybody thinks about it.
That's exactly how you guys think about it.
That's
You
how
go
you
ahead
think
and-
about it too. You're just lying to yourself and us.
Yeah. That's
How
exactly
the fuck do
what
you
it
know what
means,
goes on
okay?
in his head or mine, Flo? You're
Because I know how people work, and people are motivated. People are motivated by carrots and sticks, and you're no different. You just put yourself on a
Yeah,
higher pedestal than you have a right
I
to.
know you guys know better my argument than me. So go ahead. Tell me my
we
argument.
don't even know who you are. And the point that Rob was saying, because it sounds like Christians have a solid foundation and atheists don't. So y'all will change depending on the circumstance, and we don't.
The
reality is, sir, you have to be quiet, sir. Like, we give you the opportunity to talk and you keep talking. Just mute yourself. If we are the ones that change
To be fair, you've
depending
been talking a lot, Fetty.
no, it's
Yeah, you've been
absolutely
talking
fair.
a lot.
No, it's absolutely fair.
That's all
Now,
you do, buddy.
there's absolutely, but I'm not talking over Emmett with the shitty
man.
microphone. So the point will be this, right? If we are the
Give me a
ones that, can you stop doing that, sir?
Yeah, straw manning. Come on.
Thank you. I'm not even address you. I don't know who you are.
Straw man it, okay? Go on.
Okay. Is
Not all about you guys.
B3? Is this B3? Probably. So this is what I disagree with, that y'all don't have a foundation, so y'all keep changing. We have a solid foundation and all that. Y'all change your slavery position. Y'all change your woman's role position. Right now, everybody's here on a woman channel. Like, this would be inadmissible thousands of years ago. So y'all change your position on woman. Y'all change your position on war. Y'all change your position on violence. Y'all change your position on LGBT. Y'all change your position on disciplining the kids. Y'all change your position on religious
Over thousands
freedom.
of years, opinions change. Yeah.
You're saying she should be washing her feet with oil.
But that's exactly the point. If y'all are these immovable objects and we are the ones that move with the wind and all that shit, why do y'all change so much on the last 2,000 years? Y'all are literally
Again, you're conflating the old covenant with the new covenant. First of all, secondly,
No, there's
we're talking about
there's the new
society,
covenant.
not the Bible.
Go ahead,
We're
EOB. Explain.
We're talking
it.
about society, not the Bible. We're talking about the way that men interprets the world around them, not the way that Christ or God interprets your soul or your willingness to be righteous and to enter the kingdom of fucking heaven. So this is a non sequitur. You're moving the goalpost.
That
You're
did
moving away from
change.
what the
That did change too.
You're moving away
Christianity
from
is
what the
literally a
actual
change
fucking-
from the old covenant to the new covenant.
Finish.
Yeah.
And change even more after.
Patty.
So Christianity it didn't change as secular people on the last 1,000 years.
Daniel McCoy, what do you think about this? You look like you're about to have a stroke up there. I can only hope you do. Go ahead.
Yeah, my head is fucking exploding because
You need a Midol?
because
It's because you're cooking meth
shut
on the
up.
garage. You know.
Shut up. He asked me a question. Let me finish.
It was a joke, Mr. Sorry.
Let me answer, dumbass.
Eisenberg.
We got two people up here that don't believe in religion, don't believe in Christianity, but they're trying to explain Christianity.
Yeah, we can understand something without believing it.
I don't have to go to the moon to tell you what the
I
moon is.
understand Ninja Turtles, but I don't believe they're real.
Well, it's not made of cheese.
You can't understand it if you don't believe it.
Can you understand? Can you explain secularism if you're not a secular person?
Yeah, it's all.
Whoa! So you don't have to be something to explain something.
How about that? I just did exactly what you do when you're trying to explain.
I bet Star Wars was confusing when you saw it.
Here's the problem is that
I agree with Daniel.
That's crazy.
Of course you do, but you don't understand why.
Atheists can
understand
explain
that
religion
the
to their
Lord,
audience,
the
but you
Lord
can
requires
explain,
faith. You got to have
secularism,
faith
you're not
to be
secular.
saved, and faith to live the Christian life. You got to have faith. If you don't believe the scriptures, you can't understand them.
So why would you ignore the
Holy-
brain and experiences God gave you in favor of a book a man gave you?
The Holy Spirit gives you the understanding of the
Okay,
scriptures.
Flo,
and without
let me ask you a question.
you receive
What
the Holy Spirit,
created
have
the
salvation.
I couldn't hear you,
Amen.
Daniel.
Sorry.
What created the universe?
I don't have any idea.
We don't know.
Nothing created it?
You don't either. You don't know either.
No,
Yes,
no.
we
I'm
know
asking
who created the universe.
what
There are
created the
things
universe?
that
Are
we
you
don't
saying
know. What created the universe is one of those
There's
things we don't know.
you don't know. There's things you don't know, Flo.
No, what I know is that you don't know what created the universe
I
either,
know
and that you are both being liars now in service of a God that tells you not to lie.
created the universe?
So which God do you guys serve? The Prince of Lies, telling you to lie about things you obviously don't know?
Flo, answer my question. What
I already
created
did.
the universe?
I already answered it. Do you need it a third time?
So nothing created the universe?
No,
I don't know. I don't know what
agnostic.
created the universe.
You don't know. You don't know.
Right.
Agnostic.
I think I don't know is the honest
You
answer.
don't know, but you're gonna attack me.
And I'm
honest
not. And I'm
answer.
not really. I don't believe
What created the universe?
Daniel,
So
who was the general contractor that built your house?
I don't know. It was already built.
Oh, so you don't believe your house was
your
built
house
by
doesn't exist.
somebody?
Oh,
But you
wait.
know it was built. Somebody
No,
built
I-
it.
no.
though.
You need to
No,
start
no,
making
no,
his point for him.
At least
God is
Flo
the
is
contractor who
honest.
built the universe.
Flo is honest.
Evolution. Evolution
Hey,
built
prove
your
it.
house.
Hey, prove it. Prove it. Prove
Evolution
it.
created the house.
Evolution built your house. Evolution
prove it.
evolved over
Evolution,
time.
evolution is like the weather. That's nothing.
Hey,
God
y'all,
has a
mic
will.
control,
to
mic
Your
actually
house was
construct.
built by evolution. It just evolved.
go
My
ahead.
house was not.
This message is sponsored in part by.
At least Flo's honest. He says he doesn't know.
Actually, Flo, I do know.
Atheists say they do know that.
That's why I don't claim to be an atheist.
I'm an agnostic. I don't know.
Agnostic says they don't know, which is honest. To be an atheist, you'd have to be all-knowing.
And to be a
Does that
Christian,
have
how
to
do
do-
you
Rocky,
know?
I got a question for you, and this
I
is
know.
actually an honest, good faith question. I'm not trying to
What's wrong
gotcha.
with them saying
Don't
that
you
they
think
know
that
based on
that God
Christianity?
or Jesus would want you to tell the truth and admit that you don't know when you don't know something?
But I do know.
How? Explain
I
how.
know because the Bible tells me so.
Oh, the Bible was written by who? Humans,
The Holy
right?
Spirit. The Holy Spirit.
It was the
The
Holy
Holy
Spirit that
Spirit
wrote
did
the
not
Bible.
write the Bible. I'm sorry.
The Holy Spirit indwells me.
It was the
not
Holy
write the
Spirit
Bible.
that
I'm
wrote the
sorry.
Bible.
It was the Holy Spirit that wrote the Bible
The
through men.
Holy
Yes.
believe that
He
or do
wrote
you
the
know
whole
that?
book. He wrote all the books
And
there.
the Holy Spirit lives in me.
Okay,
And
what
because I
version of the
trust
Bible did the Holy Spirit
and
write?
believe
Is it
and
the King
have
James,
faith,
the
because I have
1771, the
faith,
1685?
So all the books that are on the Bible were written by the Holy Spirit? All of them?
inspired,
The first
inspired by
English
Oh,
the
now
Holy
he's
translation was
Spirit,
inspired. Now he's not written. Now he's
which
inspired.
inspired the original writers to write in their own
Yes.
vernacular
So it was humans
what
that wrote
they
the Bible,
understood.
right?
For man to understand, you
So it
need
was
the Holy
humans that wrote the
Spirit.
Bible, right?
I
You
didn't
need the
realize
Holy
there's a whole
Spirit
book in the
to
Bible that's all
interpret.
only just a collection of letters that people wrote
So
to
if you
different
don't
people.
know
Yeah, it was the
Jesus as your
apostles talking.
Savior,
Right.
you
So
can't
that's the Holy Spirit
understand
writing
the
letters. So if I wrote a
scriptures,
letter to my
period,
daughter,
over
is
and
that like
out.
the Holy Spirit of me
That
right
is
there?
not true.
Is that
There
what
is
the letters
nothing
are in the
about
Bible?
faith that gives you knowledge. In fact, faith is distinctly an absence of knowledge.
Look at the word
That's what I want to ask.
epignosis.
Speaking of knowledge, if you guys would like to continue gaining whatever kind of knowledge you call this, I have now set a 15-minute goal. Meet the goal or we all go to bed. I'm happy to oblige either way. Doesn't make a difference to me, but it is up to the chat. Okay.
Sarah, I don't know if I've showed you my hair since I dyed it. Do you like it?
It's still
It looks
red.
the same.
It does not look the same. It's much more red.
Y'all didn't think you were coming to church
No,
tonight, did you?
I would say this
Turn on the light.
when
for
I
you
listen
there.
to this whole
It's much more red.
conversation.
God.
I don't think it's wrong for people to have faith and to believe in something, and it's not up to anybody to try to like get you to not believe in what you believe in. I just think that the Bible itself, we need to be real realistic about what the actual Bible is, which is a collection of books that they put together randomly.
It wasn't random. It was
It was
random
very-
at the
it was
Council of
very
Nicaea
random.
with
randomly.
It was
There's a
random.
lot of them. There's a lot of them that were left out.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, but it wasn't random. It was very
It
deliberate.
was not
what
random, you're right.
books-
But I think that the point she's trying to make is that it was not always obvious what is and is not the Bible. Right.
And the Bible contradicts itself all the time. So I want
It's not even a chronological order. So bottom line is, you have
if
a
it was
book
the Holy
with a bunch
Spirit,
of
Let her
books.
finish. Let her
Do
finish.
you really think is the Bible in chronological order? Like, first of all, I was also say this is that all right. So King James, the King James version. What was King James version patterned after? Like, was there another?
It's not chronological because the Gospels all tell the same story and cover the same period of time. So it can't.
I have a PDF called 203 self-contradictions in the Bible that I'd be happy to
The
send
only
anybody who
reason they're contradictive flow is because you don't understand what it's saying.
Is
I
all
understand
greater context.
You're the only one who's asking
understand it,
yourself.
so you
contradictory
say
because it was different
contradictory.
authors at
Oh,
different.
it's contradictory.
Stop gnashing your
It
teeth
was
at me,
different
salt of the
authors
earth.
writing it at different.
This message is sponsored in part by
Them little flat booty Caucasian ladies. Come on.
And Glenn has spoken. The goal is now officially met. He just decided to do it all in one quick sweeping round. So
You sound so happy, Sarah.
we will. I know, I'm so fucking tired. Well, we just did this last night. We were till like 4:30 in the morning last night, and it hurt. I mean, it was fun. It was really fun, but it hurt. It hurt today. So
I was begging you to get some rest from the chat. And
oh, it's
going.
good. I mean, when the
Megan from the
crowd,
chat.
when the
You're on the
crowd's
East
having
Coast.
fun, when the panel's having fun, like I'm happy to continue pushing. As long as I can physically stay awake and rock it, I will do it. So Glenn has spoken. Everybody, tomatoes in chat for Glenn. And Oxycat. I said, why is EOD, why are you a ginger now?
Well, that's a very good question, Oxycat. The reason is because Oxycat actually donated a whole bunch of money to my channel, and when she asked me what would it take to get you to dye your hair, I was like $500.
Why don't you think you were before?
Boom, there it is.
You
it's dyed.
actually legit dyed it?
Yeah, I legit.
It
dyed
looks
You
the
can-
same though, doesn't it?
You can
can't
see
even
a
tell.
difference in color right here because
you
I didn't
look
dye
like
the
you are
sides.
cursed now.
And my beard is a different color than
$500 to get rid of your soul, huh?
Damn,
She
that's
said
crazy.
it was money well spent. She was
did you
happy
put
with
the,
it, okay? I don't give a fuck
did
what
you put
anybody
the
says
colors
because
in
she
the,
was like, "That's
in the
cool,
pink?
agreement fulfilled." I'm like, groovy.
But
Agreement
now you're
fulfilled.
cursed. So
Did you color your
congratulations.
pubes?
It doesn't look any
Did you
different
color your
at
pubes?
all.
Is that what you said?
My
legit.
soul is right here in this jar. I had to put my soul in the jar. No, I did not color the pubes.
Oh
Refund
my
her
God.
money.
And
No, you
JM
gotta
with
do the whole
big-
thing. That ain't right.
Yep.
You gotta do the pews.
JM with the big 5 says, "Thank you, Sarah." And Peaches with the 5. The Bible is the least random book ever written and the most verified.
I'm
book
pretty sure it's
ever.
more random than like a single novel, for sure.
Yes, it is.
But it's not a novel. It is a collection of novels.
I know it's a collect. That's what I'm saying. Peaches, tell Peaches that comment is stupid as fuck. It doesn't even make sense.
Stephen
Like
King
Star
is
Wars.
more precise than that.
You're retarded.
Honey, if Stephen King had
It
a
is
bunch
definitely
of
more
novels-
random than this one book that was written by a single author on
That's why
reading
we
the
call it a
folds and
collection of
wrinkles of
books.
the anus.
Prove it.
Why are you reading that? You are so fucking gay, bro. What the fuck?
You know what? I was wondering what that book had in it.
How could you not buy that when you learned it existed?
I really want to get down to the bottom of this knowledge claim that Christians make. You say you believe that the Bible, but then you say, I know the Bible. Which is it? Do you believe or do you know?
Both.
Oh Lord, you can't.
If you know, you don't need to believe.
It's called epinosis.
Come on, man. What are we doing here?
It's called being lazy. It's a shortcut for
Epi-
thinking for yourself.
It's epinosis. Faith.
I really want to show like
is
this
a
tape.
system of perception. Faith is a system of perception, just like logic and reason. Faith is a non.
Only one other area in life besides spirituality where it is a good idea to disengage your brain.
It's a non-meritorious system of perception.
Right. Where
which is-
else in existence is it good to use a non-meritorious system to make your decisions?
It's
not wise if you're
faith-based-
applying gravity.
faith-based
Nothing
perception.
inside of a random woman instead of pulling out.
How is it not meritorious? What are you talking about?
The only one.
You know what it is? It's the placebo
requires the
effect.
Holy Spirit.
It's the
and it
placebo
requires
effect.
I just
faith.
wish that Christians and believers would actually admit the truth, which is that they believe it. Just admit you believe it, and it's okay. That's actually what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to believe it.
It's not one cohesive book. We've been over this. It's a collection of books. There are books that are more knowing, and there are
just
books that
admit
are
that you
more
believe
believing. So to try and put that into absolutes is completely bad faith. You're missing the context of what you're talking about.
Exactly. So you believe it. You don't know.
Okay,
Whatever you want, bro. If that'll
Well,
move
that's
us
all
on,
me
if
a
that'll
witness,
move us forward,
honey.
sure.
And there were some books that were left out. So the Holy Spirit talked to all these people to write that. Why did they left a bunch of books out of this?
No,
Like
Brick
all of a
asked a
sudden.
rather serious
Let me tell you
question.
something.
I like a chance to try and answer Brick's
Psalms is
question.
one of the best spelled books ever.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored.
Who has the double hit back on the feedback or something that like double sang?
wasn't me.
All right, listen,
Yikes.
listen, Linda. Okay, I'm going to do my best to increase my patience level for all of you, but I'm going
Valium?
to ask you to do your best to not fucking talk over each other. Okay, please,
Are you out of White Claw?
please.
My buddy Octavius here is trying to get in.
And
He
all
hasn't
of
said
this
a
is
word
Sarah's
yet.
fault because she said Flow States was wrong.
So
Go
Brick
ahead,
asked-
That is
Octavius.
true. Actually, that's real history right there.
Brick asked a really good question. You asked,
Hold on. Oh yeah, go ahead.
would you mind asking the question again, Brick, just so that everyone can hear it?
Yeah. So I really wish that Christians and believers would actually be honest and tell me, is it knowledge or is it belief?
Okay. So it requires faith, and that faith, once confirmed, grants knowledge.
Wait, what?
How do you
Say it again.
confirm before you die?
Because if you have faith in something and it comes to pass, you gain knowledge that's greater due to your faith.
Did you answer the
No.
question?
You know that you're
could be a false
actively
attribution.
learning. You're
No, did you-
actively learning and gaining knowledge about it.
Do you understand
Which
that
leads to
the
truth.
brain is plastic? You know what plasticity is? You can rewire your brain. That's why if you look at studies of brain scans of transsexual people, they have men who think they're women have more female brain structures. Now, it's not because they're actually female. It's because they practice patterns. That's why repetition is so important. You can
What is a female
rewire
brain?
your brain to believe in some fuck shit that there's not evidence of.
Right.
Yeah,
so you could rewire
you
your
are
brain to be an
self-evident.
atheist too, right?
No, the way
Sure.
that your mental
Sure.
faculties are the
Yeah.
way that they are
Synapses.
is evident of
That's
that
the way
claim.
synapses work.
I
Oh,
believe
fine.
you that you've rewired your brain to be that way.
You don't think that patterns and habits and repetition. You don't think that the brain is plastic and you can rewire it?
That would be like me saying that people can't learn. Who would do that?
Okay, then I must have misunderstood you because I didn't think anybody would make that claim.
So what's the difference between that and the placebo effect?
The placebo effect?
Yes,
sugar
meaning-
pills
A
Sugar pills have
placebo
better
effect
success
is
rates than
where-
chemotherapy. The success rate of sugar pills and trials at curing diseases is 5 times better than AA than 12-step programs are for recovery. So like our what we think matters a lot.
Yeah,
I
the
think
power
they're
of your mind is
dipshit.
important.
Yeah,
Tell me-
you're coping.
Peaches with the
tell
big
me.
set 10 says, if you believe in the spiritual world, then the idea that the Spirit of God can give wisdom and understanding is not crazy.
I didn't say it was.
If you don't believe in the spiritual world, you will find out one day.
Wouldn't you like that, you
Hey,
vile
you-
little Christian?
Hey,
It's a
did you
belief,
notice? Did you notice what he write? You will find out one day.
Yeah.
Meaning y'all don't know what it is. Y'all are waiting for this.
What- no, that means you don't know what it is. That's
be
what
mad
that
and
means.
butthurt because
when you-
I'm
when
better
you die.
at making my point than your God is.
And Striking It Rich sends a big 5. It's not unjust to take their land because God told you to cleanse a nation because of their sins. China, take note because the U.S. is full of sin.
How do you know when God tells people something? Striking it rich.
They talk to you. The Holy Spirit. They send the Holy Spirit.
So, Brick, did that answer your question?
You should have to claim it.
Well, so you did answer the question, but it's not correct because that is not what faith is. So faith is it's a level of confidence in evidence, right? So to confide, that again is based on belief. You are basing your knowledge on something called belief.
Yeah, on faith.
Yeah, it's belief, right?
And then when it's confirmed, you gain knowledge.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
And when
Some
it's
people
not
are really
confirmed,
dumb.
you
Even if
deny
it's
that
only
it-
1% of the
affect you.
time that you gain knowledge, is it still true that you have gained knowledge?
The knowledge that you gain may not be accurate.
You selectively apply knowledge that you've gained. For instance, Jesus told his disciples that he would be back within their generation. Where the fuck is he?
And you can gain knowledge out of a negative too. If you experiment something and
Bingo.
something doesn't happen, you say, "I learned that that doesn't happen." Like it's not just. It's that very confusing. It's like
When did I say that wasn't true?
no,
Right.
you said that once you get there and you gain knowledge, when you confirm it, right?
If your faith is confirmed, you gain
Mhm.
knowledge from that.
But
Okay,
what if it's
when
not
it-
confirmed?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, if it's
Then
not
you gain
confirmed,
a
don't you
different
gain?
kind of knowledge if it's
No,
not confirmed.
But it's still knowledge. That's the point. It's still knowledge. If
Yes.
it's not, so
I
why?
never said that you don't gain knowledge, whether it's confirmed or not. You still
Yeah,
gain
but
something.
why bring it up when the opposite can be said too? It's like a
Because two things can be true at once. That's why.
Nate with the big 5 says the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making people believe he doesn't exist. Do any of you guys, you non-Jesus people, do you believe the devil exists?
No,
not as in a little red dude with forks who makes bad things happen with a pitchfork.
Yes. Well, then
no, I think
the
that
devil exists.
I practice
No.
African spirituality, and in that practice, there is no devil.
And
Yeah,
doesn't devil know the
Two
Bible?
no
too?
devils, one yes devil, but not a little red pitchfork.
Well, how would you feel?
I think that symbolically the devil could exist, but as literally no, I don't at all. I think that that's people being childish and outsourcing their own poor behavior.
And devil, the devil
that
knows
is correct. That oftentimes people do look for an excuse for their poor decisions and consequences. The devil made me do it, or some other fallacy. I will 100% agree with that.
But there's the same excuse. Why is that not valid when multiple people say that God told me to do it?
I never said that wasn't the case. Why do you keep doing this?
No, it's because you.
He's a king of
Maybe
straw
I'm
man
trying
over
to.
there.
I made a statement.
No,
I'm
no,
not
I got you. I
talking-
got you. I apologize. 1 second.
No,
I
you're
apologize.
good. No,
Is
don't
that-
worry about it.
Can I
I'm
say
asking
something real
why.
quick?
Is
If
that
you
when you
were-
make statements, it looks like you are pointing to one direction, when you can literally do the same statement for the other direction.
You're
but trying
drawing
to
the
do it.
conclusion before he gets there.
No,
Apparently.
it's okay. I mean,
Well,
I
he's
understand
actually
that-
stepping very lightly, and he's
say
not making
something
any
real quick?
conclusions. Go ahead.
When people oftentimes interact with Christians, Fatty, I understand why you might want to leap to or you might think that I'm going in a place, but I'm just genuinely trying to like answer a question and make a statement. I'm not excluding other things or like discounting the negative or the positive. I'm just trying to engage with you so we can talk.
I was just too froggy. Don't worry about it. It's my
No,
fault.
don't even worry about it.
Can I make a quick statement? All right. Go to Isaiah 45:7 for you Christians, okay? And I'll just use the King James version.
Wait, which
just
one was it again?
Isaiah 45:7.
And who as I shall call and shall declare it and set it in order for me, since I appointed the ancient people and the things that are coming and shall come, let them shew unto them. Why is this
Isaiah
I
45:7
form the light and
says,
create darkness. I bring prosperity and I create disaster. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Yeah, the evil.
Number one,
the light, I
hold
create
on.
darkness. I make peace. I create evil.
Hold on.
The host is trying to talk. Hold on.
Rocky, can you mute while you're not talking? Because I think you and Daniel, the squeak is coming from one of you, and it's driving my ears nuts. I feel like a dog with a little
You have
whistle
demons
being
in your
blown.
mics.
Damn. What if he's
Yeah.
Satan, Sarah?
So if
What if he's Satan?
both of you
I'll
could
mute
mute
up.
your mics.
I'll mute up. Tell me if it's me.
I actually think it might be you because it suddenly disappeared.
Yep.
And then let me get back. Lucky with the big 5 says real faith is knowledge. Thanks, Sarah, for the show. I feel like you must have grown up with 6 brothers to keep control of this bunch at times. True. Not 6, but 2 brothers. And then Kissy Cat asks, can we go back to debating which panel members are gay? I would actually almost rather get back to that conversation.
No,
but
Flo wins that 100%.
But I'm
just
okay.
wanted to make
I've
that
got a
point.
girl here with me that I'll probably have sex with right immediately after this. Can you?
Oh my goodness. And DJ, I'm going to hand it back to you. You were talking.
So Isaiah 45:7 says,
Is that an actual
I
girl
formed- I-
or a man that claims to be a girl?
DJ, go ahead and continue.
Pretty gay
talking.
question of you.
Isaiah 45:7. I form the light. I create darkness. I make peace and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Okay. So that is Isaiah. That's God talking about himself. All right. So the bottom line is that when you talk about the devil, God is the encompassing of all things, good and evil. But what happens is that we try to make God only good, but we don't really realize that God is everything good and evil.
That's actually not what the scripture said. It
No,
actually said
that's
he
not what it
creates
means.
all those things. Now, if you want to make the argument that he creates evil, I will go along with that. But you can't make the
have to. There's
claim
no way
that
around it.
he is evil.
There's no way around it.
Not according to that scripture.
Can anything exist if God did not want it to exist?
Just because he created it doesn't mean that's what he is, right?
How can something create something that is not of it? You know what
Humans
I'm saying?
do it all the
If
time. They
God-
create babies.
Hold on. If God, even your baby, okay,
You're not a baby.
has aspects.
What about
you.
okay, Mustache Man's parents, right? They created something that was evil, did they not?
We can all agree. It doesn't matter if
Yet they might not have been. They may have been great people.
Everything in existence, you have to accept this. It's the only logical position you can be in. Everything is exactly the way God wants it to be, or else God would change it.
That I can go with.
Nothing can exist against God's will. Checkmate.
I agree with that.
You're welcome.
Why is that a checkmate? Why was that a checkmate? I don't understand. So you're saying that
That's the
because
whole
life
purpose
is
of free will, is so that you.
It's not free will.
If you don't go by God's will, then you're breaking His will. Adam and Eve, they violated the will. They took it's a test.
he created the tree.
He created the test.
He wants the test to be there.
Because he didn't want robots. We have to have a free will.
You are a robot, Rock. I don't know why
we were made in His image. We were made in His image.
Thank you.
That's the
Is
whole
it
point
his
of
will?
the thing.
There you go, DOD. We're made in His image.
We have
Doesn't that
free will.
doesn't that make it almost blasphemous to say that we're all sinners and bad and need saved? And
No, it doesn't make it blasphemous. We're made in His image.
Because
That
if
doesn't,
God's
we're
perfect,
not direct fucking copies.
God's
okay?
perfect.
We're not direct
He
copies.
created us in His image. In
First
Genesis, it says he said it is good, right?
Secondly-
and so now we're sitting here, however long later, going, oh yeah, even though all that, it's bad.
This whole argument boils down to the fact that, okay, so life is not a magical utopia where everything is perfect and good and wonderful all the time. So then God
If it was, it
suddenly
everything
not
would be
exist.
terrible. That sounds boring and awful.
Do you mean that
Well,
God
that's
just
the whole
created
fucking
imperfect
point, Dusty. It's the whole reason we're here is to determine the righteous apart from the non-righteous. That's it.
So God is imperfect.
What I'm trying to point out is that
We are imperfect. We are imperfect images
So
of
why
God.
would a perfect God create something imperfect?
Ask the platypus. I'm not
How
sure.
did evil come into
test.
existence? What God created was good.
Peaches
Okay.
says, in order to give us free will, God had to allow the opposite of good / himself. He didn't create evil; he allowed it to happen.
Where
to
did it
give us
come
free
from
will.
then?
Well, that's not what the scripture
Well, God
says.
said that he was both good and evil.
Yeah, yeah.
The scripture
the Bible
says
says
he
that God
created
did create it, right?
It does not say
created
that.
it. That's
It does not
literally
say
what
that
it
God
says.
is
We just read
both.
it.
It does not
We're
say that God is
made
both
in
good and evil. It
God's
says that God
image.
created evil. He says, I
Right.
form the light and create the darkness. Right?
How can
That's the
God
actual
create something that's
scripture
not
that
within
you're
itself?
missing
Like,
a little bit.
that's almost like you saying that I'm creating something that I don't even know anything about. Just creating evil and don't even know what I'm
even
doing.
Can you write a story about a murderer and not be a murderer? Is that
God
possible?
created the
Even at that, we
dogs
would have
and the
never
cats.
known about. We would have never known about evil. We would have never known evil if it weren't for the apple, right?
true.
We harnessed knowledge of the of what evil is
Of the universe that we weren't
and
supposed to have.
experience
That's how
it
we
by
understand the
from
difference
the.
between good and evil.
Well,
Did God know
evil
that he was
existed
going to buy the apple?
before the apple. Evil already existed because
Mm.
eating the apple was evil.
It
right?
existed. We just didn't. We weren't. We weren't aware of it until after we ate the apple.
We were
But
aware.
God was aware of it because he is good and evil.
Yeah, but that's the point.
We didn't experience it. We didn't experience evil. He protected us from evil until we fucked up and we ate the apple. Now he says, "Okay, go on. You got it all now."
Wait a minute. Now the woman fucked up. Eve fucked up. Okay.
And so did Adam.
I'm trying to point that out.
Don't leave that dude out.
Adam fucked up because Eve didn't get the instructions. Adam got the instructions.
Yeah, but the question is, did God know that Eve was going to eat that
hold
apple?
on. It presupposes that evil existed before the apple was consumed because there was the serpent.
Yes. So, but the question is, did God know that she was going to eat the fruit? Did she know that he was going to eat that?
That's a
In
good
order
question.
to
I
answer
don't
that,
believe
I
any
have
of us
to
have
ask
that
you a
answer.
question. No, I have to ask Fatty a question in order to answer that. Do
God
you
knows everything.
believe that if God exists, does God exist outside of time?
If he's all knowing, absolutely.
Okay, so in that
And if he's
sense-
omnipotent and all powerful,
in-
he has
in
all the
that-
power.
no, you gotta let me. I'm trying to answer your question. If you
Hmm.
understand that, whether you believe it or not, then God would exist before, as well as after, while also being able to go into it and out of it to interact with it at His own will. So in that sense, He would know if you've, as an example, done something good or bad. But it's also in the moment relative to time, because we exist within reality. Within that moment, you haven't decided to do something good or bad. But because God exists outside of time, giving you free will, He knows what it is that you've done.
Yeah, but
So
this
in
kind
that
of not
sense, He
real.
has an understanding if something is good or bad because He exists afterwards, so He can make that judgment.
No, no,
So
no.
why would He make you
Why
better?
would
Why do
why
you
would
think
the
you fucked up?
teacher make why would the teacher make a test for a student that he knows exactly what is going to be the result?
Because you have to have
way to
free
learn a lesson.
will.
No, but there's
You
not
can't
free
have
will. He knows the beginning,
unless
the
you have a
middle, and the
choice.
end.
Okay, did your mom or dad
We're
ever
made
do
in the
something
image of
knowing that you
God.
would fail or how you would fail to teach you a
My
lesson?
mom and my dad are not almighty and have all the
Right.
powers.
That's
and
not what
all
I
the-
asked. Answer my question.
That they might do it, but they don't know the future. They can read the future. They have no idea what's going to happen.
Could you conceive of them giving you a test or giving you a problem, knowing that you probably would fail? so
They
that
are held to a
you learn
lower
to-
standard. It's a bad comparison.
It's not absolute. They don't know exactly what I'm going to write.
I'm
They
not
don't know
saying
exactly
they're
what's going to be the
absolute.
result.
I'm asking a very simple question because
Yes.
our relationship with God, if you believe, is as a father figure, and our only analog of that is to look at your own dad.
I hope he pays
Mom.
child
No,
support.
because my dad is not almighty. My dad he
I'm
doesn't
not
know.
saying that your dad is. I'm asking you a
sir,
very
sir.
simple question.
But you
Even
asking
at that,
questions that are
let
not.
me push it a different way. Even at that, even if he has a test and knowing that we're going to fail, then was it really a test at all? Maybe he knew that he wanted us the ability to have free will later and to do all, like, to experience all of this stuff. So he simply set it up in such a way where he knew how the direction was going to go, and we had to be the ones to push that button.
But
he made us so that we fail, so now we get tortured for all of eternity. He loves us. Enjoy.
None of you would be here if Eve did not sin.
Maybe it's not about us at all. Maybe it's about his heavenly arrangement, as in the angels and the ones that disobeyed him up there before we were even created.
Possible. Nate with the big 5 says this is why women can never choose what to eat, because the last time they did, they doomed all of humanity.
That's funny.
Really, if Adam hadn't asked her where she wanted to eat, it probably wouldn't have been in this mess. He should have just took her.
He should have just picked the restaurant
or something.
He should have been like, "Get in, we're going to Mongolian barbecue."
Or not only that, but if you keep us well fed, we get significantly happier, and you don't have to experience evil. Okay, keep your women fed.
Are you sure the
I
word
just don't understand.
heavier?
Well, what?
Are you
Eve
sure
was
the word
deceived by the serpent.
happier and
Adam took
We
willingly.
can't hear if 3 people are talking.
No, that if you say that, if you feed women, they're happy. I would argue if you feed them too much, that they get heavy.
Yep.
Which makes you happier.
We ain't chubby chasers around here.
Not all of you, huh?
I mean, some of y'all probably are.
Some of
good.
you. Some
Good wingmen are a good thing. Rocky looks like he can slap some
Y'all
thighs.
not think somebody be going in on the fat woman? Come on, y'all. Like,
Hey,
this
the
is-
Let
fridge
us
always
go in.
blocking the snacks. What's up with that?
Huh?
The fridge always blocking the snacks. What's up with that?
I didn't
Fridge
understand
always
that.
what?
Anyways,
Fridge is
Always
always
blocking
blocking
the
the
snacks.
snacks.
back to how God
Fridge
hates
is a
you.
big girl. When you're going out, like, you see some girls, and there's like the big one that's always like, "You can't talk to my friend." That's the fridge blocking the snack.
Mm.
Yeah, that was a fail. Okay, continue on.
A little bit.
I just don't understand why. How do we have free will if we can't escape God's plan?
Here's
If he
the
knows the
catch:
beginning-
you have to believe it before you can understand it.
if they know if he knows the beginning, the middle, and the end, and he knows exactly what is our part, how do we have free will if we can escape God's plan or do something that he doesn't know about?
Because you haven't done it yet.
Oh my God!
Sarah, thank you for having me on. I'm gonna go to sleep because these are
You suck, Emmett. You suck. Rage quit. Rage quit. Rage quit.
You have a choice.
I don't listen to strangers.
Have a good night, Emmett.
Anyway.
Good night,
Good to
Emmett.
see you,
Thanks for coming. You're always welcome back.
Good night.
Did
Have
you-
a great one.
Did you say because I hate you? Fuck you. Because you said. Did you say?
This is
because I don't
hold
do that?
on, hold on. Where's this comment? Zers, come on. This is the fucking like this. We moved. All right,
Yeah,
we moved. This is open panel dumpster fire. We all fucking know that the conversation goes all over the place. We were talking about whether Rob Nora was gay and whether who's ball washing Andrew, and I don't even fucking know.
He was
This shit's gone
66% gay. If anyone wants to know how the poll ended,
66%.
Flo always,
It's
Flo
complete
always
bullshit, Flo.
brings it to the gay.
You're the one with the perineal fucking examination book, okay?
So, Zers, like, if you want to see the actual topic being talked about, you had to be here for the initial start of the debate that we had like 7 hours ago.
this is a demonstration in taking over mental real estate.
Yes.
Give
They,
it to
they
me.
pull up 7 hours in and ask, "Hey, where's the food?" Hey, bro.
We don't want to
And,
talk about this anymore. I want my cognitive dissonance back.
Right?
Yeah.
Peaches with the big 5 says, please let Rocky speak. He is the only one being humble and quoting scripture while
He's
being
not humble.
accurate. All right,
What the fuck?
Rocky.
That is the least humble shit ever. This man is sitting here talking like he's God.
Yeah,
I was
well,
quoting
this
scripture.
lady
Right.
just paid, Peaches just paid to let Rocky speak, so we will acknowledge the dono.
True. It's true that humility, you can't learn without humility. You have to sometimes relearn things. So I
Rocky,
have
could you be
relearned
mistaken?
things. And the will of God, the reason that we're made, what it means by we're made in God's image is that God has free will, and He gave us free will. And without free will, we'd be all robots.
Is it
He
possible you're
created
mistaken?
Let
mankind.
him talk. They
because
paid
He's
for
not
him
humble.
to talk slow. Okay.
He created mankind because He wanted to have relationships. He wanted more creatures, so he created mankind. He gave him an option: follow me, do what I say, be obedient, and you will be blessed. If it was not for Eve sinning in the garden, none of you would be here. It was his plan, because after the fall, Eve was told she was to bear children, and so it was all part of a plan so that you could be here, Flo, and that I could be here. And he knew Eve would do it, but it's a test, and it created more.
If he knew the result, why not put it just here directly?
Let him talk, please.
He created mankind through Eve. Everyone comes through Eve. It was and if Eve hadn't sinned, she wouldn't have been cursed to bear children, therefore that you wouldn't be here. He knew that it would create more creatures and that they would all have to have a choice. Everyone has a choice. You're created in your mother's womb. You come out, you're conceived, and you have the age of accountability where you at a certain age, you either reject God, you don't believe there's a God, or whatever. And at the age of accountability, you are given a choice to believe in God. And then once you believe there is a God, he's responsible to give you the gospel. But if you don't even believe in God, he's not even responsible to give you the gospel.
Right. So he's not even responsible for that hat you got on, that cowboy hat either.
No, that's a matter of free will.
Yeah, but Rocky, if he knew that Eve was going to eat the apple, why do the test in the first place? Why not send us directly to
create more children, to create children, so that they could have another test. Eventually, Eve and Adam, they both believed in Jesus. Okay.
How does Jesus make the scripture?
When Jesus, they put on the leaves to cover themselves. They found that there's naked, but Jesus skinned an animal, which was a lamb without blood, which was a representation of himself. He clothed them in the skin of the lamb, which was a representation of him dying on the cross for everyone's sin.
You're just forced placing.
You know what's so sad is that there are religions that came way before this religion.
I know.
That explain it way more in depth than this, and it's crazy that people are just so stuck on this that they never actually look into other.
It's because they're arrogant and they're liars.
Why does people hate?
Good evening, y'all. This is why I don't quote scripture and get in debates about that with anybody, because I'm not all that bright. Same with most things.
Love your neighbor like yourself. Is that the moral you hate?
But if you did know scripture, it would probably be.
That's obviously not the moral I hate. Obviously, it's all the other shit around it. The stuff that's
and that was not the first time that was said.
Of original sin. The fact that you fuckers, for some reason, think that you're humble. You're not. You're the least humble motherfuckers on earth. The only ones who can't admit that you might be mistaken.
We're the least humble people on earth, but you're going to sit there and explain to us our own fucking faith.
I've been wrong about many things.
Talk about humility. Talk about humility some more.
Flo, I am the most humble person you've ever met. Come on now.
I know you are. Rocky, is it possible that you're mistaken about the Bible?
Listen, there's humility and there's confidence. You can be confident. And it may come across as being egotistical, but it's not egotistic. It's just confidence in the word.
You're fundamentally a liar.
I have a question for you, Flo. Like, you always try to push people outside of their faith. You try to poke holes and get them to not believe in all of those things. But if you yourself don't believe it's even real, then why would you even waste your time trying to correct anybody else?
Because I'm surrounded by confused motherfuckers who are acting in ways that they don't understand. Are you
surrounded by a bunch of confused motherfuckers, or do you choose to surround yourself by a bunch of believers?
Or are you confused?
That's a fair question. I don't know. I think that atheists are even more insufferable on whole than Christians are. The fact remains, though, that for instance, I'm going to keep picking on Rocky. He would be better off if he were not constantly fundamentally lying to himself about whether or not he could be mistaken. Don't you think?
But isn't that between him and his God?
Let him be mistaken.
I've misinterpreted scriptures many times.
Yeah, but I got to
And
live with all you fucks.
Let me ask you, Powder Dusty. Let me ask you, Flo. So you know good and well, hopefully by now, that I'm a believer. How do
I
you
do.
feel about the way that I explain it?
Just fine actually so far. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got no.
Some
I got no
people
problem.
get it. Some people get it. Like it's a belief. It's a faith.
think-
It's not knowledge.
Right, and I think, you can tell when people are lying, and I think it's interesting that Christians will say, "This world is the devil runs the world" or whatever, and not notice that they're in the biggest religion on earth, right? Like there's, you don't ever turn that critical thinking towards the system that you just have chosen to adopt for social reasons.
And the thing is, if we were surrounded by people that believed in ghosts, was passing laws based on ghosts, teaching the ghost theology, I would want to be talking about that too, even though I don't believe in ghosts.
It sound cliche. It may
Believe in
sound
the ghosts. Y'all
cliche,
believe in ghosts. We are talking with
but
y'all about.
Not as cliche as you do.
I have a relationship with Christ. It may seem cliche, but
It sounds make-believe.
Christianity is not a religion. It's a relationship with God.
Yes, you are romanticizing. You are romanticizing.
What's your definition of religion?
It's literally an imaginary friend. You literally
is
have
it
to
okay
convince
that he
something
has
of that
faith?
relationship.
That's the
For just a moment, from Peaches for $5. God bless you and your
No.
family, Rocky.
No.
You are 100% correct.
No.
Nope.
No and
No, ma'am.
no. Sometimes you have to find the correct time to interrupt. There's a very strategic way to do this. And number two, I didn't ask you to read the fucking super chat, nor did I give you any kind of permission to do so.
How
My
dare
bad.
you? Trying to help.
So
How
is it
dare I?
okay that he has faith? That's a question I would have for the people that are questioning it. Is it okay that that's what his faith is?
I would say, listen, that allow him to have his faith, allow that person to think what they want to think, allow this person to believe in what they want to believe in, and you believe in what you believe in and focus on yourself. I think that everybody's so worried about what everybody else believes in that we can't even be free. Like
But
it's
you have-
okay.
I am one of the first people.
Most
that's
Christians
that
try
will
to
go after
force
other Christians.
their
They're
beliefs
stepping
on you people. Do Christians try to force?
You
their
walk
beliefs
around with
on-
your head up your ass. You
We absolutely
specifically
do.
constantly
I
walk around
don't
with your
try
head
to
up your own
force
ass,
you.
talking
I'm
about
just
how bad other people are.
Does he tell you that you're wrong?
You're an
because-
irritant to everybody because of Jesus. You
Rocky
are
does
Rocky
that.
specifically.
Does he tell
I've
you
seen
that
him
you're
do it.
wrong because of
Peaches
his faith?
with
does
the
all the
big
time.
five
Okay, I
says,
didn't know.
God bless you and your family, Rocky. You are 100% correct. The demons always manifest with the truth. Manifest with the truth brings their sin to light. Daniel, fucking mute your mic. It's piercing.
Well,
Andrew
I was
retarded.
Striking it.
Fatty
strike-
expression.
No, well, mute until I'm obviously reading mute. It's
Yes.
like it's literally like pss, 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 in my fucking
your
ear the
fault.
whole
It's
time.
like bugs crawling on
Satan,
your ears.
it's your fault.
Striking it rich with the big five says, number one, yes, Flo, I don't believe I'm God. Number two, I believe there is some sort of creator, but I can't hang my hat on any one religion being 100% correct.
Why don't you believe that you're God?
Oh my God.
And Bree with the big five, is it moral to read out super chats that are yours? Win for your patience, Sarah, as always.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to Bree.
Yeah,
You
She's
are
gonna kick the shit out of the dogs after the stream. She always does.
I like what Peaches is saying in the comments.
Yeah, of course you do. It's right to your ego, you hubristic
No,
motherfucker.
it's not. No.
No, it's not.
No.
You're just mad she's not. She's
Why
not
don't you
praising
guys
Dusty.
believe that you are
That's what
God
you're
when
mad about.
God Himself in the Bible tells you that you are God?
Why I don't believe I'm
not what it
God.
says in
That's
the
the dumbest question I ever heard in my life.
That's not dumb. It says in the
That's
Bible that
stupid.
you are
Doesn't
God.
say that.
Did I
No,
create
You're
the
God. You're
heavens
made in
and the
His
earth?
image. You'll do greater things than I. Come on, it's like I can't believe
Yeah,
that.
well,
you,
okay, so
That
that's
you,
says
Rocky,
you will do
would
greater
start
things than I.
talking
God
about
doesn't
it.
say that.
Okay,
No,
so
at no
I'm-
point does anybody tell you that you're fucking God in the Bible. That's not true.
I didn't say it. I'm suggesting that the concept is worth more than an immediate scoff.
Okay, let me tell you.
So I'm relatively new
little
around
G
here, but I have a
gods. You know what a little G god means?
Go ahead, Octavius.
So there's been a number of citations that this person's either bad with their faith, or this person isn't doing what a Christian should do, or this person's a bad Christian, however you want to look at it. What would you say, Dusty, is an example of a good Christian based off of characteristics that's not like what they think, but it's more of like what they do or say? Like, what would you say would define a good Christian?
I think I define a good person, and it applies to Christians as well, by primarily their orientation towards honesty. And Christianity I view as largely, not always, some people like Brick is being a good example this stream, in my opinion. It definitely encourages people to lie to themselves and others about what they've known or experienced, as well as it encourages people to disintegrate their shadow, if you're familiar with Jungian psychology. But
yeah. So would you say that Christians being dishonest is more of a problem, or is it something else that more bothers you about Christians? If you had to, like, put the tail on the donkey.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it's accurate to say that I am bothered by Christians. Like I said earlier, I tend to get along with Christians better than I get along with atheists.
Yeah, but when you disagree with Christians, or when they make you mad or piss you off or whatever, is it because you feel most often that they're being dishonest, or is it something else?
They're being dishonest. It's dishonest, it's arrogant, and it's intentionally ignorant.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. I was just kind of curious because I noticed not a theme, but I was just trying to understand like your mindset with it.
Right.
Maybe you're misinterpreting arrogance with confidence.
That is possible, because I can admit that it's possible I'm mistaken, unlike you.
The Bible gives us confidence. Sometimes it comes across egotistical, maybe, because we're confident in the word. And with that confidence, it may come across like we know it all, but I don't know.
It certainly does. And in fact, you do say that you
know it all. I'm not saying I know it all.
Is it possible you're wrong about Jesus, Rocky?
No, I'm not wrong.
See, you know it all. You're not even willing to acknowledge the obvious possibility, right? Just mathematically, it is possible. You're mistaken.
Agnostic, right?
Yes.
Look up the word epinosis. That's Greek too. You might. And here,
what does it mean, Rocky?
So our Christianity.
Hold on.
It means above knowledge. Epinosis.
There's the hubris that I was talking about.
Now, one thing I will say, Dusty, to your credit, the admission you might be wrong, I can echo that I, relatively speaking, am rather young in my faith. I was raised in it, and then the big guy and I weren't getting along for a long time, and I've recently been trying to regenerate it. I could be wrong about some things, and that's something I can't admit.
So it seems to me that even if you approach this topic from a religious or a non-religious point, I mean, especially from a religious point, you would have to assume a few things. God created us with the knowledge that we do or don't have intentionally, meaning we're not supposed to know what happened before we were born or what happens after in this life. Also,
wait, did you just say that we're not supposed to know what happened before we were born?
Before we were born, we don't know everything, and we don't remember everything. And if you believe in God, you have to assume that that was intentional.
Yeah, like a collective memory, like genetic DNA stuff.
Well, I mean, however, like let's just say God created each one of us out of clay.
Dark places, you could argue, is like knowledge from before you that the survivors who bred over thousands.
Well, I mean, you're going too far with it. Take it back, bring it back. All I'm saying is that our limits in knowledge, if you believe in God, you have to assume that God did that intentionally, right?
Well, so the way I would explain this is if you were to truly understand God, reality, the way it all interfaces, your head would explode. I think it's like a safety procedure that we can't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why. Like, all I'm trying to get you is to acknowledge that our lack of knowledge would be intentional.
We don't. No, I'm agreeing with you that we don't know everything, because I believe if you did, you're either lying to me or your head's going to blow up. You literally can't.
So if we
what about reincarnation?
Hold on. Let me finish this thought. If we accept that we're created with the limited knowledge and that's intentional, and that God gave us certain tools by which we could gain knowledge, specifically our experiences and our senses and our logic,
Okay.
Why would we? Why would we ignore the tools God gave us in order to know something He didn't tell us or claim we do?
You mean like
I have the answer in this. It's our simple finite monkey brains are not capable to handle something that's of greater dimension than what we understand. We see things 3 dimensions, fourth is time, right? If your finite monkey brain is trying to comprehend something that is literally incomprehensible to it, then you're in a quandary, and you have to. It's just faith at that point.
Right.
It's like you believe
why are
because
we
you believe,
trying to do
and
things
not
that
with
God
proof.
doesn't give us the right to do or the capacity.
Well,
But what about reincarnation?
Who's saying that
Well,
God?
if you knew, whoa, but if you knew all of these things right off the bat, right? If I already know, I don't know, if I already know what 5 plus 5 is, then I'll never have the reason to try to learn how to add, right? If I'm just born knowing what everything is, then I have nothing to learn or whatever, to learn all these things or to challenge or whatever. So inevitably, if I already know that God is real and He exists and all of this stuff and every single bit of knowledge that pertains to God and where we came from and how everything happened, I have no incentivization to yearn for Him and His big soul thing that He wants us to do. It's just repeated is yearn for me, come to me, like ask for me. So, but if we already have Him, like if I already know Him, like, oh yeah, that's John over there, right? Like I have there's no higher calling, there's no nothing.
So Sarah, but that's not true because
would you say that you would need a point of reference to understand that?
It might be helpful.
If we found out what is on the other side of a black hole, we'll still explore, try to understand, try to control it, try to harness it. Like, just because you actually are aware of something doesn't mean that the curiosity stops there. The human being actually is the opposite. As soon as we find something, we always trying to get more and know more and go farther and go faster. So even if you actually acknowledge God, that doesn't mean that people would stop. Actually, I believe that everybody wars. Like now that we know that it's over there, I believe that actually we'll focus on things that we need to do instead of just mumbling and praying to the wrong God, because 99% of us probably are wrong. We just don't know which one.
The argument I would make is that faith has contributed more to science than science itself has.
Oh yeah, when you guys were burning the witches.
No, they try to understand reality, or more so, how can God do a thing, or why is things the way they are? And there's been through a lot of history with innovation and stuff, not all of them by any means, but a lot of, in the last like 1,500 years or so, a lot of those have been done by people who, at least in the West, were like Christian or Christian leanings because of the education that was the secondary effect of it.
So I would say Europe, the church fueled most of scientific
logistics.
research.
We're gonna go for about 10 more minutes and then I'm going to bed.
Yes,
My
please.
eyes are barely hanging on. Go ahead.
And then you're going to hell because I'm convinced
Actually,
you.
religion. I would say that actually the religion deleted tremendous amount of knowledge, because every time
Oh, I
different
just got
religions invaded and conquer each other, the first thing they will do is go to the libraries and fuck all that shit. We lost a tremendous amount of knowledge because some people didn't respect the other people gods.
All you have to do is cite the
That
Library of
happens.
Alexandria, dude. I follow the example.
Yeah.
So you agree with me?
So religion
Yeah, the history is written by the victors. They'll delete
religion
or
is
edit
the devil's ace
And
trump.
that's a disservice to science, right? When you have a library that has a tremendous amount of knowledge, and then you go there and pillage that because you're a god.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't.
Well,
Are you saying that I didn't think that like wars destroy knowledge? Is that what you're saying?
Now I'm saying that your point is the belief in God helps science more than anything else, and I'm saying that there I can make a point of the opposite, where we literally destroyed knowledge, valuable knowledge, of other tribes that
I
don't
get
believe in God like us, because we just decided to do it.
You're familiar with what a fire is, right?
What the fuck?
With fire?
No, yeah, you know what a fire is, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is basically it's like gas or charcoal. you add to a fire and it makes the fire brighter. Not that wood doesn't exist or you can't like put fat
No,
on
wood
fire.
exists.
Like that, no, that other things can be used to burn so that science can create. I'm just saying that like religion through that is something that's like adding gas or charcoal to the same fire.
Yes. And what I said is
it galvanizes knowledge a lot.
and what I said is that a lot of times fire gets so out of control that engulfs cities, towns, forests, and all that. So fire is not good or bad. Fire is something that you can use just to eat yourself, like you were doing examples, the charcoal and the thing, or is literally used to burn the whole area of Los Angeles. And
generally
now,
speaking,
Fatty,
knowledge
Fatty.
is amoral. I would agree with you. Generally,
Yes.
Hold on, Fatty. You agree that a lot of our knowledge of fire comes from a book, right?
No.
no, wait, what? Fire?
I've never read a book about fire.
Is harnessing fire. Oh, if I do this, I get hot. And
But
if
you
I do
have
this-
read a book about buttholes. I find that disturbing.
Hold on.
I actually haven't read it yet. I've just bought it.
Let me rephrase. Let me
Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Wait, Dusty, is that
What about reincarnation?
That's not a Christian belief.
Stop trying to change the topic, Genesis. God damn it.
Let me rephrase, please.
Go ahead.
You understand? Okay, you appreciate science, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe that the Bible isn't a solid account for mankind, but you believe science, a book about science is correct.
No, I would.
Both of them might be just
fallible.
Yeah, fallible. Meaning, this is science is the information that we have right now. Doesn't make it a fact, but I will trust it more than I'll trust a
Trust
book
is science, bro.
Okay,
Trust
so
is science.
therefore, you believe what you read in a book about
Not
gravity.
everything.
Correct.
No, not everything.
Okay, in a succinct way, here's
Hold on.
Science is evolving.
Let him land the plane. Let him land the plane, Octavius.
Like
He's getting there.
Science is constantly evolving. Our understanding of the
Let
Bible
me
is
finish
constantly
this
evolving.
point.
Come on, man. You're in the slow lane. Let's go.
Let me finish the point, and then I'm going to go to bed.
No, it's fine. You got it.
So you believe that science in a book is correct, but the Bible is not.
No, I believe that science is fallible. Science is the understanding that we have about reality right now. Just like the world was flat, and then it wasn't. Just like the sun was the center of the universe, and then it wasn't. I believe that our understanding of reality is always evolving and changing, and there's a lot of things that we didn't know 100 years ago. Wi-Fi or Bluetooth will be sorcery if somebody discovered that 100 years ago. So
do you think a book about science is more accurate than God?
Science came before books. Science existed before books.
Genesis, I can observe it. I can repeat the same method over and over and over and over and over and over again and get the same results. As of your God, for whatever reason, it showed up a bunch of times 2,000 years ago, and then all of a sudden it stopped appearing. So yes, I believe in a book that has verifiable science more than I believe in the Bible, because for whatever reason it's stuck with.
Which book is that?
Drive it home.
Science existed before books, y'all.
But which book is that?
To answer Lisa's question, religion is the devil's ace trump.
Shut up and
The
let me.
Pharisees were
Rocky,
the religious Pharisees crucified Christ.
Hold on. Shut up.
Daniel really hasn't gotten much of a chance. I feel like
Yeah,
that's-
let me finish because he wants to get some more.
I'll answer
Do you
the
believe that gravity is real?
no.
I believe that our understanding of gravity, which is real, but we
Bro,
might.
How do you know?
Can I meet you at the fucking finish line? We believe some things. Nothing. You're taking the slow way there, dog. Nothing is believed as entirely pure, unadulterated truth.
Because
Your conversation is in the slow lane. You're a slow thinker.
So Daniel, I believe in gravity because 1 second. I believe in gravity because if I jump, I live in the 9th floor. I believe if I jump 9 times. 1 second, you asked me a question. I believe if I jump 9 times from this window, I will fall the 9 times. What I'm not discarding is that we might find something that can deny the effects of gravity, making our knowledge right now obsolete because we just didn't learn. We just didn't know better.
Did you know that there's actually a pocket in Antarctica that actually has lower gravity?
Christ, why can't you?
And gravity is still there.
Man, gravity you could explain as being
You said less gravity. That means that
I'm gonna
gravity.
waste the last 10 minutes slow walking.
gravity
that is what's kind of
buoyancy.
happening here,
What's
Daniel. That's why
heavier
people
than
think it's bullshit.
air falls. What's lighter than air floats. That's called
Daddy, do you believe in gravity?
buoyancy.
He said
Is
that it
that in the
works.
Bible?
Come on,
I
man.
just said it.
No,
Daddy,
it's not
do
the
you
Bible.
believe in gravity?
Yes, I believe in gravity.
I believe in the demons in
How
your
do
You
you
mind.
believe in
know
gravity because you need to believe in
Because
gravity because
I jump over
you
and
have to
over again.
believe in
If I jump a trillion times from this window, I will fall a trillion times.
That's buoyancy. You weigh more than the air, so you fall.
Is gravity in the
Speaking
Bible?
of
Is buoyancy in the Bible?
Rocky, since Rocky was already chit-chatting, Peaches sends the big five, says, can Rocky explain how the Bible doesn't push religion, and religion actually is what killed Christ, and he only wants a personal relationship with us? Rocky, go ahead.
You learned that from a religion
Anyway,
book.
The Bible explains that the Pharisees were religious, and
You guys' cognitive dissonance is crazy.
the Pharisees and the Sadducees were a religious sect. They weren't following Christ. They denied Christ. Christ wants a personal relationship with everyone. It's not a religion where you. It's not a particular religion like the Pharisees. They miss. They say, "Oh, well, you can't do this. You can't do that."
Not a religion,
That's a
Rocky?
no. A
Catholic
relationship
priest wants some
with God.
relationship with you too.
Is a relationship with the Creator. It's not a religion.
Can Muslims have a
Religions
relationship with the
okay,
Creator?
the Catholic Church
Can
is
Muslims have a
religion.
relationship with the Creator?
That's a religion.
So,
I
is
don't
that a
know.
no?
Maybe they do.
I'm
I
a
don't know.
Lutheran. Wait, Rocky, I'm
I
a
don't agree
Lutheran.
with
Do I
any of
not
this
have
shit.
a religion?
I don't agree with
Listen,
Do you see how
there's
deceptive
only
you guys
one
are?
way. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
Antifa's not an organization.
Religions,
It's a grassroots movement.
denominations break up and separate. The church is not separate. The true
But no, seriously, I'm a Lutheran. Do I not have a religion?
No.
religion
That's your
is
claim?
Your God is false.
If you actually believed what you were saying, you would acknowledge that I'm more Christ-like than any of you right now.
Christianity is a break off from Judaism. Judaism is Islam is a break off from Christianity. So all of it.
For the record, to all of you assholes, the
Not a
super
debater,
chat
I'm sorry.
asked for Rocky to explain it, and I'm trying to give him the floor because somebody paid to give him the floor.
Yeah, and we're listening. He's got the floor, and we're listening to his bullshit.
Well,
not
everybody's talking over him.
It was only $5, Sarah. Let's make it 50.
Well, at this
Let's make
point,
it 50, please.
At this
Send people
point, at this point, I don't even care.
Yeah,
All right,
y'all
let's
appreciate
move
Rocky's lies.
into-
Time.
At this, all right, everybody is going to give their closing statements, and we're all going to go to bed. All right, Octavius, and while we're doing closing statements, if the rest of you could just shut the fuck up so we can get through this as quickly as possible. Thank you. Octavius, to you.
No, thank you very much. First off, I want to just let everybody know I appreciate them sharing the space with me, and Sarah also for facilitating it. I do appreciate that, Dusty and I had interaction the other day, and there were a couple times it was a little tense, and we had another interaction today, and we're continuing to evolve with that. That's great.
Fist bump.
It's great to see you. I hope in the future that I can continue to learn with y'all as we talk about these things. And despite the acrimony of it all or the questions of it, I think it's awesome that there's people who don't believe that are questioning, and they are wanting the company of Christians, even if they say they're not enthusiastic about it. I think it's still awesome that those happen. And the last thing I would say is that Sarah's 100% right as the host and facilitator of all of us being here, that mic control is very, very important. And when you don't illustrate that, you're just, showing that you actually don't deserve a place here. And it's kind of like, not wiping your feet when they're covered in mud and tracking them into somebody else's house. But anywho, thank you very much, and do you want me to go ahead and head out now, Sarah?
No, you're fine to stay on if you want.
All right.
Okay, Grumple Stiltskin, to you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm a simple monkey. I don't try and I try and I try, but I fail. I try and live it. This is the final, like the last topic. I try and live it, but I know I come up short. But I'm not trying to teach anybody because I'm not smart enough to do that. I'm doing I will have a new karaoke stream coming up in the next week or so. Watch out for that because it's a good time. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you, Grumple.
Good
Dusty,
times.
to you.
You're all going to hell. God doesn't live in you. No, I'm just kidding. It was a good talk. Salute to everybody, I think. And salute to everybody. I think everybody here tolerated my abusive rhetoric pretty well. So, good job. I appreciate that. If anybody wants to come get yelled at some more, I'm going to go live now for a bit.
I will go there, sir. Yes.
I'm gonna come over and yell at you.
I'll yell back at you, motherfucker.
Damn.
All right, EOD. You're muted.
Your mic is off, dude.
All right, now it's on. So, hello. I was gonna say, I think it's terribly ironic that Dusty was giving Rob shit for being fucking gay a minute ago, and then he's got the fucking butthole book sitting behind him. That's fucking
Look,
hilarious.
women have buttholes too, EOD. You didn't know that?
Just
Wait,
wanna
they
point
do?
that out to everybody. Also, this is my dog Frodo. He's awesome. Hello, Frodo. I did not even plan that.
Oh, no, hold on. Puppies deserve solo layout. Doggy on the screen, please. Doggy on the screen.
Don't do that.
Is he a redhead too? He looks like a redhead.
This dog is as black as night. I swear. Okay. He does. He disappears. He disappears in the night. He disappears in the shadows of the night. Anyway,
Black dogs don't kiss people on the mouth.
Probably licked his
dog
butthole
does.
before this, right?
Oh, it's okay. I'll survive. All right. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Is
If you had this book.
I'm EOD696. Come find me on YouTube. I stream sometimes. I do some stupid video games. I'm gonna be hanging out with Grumple, maybe doing karaoke. I had a lot of fun doing that last time, Grumple. And Octavius, it's good to see you, bro. Dusty, it's good to see you, bro. I'm just giving you shit. Rocky, you're great. Fatty, you earned a lot of respect from me today. So cheers.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I'll follow you too.
DJ, to you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just so happy. I haven't been here in a long time. You know, I practice African spirituality, Ifa, to be exact. And in Ifa, we are very tolerant of all faiths, religions.
I'm not sure what
Buddhism.
Ifab is. Can you expound on that for me, please? real quick?
Ifa is a Yoruba. It's actually like a science based in divination, but the main aspect of it is the tolerance of other things. You know, bottom line is that we believe everything is pretty much Ifa, including, you know, Abrahamic faith. Because if you actually go into the Levitical priests, you know, they all had a divination method. Most things in Africa have a divination system. You don't have to like go through life without understanding what your purpose is, and that's a whole nother thing. If you go on my channel, you'll find out more. Bottom line is that I've been being kind of silly on this thing, but I really respect Christianity. I respect Judaism. I respect Islam. I respect Buddhism, Hinduism, all faiths. However, you know, also we have to also, you know, do a little bit of thinking and think outside the box when it comes to some of this stuff, and not be so closed off in how we see it. You know, we get so focused on whatever our faith is that we don't look outside of that to see what it really is. Kind of like you'll be like closed off. So I just say, like, look into other things. With all due respect, much love.
Fair enough. Rocky, to you.
I've unlearned a lot of things that I thought I knew were right, like Zionism, God's chosen people, and all this. And I used to believe that the tribulation and the millennial reign were future, but I believe the tribulation, millennial reign, that's past. We're living in Satan's little season, Revelations 20, 7 through 9. And I like to read books, and here's a book I would recommend on the spirit of the law. And anyway, I got to get this book read, but I got a lot of books I haven't read, so sometimes I just buy books. I don't know. But look into Dr. Michael Heiser. There's a couple other, let me see, oh, well, I can't remember all their names, but look into Satan's little season, the new eschatology that's going around. Some people believe we've been lied to by the powers that be, that, futurism and Zionism. Zionism comes from a false eschatology that we have to rebuild the temple. But we know those aren't God's chosen people. They denied Christ, their Messiah. So this whole Zionist thing, and it's really, God's chosen people are not these people that rejected Christ. And anyway, that's my last words.
Thank you, Rocky. Brick, to you.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Sarah. Always a wonderful host. Even though you got to put your foot down sometimes, it's your channel, it's your home. And that is very important for people to understand. But I just want to close with, real quick, a couple of scriptures. If you really want to get down to the nitty gritty of what Christians want to avoid, Paul really spelled it out for us real quick in one scripture. It's Acts 15:20. If you have the ability to, that's a great scripture to look it up. Also, when it comes to morality, there's only one reference that I've ever found in the scriptures, and that's 2 Peter 1 verse 5. That's actually where it actually, if there's a certain translation that calls it morality, some translations call it goodness. That's kind of the realm of that verse. But it also, if you want to look into what rights are, because I know some of this topic has been about what are rights. If you want to look into that concept, that social concept, I would say read some of Hume, also John Locke, Hobbes, some of those early philosophers from either around the founding or before the founding. They really kind of spelled a lot of it out for you as to what that concept. It is a concept. It is 100% a concept, much like oughts. But those were the later philosophers, whereas Aquinas was prior to them. So they kind of expounded on that. And that's what rights are. So thank you so much again, sir. Been a wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Brick. And Fatty, you've been here since the start of the open panel.
Yes.
Combating literally any and everything.
Yes.
Shout out to you. You made it, and you had to pay a few dollars, but you kept yourself up here. It worked out well. Go ahead, Fatty.
So we are 12 subscribers away from 8,000 and trying to catch Sarah. She's running very fast. I don't know why. Trying to catch up. So thank you very much for the help. Thank you very much to my new friends on the panel. I know about a bunch of y'all, so I just watch from the cloud. But I appreciate y'all as content creator. So keep doing it. And I saw myself on the two people that were debating Andrew today because he's pretty good. And I kind of saw myself in them because that's where we were 6 months ago. But I think we're getting way better. And we kind of making the debate bros bleed. This is the 300 movie. We might not win, but we kind of proving that they can bleed too. Xerxes can bleed. So y'all might hate us. Y'all might bounty us. But we're not going to stop us. So Sarah, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And I'll see you guys soon. Okay. Thank you very much to the Untouchables that were on the chat and the little tomatoes. Appreciate you. See you later.
The little tomatoes. I love that.
Yes.
All right. What a great topic, conversation, debate. It's been all over the place tonight. I am thankful for all the panelists who showed up as soon as that link was dropped and had to sit and wait for a whole extra hour. Sometimes it's just better to let the conversation move. You're getting, especially when you're getting somewhere. But I also still fucking hate you all because you all like to talk over each other. You like to talk over me. You like to be little assholes. But I also still love you all because it
It's
is fun. It's
Hey, Sarah.
it's a lot of this.
Sarah, Peaches in chat said that I lost her, but so I wanted to recommend this book to her. It's $5 on Amazon. The Return of Jesus and Where We Are Now on the Biblical Timeline.
Did you write it, Rocky? No.
No, it's written by Jesus, kept his word. It's written by an anonymous guy.
I see.
Anyway, it's $5. It tells you what the timeline, the eschatology. So, Peaches, get this book. It's only $5 on Amazon.
All
Forget
right.
it. It's going to come like a thief in the night, though. Just keep that in mind.
And so, anyways, it sounds like Rob Noir and I will be back here Thursday night. We've been planning on doing a grift stream to see who can win the most at the grift. So it will be the matriarchy versus the patriarchy.
Patriarchy
So
wins every time, Sarah. Every time.
patriarchy will win every time, and I know how I'm going to ensure it does. So, outside of that, thank you everyone for sticking around. It's been almost 8 hours. So, those of you who've been there from the beginning, those of you who are sent super chats, and I do apologize, we didn't get to read all of them because, well, shit happens sometimes. But I love you. Goodbye. Fuck
Shit
off.
happens and then you.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Control, Yashinman. Heavy booty, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2. No joy, Yashinman. Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid. Copy, Yashinman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid. Come on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow. Wait one, Yashinman. We don't have one.